Chapter 1: The Unique Ability. Harry James Potter was an infant of 2 months of age, and at the moment, his awareness was limited to the presence of people around him, being held by his parents, and the feel of a constant and powerful burning flame in his chest. He enjoyed being held and listening to the sounds of those around him. He and those who knew him were completely unaware that, even at his young age, he had more power than any witch or wizard had ever possessed before. Harry was currently being held in the arms of his mother, Lily Potter, a woman with long red hair and green eyes like his. She was rocking him gently in a comfortable-looking chair, surrounded by some other furniture, moving pictures of various photographs including him at different stages of development, and a few low coffee tables. The sitting room had an air of contentment, a feel of welcome. As Lily continued to rock Harry, she looked down at him and smiled lovingly, kissing his sleeping face gently. "I love you, Harry," she whispered quietly. The other parent of Harry, James Potter, quietly entered the sitting room. His mop of messy black hair was identical to Harry's own, which was growing in. He looked lovingly at Lily holding Harry, she standing up as he approached. "Here," she said, handing Harry to him. James smiled down at his son as he held him, still overjoyed to have such a miracle of life to care for despite their initial concerns. "How was he today?" he asked. "Pretty well, actually," Lily responded. "He's learning how to hold on to things. He laughed at some of the things I had him feel. I think he liked it." "Good," James responded, still smiling. "I'll lay Harry in his crib and come down to talk with you some more. I've got some news to tell you about Death Eater movements." Lily tensed a little and sighed. The war with Voldemort wasn't going well, and everyone feared for their children. The Potters feared for Harry more than most, though, as they'd been made aware by Professor Dumbledore, that Voldemort might have a special interest in him, though what it was, he hadn't elaborated on yet. In addition to their concerns about Voldemort or his Death Eaters coming after him, they had more worry than many due to Harry being blind. They tried not to let that cloud their judgment in his case, though, and made an effort to show him everything they could in the world. Lily put out some tea and scones for their discussion, and by the time she'd finished, James sat across from her at the table. "I put some calming draft in the tea. I thought we could use it," Lily said. "Good thinking," James replied as he took a sip, sighing as the hot liquid moved down his throat. "What's the news?" Lily asked, already looking calmer as she sipped her tea. "It seems Rookwood has joined, but no official word on that has been given," James responded. "Someone from the Unspeakables is on Voldemort's side now? How far into the Ministry are they going to get?" Lily asked. "I don't know," James responded with a deep sigh. "But sooner or later, I'm sure he's going to have the entire Ministry under his thumb. I've been doing some research also on ways we could protect our son," Lily said. "I think, under the right circumstances, either of us could sacrifice ourselves and protect him against any known magic or harm. Let's save that as a last resort. I want him to have his parents as he grows up," James said. "Of course," Lily responded. "But I'm not closed to the possibility either." "Of course not," James responded. "But there's also something else you should know. Voldemort's on the move again, terrorizing Muggle neighborhoods." "My sister, is she safe?" Lily asked. Though Petunia Dursley hated magic and was quite jealous of Lily, she still cared for her sister despite the horrible treatment she'd received from her over the years. James smiled at Lily's question, having anticipated it. "Yes, she's safe. I knew you'd want to know, so I checked on her. She's still got that pig of a boy Dudley, too," James said. "Be nice, James. We don't need to be insulting to her family," Lily responded in a chiding way. "You're right, of course," James said with a sigh. "Anything else I need to know about?" Lily asked. "No, nothing," James replied. The days passed, and Harry showed no signs of accidental magic. His awareness grew along with the feel of the warm flame in his chest. He often sank himself into the feeling and giggled, though his parents or anyone else around didn't know what he was giggling at. He loved the soothing feeling, loved to let the flame wrap around him and move throughout his body. He was blissfully unaware of being blind, his world lacking any sight due to his being born without optic nerves. The condition had never before been encountered by the healers Harry had been taken to, but all had told his parents that there was no way to cure him, that he would be blind throughout his life. Being only 3 months old now, Harry often woke in his crib, scared of being alone. He loved being held most of all, and usually when he cried, someone would come to hold him. As he often did, Harry woke and felt alone, heard nothing around him. He felt anxiety, but this time he also felt a change in his flame. It was reacting to his desperation to have someone with him as he squirmed in his blanket. He was about to cry out when he heard breathing next to him, felt something brush his cheek. Unknown to him, a girl a little taller and larger than him had appeared in the crib next to him, her body twitching and flailing a little. Harry could feel that there was something different about the flame, though, as if it was somehow closer to him, changing somehow. The girl rolled toward him. Then Harry felt a very warm hand on his cheek, fingers resting against his lips. He felt a little more relaxed, then even more so when the girl pulled him to her in strong, efficient movements, pressing his head to her chest where he could hear her fast heartbeat and breathing. He lay on her body and sucked on one of her fingers in his mouth, content and drifting off to sleep. The girl lay still, responded to his movements to keep him close, and gazed at the ceiling with focused, dark eyes, her facial expression a calm, placid one. Lily woke about 10 minutes after the appearance of Harry's flame girl, aware that something seemed to be missing. Unnerved, she quietly climbed from bed, waking James in the process. Both of them had become light sleepers with Harry around, he usually crying out to them around this time. That was it, Lily thought, quickly pulling out her wand, heart pounding. In response to her movements, James rolled quietly from the bed and also drew his wand, checking the wards. "No breach. There's no intruders," James whispered to Lily as the two of them made their way from their room and into Harry's. Lily turned on the light and quickly looked around the room. One of the advantages to having a child that was blind was not worrying about their aversion to sudden bright light. Squinting slightly from the light herself, Lily noticed that Harry wasn't the only one in the crib. Her heart beat harder as she hurried over, though kept her footsteps quiet, not wanting to wake Harry. James did the same, and as Lily examined the dark-eyed, dark-haired girl laying placidly under Harry and staring at the ceiling, James waved his wand over both her and Harry. "What is she?" Lily asked. "How did she get in here without breaching the wards?" Lily reached toward Harry and gently tried to pull the girl's unnaturally warm hands away from him as she held him to her. She was inhumanly strong, though, like trying to move a statue. She was far from that, though, as she focused her dark eyes on Lily and stared at her face, seeming to gain its every detail with a single look. The placid look never left her face, and she shuddered from its emotionlessness. "I just checked for magical bonds," James whispered. "The girl reads as something I don't recognize, but her bond to Harry is more powerful than anything I've ever seen before. It's not any sort of bond that will subvert his will or control him. It's the opposite. Harry seems to be in control of her somehow." "How do you know?" Lily asked. "I performed a gentle legilimency probe," James said. "It didn't wake Harry and didn't seem to bother the girl. It looks like she came about through some type of accidental magic." "What?" Lily asked. Both were still whispering, but Lily's voice contained a tone of worry. James gently grabbed her arm and pulled her to the other side of the room. The girl intently and emotionlessly observed. "From what I could tell," Harry woke scared. "You know how he gets if we're not there when he wakes up," James said quietly. "He seems to always feel a flame, warm and soothing, in his chest. It changed from what I sensed was its norm, and she appeared, held him, reacted to exactly what he wanted." "So she's his magic?" Lily asked. "It seems so," James responded. "That's what I felt, and if that's true, it's more powerful than anything any magical user has ever had before, but also presents difficulties. How do we teach Harry something if he's got magic to do things for him?" "Is that what we're calling her, magic?" Lily asked. "Unless you've got a better name," James responded. "I don't know," Lily sighed. "She's strong. It was like trying to move a statue, a very warm and living statue. If she's always that strong, and Harry doesn't want to cooperate with something we're trying to teach him," Lily trailed off. "We'll have to figure out how to deal with this." James said after a long moment passed, both parents watching Harry laying curled on Magic, contently sucking on one of her fingers, she watching them with a placid, emotionless gaze. Yes, and soon, Lily replied. After watching Harry and Magic for a few minutes, the parents left the room. As always, they left the door open as they climbed back into bed, both of them thinking. Their sleep, as a result, was restless and felt longer than it would have been otherwise. Magic understood more than Harry, but didn't understand what her parents had been talking about. She was Harry, but also was someone outside of himself that wasn't him, as she knew everything he knew, had all of his memories and experiences, though she felt only a calm serenity. She knew his wishes and desires even before he was aware of them, and as a result, she pulled away from him 3 hours later. Quietly, she reached up, grasping for the crib bar, though couldn't find it. Instead, she grabbed its material and pulled herself up it with ease, used her hands to hold herself over the side, then fell flat on her face with a thud that Lily and James heard. She rolled from side to side, experimented and pushed herself up, tried to figure out how to balance. The skills she learned would be known by Harry, but he wouldn't have the memories she had, especially of sight. She didn't know what anything looked like, but she knew what things felt like, her recall of information perfect. She only knew what two people looked like, and that was her parents, who were hurrying into the room to find her on the floor, trying to move across the floor. She placidly looked at them and went still, knowing that Harry had been picked up by them, reasoning she would also be held. It wasn't what she wanted, though, but through her being held, she had a plan to communicate what Harry wanted. Her parents didn't pick her up. They watched her, kept their distance. Magic let out a quiet whimper of sound and saw one of them come closer. She rose her hands and tried to reach for the parent, watching long things moving on its head as one of her parents picked her up. She sniffed, recognized her mother holding her in her arms. She didn't squirm around like Harry did, though, knowing he only did because he wasn't in full control of his body. Instead, she looked at her face, remembered it. She then looked at Harry and reached for him. I think she wants to hold him, Lily said, though Magic didn't understand the words. James gently picked Harry up, watching Lily holding Magic. I don't know if it's wise to keep them in contact with each other, James said. Magic decided they weren't moving fast enough. Harry was going to wake soon, and he would be hungry and need to drink. She switched their places. She now settled in the arms of James, her father, as Harry was settled in Lily's arms. She saw Lily watching her with wide eyes, pulling on James' sleeve to try and get him to move closer. He didn't, so Magic stared at Lily, linking Harry's memories of touch with sight and pointing. I think she's telling us that Harry's going to be hungry, James softly said. Let's see, Lily said as she carefully opened the front of her robe so Harry could nurse. Harry's green eyes opened, glazed with sightlessness and moving erratically as always. Lily drew him close and almost immediately he began to feed. Magic settled in the arms of James and memorized his face. Then in one smooth motion, rolled from his arms. No! James and Lily shouted as Magic slammed to the floor. She felt no pain, but Harry had been startled. He wanted comfort, and Lily was gently stroking his head. It's okay, sweetie. I was just scared. It's okay, Harry. Lily crooned soothingly, rocking him. Harry could still hear her quickly beating heart and feel her trembling, but his initial feeling of being startled didn't last very long at all. Before Lily had been halfway through speaking soothingly to him, he was once again relaxed, nursing and comfortably nestled in her arms. James was waving his wand over Magic as she watched, feeling the spells settling on her and scanning her, not harming her. They were different than anything she knew, and as she saw the light, she tried to touch it. She couldn't but didn't understand why. James, in turn, looked up from her and over to Lily. All of her readings, it's like she's Harry, and she doesn't have any injuries, he said, then looked back at her as she pushed herself onto her stomach and lifted her upper body. What do we do with her? Lily asked uncertainly. Since she's Harry's Magic, we'll care for her, just like we care for Harry. She's a part of him, and I don't want to neglect her in any way, James said, resolute in his decision as he crouched next to Magic, she staring at him and remaining still. Lily watched as James reached out, moving Magic's legs into a familiar position of someone crawling. James then moved her arms and legs in the motions of crawling. Magic quickly picked them up and crawled around him in a circle, turned and went straight, turned the opposite direction and came back toward him, having expertly gained the skill. James then said, "That's crawling, Magic. Wanna try standing and walking next?" Magic only gazed at him as he reached out toward her, not moving, but observing each movement intently. She rose her hands and pressed them to his, staring at them and noting their differences, stared into his eyes, then back down at their hands. "These are our hands, Magic," he explained calmly, hiding the awkwardness he felt at trying to deal with Magic, who acted far differently than Harry, with a placid, emotionless calm that seemed unchanging. Lily watched as James reached out, gently pulling Magic to her feet. She stared around from her new perspective, her legs easily able to hold her up. Her long robe was barely above the floor, and her head turned as her eyes scanned quickly. James held her wrists, but as she stared steadily at him, he carefully released them, though stopped her from falling. "Stay standing, okay?" James said. Took a few times, but eventually Magic remained standing upright. She tried to turn and stumbled, falling and using her hands to break her fall. James let her, though watched to make sure she didn't get hurt. Instead of crying or wanting to be picked up, she pushed herself up and tried to stand. She fell a couple times, but her persistence paid off. She was able to stand and balance perfectly, then tried to take a step. She staggered, but didn't fall. James and Lily watched her with mounting excitement as she started to take a few stumbling steps, but she managed to quickly learn walking as well and soon was walking around James, then around Lily. "Good job, Magic," James said, excited. "That's walking." Magic, still standing, moved her hands, her jaw, different parts of her body, quickly gaining the coordination and dexterity for fine motor skills. She then moved to the bucket of toys and opened its lid, taking some of the toys out. She touched each one, looked at them intently, sniffed them and even tasted them. She meticulously went through each of them, her examination swift, but very focused. As Lily finished feeding Harry, Magic turned and watched as she burped him, stared at his blissfully happy face. She responded to his wishes again, walking over to Lily and holding out her arms. "You want to hold Harry?" she asked as she carefully lowered Harry into her arms. She didn't let him go until she was completely confident that Magic had a firm hold of Harry. After she did, Magic brought Harry over to the toys and carefully put him down on the floor. He was still wrapped in a blanket, but Magic didn't resume her focus on the toys. Instead, she focused on Harry, examining every part of him, including inside his diaper. James and Lily watched carefully as Magic touched Harry's face, then let him lick at her skin as she tasted one of his hands. After a moment, James snapped his fingers and said, "I'm sorry, Lily. I've got to get to work. Will you be okay with these two?" "Yes, I'll be fine," Lily responded, she and James starting to accept that Magic was going to be involved in their lives and likely remain with Harry for quite some time. "Okay," James responded. "Bye-bye, Harry and Magic. Daddy's going to work." Magic didn't respond, examining Harry's hair and sucking on it a little, letting him do the same to hers. Lily heard James disapparate after a minute, and assured that he was safely at work, knelt next to Harry and Magic, watching as Magic pushed Harry's hands on her face and ran them through her hair, letting him taste the long strands. "You two enjoying each other?" Lily asked with a smile. Harry cooed around one of Magic's fingers, sucking on it contently. Magic lay down next to him and put an arm around him, then rolled over so he lay on her body. Harry looked happy, and Magic looked placid and calm. "You need to have that diaper of yours changed, Harry," Lily said after a moment, gently pulling him from Magic and allowing him to suck on his pacifier. Magic followed as Lily got out one of his clean diapers and entered the bathroom. Lily tried to occupy Harry with things he liked to touch. Magic put her hands in his and let him touch her. He wasn't coordinated, but he did his best, seeming fascinated by Magic. It was a distraction for him as Lily changed his diaper. Magic intently observed everything, watching all that occurred. When Lily finished and picked Harry up, Magic followed them, watched as she showed Harry things and spoke to him about what he was touching. She even took him outside and let him touch the grass, explaining to him what it was. Magic touched and sniffed what Harry touched, examining it from her point of view, and when Harry grew tired, she stood next to Lily as she rocked him to sleep, then gently lay him in the crib. "Want to come with me, Magic? Do you need to eat?" Lily asked, crouching down as Magic looked at her. She didn't speak, and Lily gently lifted her from the floor. Magic didn't resist her as she moved toward the door, but when she started to leave the room, Magic pushed back on her shoulders. Lily put her down, watching as she moved toward Harry, apparently wanting to remain near him. Lily watched her climb easily into the crib and hold him close, and now without worries that Magic would do anything to Harry that might, unintentionally, be harmful, was able to observe the scene and realize how cute it was. Taking out a small camera she carried around with her for moments like these, she snapped a photo, smiling. She then activated a monitoring charm around both Harry and Magic before performing her daily chores. Something like blindness in the magical world was extremely rare, due to the spells, potions, and replacement eyes that were available. Fortunately, Lily and James had no compunctions about searching other means for helping Harry, and through Muggle channels, had been able to get in contact with a woman named Angela Turner, a squib. Since she had not only taught blind people, but knew of the magical world, she had been the perfect solution to their difficulty. She had worked with Harry a little to show him many things, and show his parents how to deal with him as a blind person, informed them that he may not have the curiosity about his world that other children had about theirs. He was starting to gain it, though, but still didn't have the ability to move from room to room, at least hadn't had it until Magic came along. When Harry woke 2 hours later from his nap, he was a little hungry, but determined to figure out how to move. Magic showed him in the best way for him to learn, but he simply wasn't strong enough or coordinated enough to properly crawl or walk. It was frustrating to Harry, but Magic held him close and hummed, letting Harry listen to the sound she made, his ear against her chest. It distracted him and successfully prevented him from crying out loud. Magic had responded to his wishes once again, and nearly instant results had occurred. Carrying Harry, Magic walked from his room and found Lily in hers, who smiled at her as she carried Harry over to her. "Is Harry hungry again?" Lily asked, reasoning that if Magic was hungry, she would be the one to try and nurse from her. Perhaps she didn't need to eat, then, Lily thought. Magic simply put Harry in Lily's arms as she bent over so she could reach, and when Harry started to nurse, Magic watched intently. She was aware of Harry's emotions and knew he was happy. Magic remained close, though, and observed. Unlike other children, she lacked curiosity about the world. Her world was centered on Harry and his needs, just as his magic would be if it hadn't manifested itself to create this girl. It was a strange relationship, Lily thought, but it seemed to suit Harry. Given his power, however, she knew that it was critical he be hidden from the world so that Voldemort wouldn't go after him, try to kill him, or make him an ally. Alone with Harry and Magic in the house, Lily kept Harry close and silently began to plan, thinking intently. That evening, Lord Voldemort silently appeared on the street leading to the House of the Potters. He was silent and invisible, and rather than wait as he had originally planned, he decided he would attack the weakest of the children first. The Potter boy was, according to the research his Death Eaters had conducted, blind. With him out of the equation, the Longbottom boy, Neville, would be next. No one would oppose him then. Lord Voldemort's smirk was cold and cruel, his red eyes glinting with satisfied amusement. The invisible Voldemort moved up to the house, sensing the pathetic wards that surrounded it as the Muggles went about their ridiculous celebration of Halloween. Waving his wand in a complex pattern, he made an opening that would use his own magical signature to bridge the gap in the wards when he'd enter, and would hide any attempt to breach the wards. In addition, he inserted himself as a recognized member of the household. It would likely be detected within an hour, but that was of little consequence. Stepping through the wards, Voldemort noted with satisfaction how they closed behind him. Waving his wand in several more complex patterns, he blocked the use of apparition, portkeys, and flew. Gazing through the window, he noticed how the Potters were doting over Harry Potter, the blind boy. There was another, though, a girl that he'd not heard of in his research. The Potter boy would be first, Voldemort concluded as he moved silently to the front door. With a bang, the door was blown off its hinges. Voldemort appeared, laughing, as James Potter ran into the hallway, shouting, "Get Harry out!" "Avada Kedavra!" Voldemort shouted. A flash of green illuminated every item in the hallway, and James Potter collapsed to the ground, dead. Laughing with satisfaction, Voldemort ran toward the stairs where Lily Potter was carrying Harry, and holding the hand of the girl he'd seen before. He appeared in front of her and blocked her way, red eyes glaring. "Let him go, girl, and step aside," Voldemort stated in a coldly calm voice. "No!" Lily shouted with desperation as she backed up, Harry in her arms, the girl's hand gripped tightly in hers. "You need not die, girl. Hand over the boy and your treachery will be forgiven," Voldemort stated. "I will not warn you again." Lily quickly placed Harry on the ground, released the girl, then jumped over her son and shouted wildly, "Kill me instead. Don't kill him, please." "Stand aside," Voldemort called. "No, kill me, not him. Spare his life," Lily shouted. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort coldly shouted. In yet another flash of green, Lily collapsed, dead. Harry was cooing and making pathetically mindless sounds, the girl touching his face and hair gently as her placid expression and level gaze settled on him. The pathetic blind boy was unaware that his mother had been killed, and as for the girl, there was something quite strange about her. His face twisted into an expression of disgust as he glared down at the children, deciding to spare them their weak, mindless lives. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort shouted, eyes focused on Harry. The green light flew from his wand. The girl's hand intercepted it as she reached out for it. Voldemort's eyes widened as the light stopped, pooled in her palm and seemed to expand. It grew brighter, stronger, and the children were obscured by it. Voldemort knew when to run, and now was the time. He turned and quickly moved toward the exit, never seeing the wave of green that slammed into his body and caused the front of the house to explode in a spectacular explosion. Harry, too young to understand anything that happened, was held by Magic, who repaired the damage to his ears and hummed, rocking him and keeping her hair in reach of his sucking mouth. He quickly drifted to sleep, and moments later, Albus Dumbledore apparat outside the house and ran toward it, realizing he'd come too late to save the Potters, though Harry and a girl he didn't recognize had survived. After swiftly running some tests of his own, he concluded, as James and Lily had, that the girl was Harry's magic. "Can you understand me, my dear?" Dumbledore asked, looking into Magic's placid gaze. She didn't respond, only turned and began to move toward the stairs. Dumbledore quickly knelt next to her and grasped her shoulders, turning her unresisting body to face him. Gazing into her eyes, Dumbledore did the only thing he could do. He entered her mind, learned she was magic, and realized that she and Harry had no understanding of what had just happened. Delving into her memories and thoughts, he observed how James Potter had been killed, how Lily had sacrificed herself for Harry and his magic, and watched how magic had sent Voldemort's killing curse, magnified, back at him. Clever, he thought, that Lily would use such a countercharm of sacrifice. Because of magic's form at the moment, a construct of energy that was almost detectable as being human. He knew that, had Lily not sacrificed herself for Harry at the minimum, the killing curse would have likely passed through Magic's hand and killed Harry, which would have prevented her own existence from continuing. Dumbledore knew that Harry and Magic would need to be kept safe at all costs, and given the sacrifice Lily had made, perhaps the Dursley family would do. He thought to himself, mulling over the idea in his mind as he gently pulled Magic with him from the house, though she began to resist him as they stepped outside. "For Harry," Dumbledore said, conjuring a comfortable, fuzzy, and warm blanket that he gently wrapped around the young boy, and not wanting them to be seen, waved his wand and cloaked them with invisibility. He would have wrapped up Magic, though knew she was impervious to any physical discomfort, at least, for the moment. It was best to keep this from the press, to keep Voldemort's defeat a mystery. Though Harry was protected at the Dursleys and that location kept a secret, as with all good plans, Dumbledore's plan to keep Harry's survival of the killing curse from the press failed. It didn't take much for the reporters to glean information that James and Lily were killed by Voldemort, who used the killing curse, and his defeat was because of a failed attempt to kill their son, Harry. No one knew of Magic except the Dursleys, since she was with Harry there, and after Dumbledore spent 2 exhausting hours explaining the situation to the Dursley family, he returned to Hogwarts. Rather than flew directly into his office, Dumbledore walked up the path leading to the entrance hall, thinking as he headed toward his office, considering everything he knew about magic and Harry. Their bond was certainly a unique one, to be sure, and while not dark magic, magic's form being what it currently was reminded him a great deal of dark magic. Harry's magical power, however, seemed to be so great that he could easily sustain magic as she was, though Dumbledore had his theories on precisely what might happen, given that magic would be sharing meals with Harry at the Dursleys. It would be interesting to see if his guesses were correct in the future, when both came to Hogwarts. For now, however, he knew keeping magic a secret was vital, lest anyone attempt to harm her, or treat Harry any differently than he was likely already going to be treated. Sighing and continuing to ponder, Dumbledore opened the door to his office, only to find a pacing Sirius Black within. "Where is he?" Sirius asked, immediately facing Dumbledore. "Before I tell you, I must have 2 promises from you," Dumbledore responded in a firm and serious tone of voice. "What?" Sirius asked, looking anxious to see Harry. "You must not take Harry from his place of residence, and you must not tell anyone of what you know," Dumbledore said. "Fine, I'll do that. Now where is he?" Sirius asked. "He is with the Dursley," Dumbledore began. "How could you leave him with those people?" Sirius shouted. "As I am sure you are already aware, James and Lily Potter are dead. Their sacrifice protected Harry from death. More accurately, Lily's sacrifice. The same protection remains as long as Harry stays with a relative of Lily. The closest and only one available was Petunia Dursley. He must remain there if he is to remain safe from those wishing him harm," Dumbledore explained firmly. "I can protect him just as well. He's not staying there," Sirius said. Before they could continue their conversation, the fireplace glowed green and Remus Lupin, looking quite battered as if having just come from a duel, flood in. "Professor," he said to Dumbledore, panting and looking frantic. "I know who the spy is. It's Pettigrew." "That little rat," Sirius roared, and before anyone could stop him, grabbed some Floo powder and went to Peter Pettigrew's house. Eventually, Sirius tracked Peter down on a Muggle street, where he implicated Sirius as being one of Voldemort's Death Eaters, escaping and leaving behind a finger for everyone to find. The Aurors found Sirius laughing, though didn't recognize his shocked mental state, simply took him to Azkaban. In his attempt to overthrow the decision, Dumbledore was stripped of all his titles except that of Headmaster of Hogwarts, as he seemed to do that job best. In the words of the unthinking Minister Bagnold, "Perhaps, Mr. Dumbledore, you've got too many positions to be dealing with at one time. I think it's best if you restrict your work to the headmaster position at Hogwarts, which you seem to do well at, rather than chasing a lie that, to be honest, is quite unbelievable. The evidence is against you, Dumbledore, so I suggest you stop pushing this matter." Needless to say, Dumbledore's opinion of the Ministry, which was already a low one, grew even lower at that patronizing attitude and what the fools had done. Harry Potter was safe, though, as was his magic. Given the Dursleys' reluctance to take him in, Dumbledore imagined that Harry might not be cared for as lovingly as he'd been with his parents, but hoped he had convinced the Dursleys to care for him without any sign of abuse. With more time on his hands now, Dumbledore scheduled several appointments to check on the Dursleys, see how they were doing, send them notes every once in a while to ensure that Harry wasn't being mistreated. He also arranged to visit the innocent Sirius Black, and while it may do nothing, decided to continue to push for his freedom. 10 days after Dumbledore placed Harry with the Dursleys, he sat behind his desk and sighed deeply, head in his hands. "I hope I have done the right thing," he said to himself. "I shall make sure of it, Harry Potter." Chapter 2: The Muggle Life. Harry Potter was now a boy of 10 years old, and was rather small and skinny for his age. He wore dark sunglasses to hide his eyes from onlookers, those who would stare at him even more than they already did for being blind, different than others. The glasses also served to protect his eyes against such things as tree branches, as he couldn't see them. He looked forward to any time away from the Dursleys, his Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin Dudley, as time with them was filled with tension and an extreme reluctance for him to spend any time with them. His constant companion and only friend, Magic, stood taller and larger than he, constantly having worn a long, dark robe, with a manner and expression that was placid and calm. The Dursleys treated her just as they treated him, with one exception. She was taught her schooling by Aunt Petunia, not attending with Harry, and only going with him to places where the family went together. Aunt Petunia's teaching methods weren't actually teaching, though, as she simply handed her a stack of books and told her to read. Unlike Harry, Magic had learned to read print, as she, unlike he, could see her surroundings. At first, Harry wanted Magic to come with him to school, and had spent quite a few sad days when she couldn't, as the Dursleys wouldn't let her go. He would have gone against their wishes if it wasn't for the punishment of cleaning, which, at the young age he'd started his schooling, he'd hated. From what the Dursleys told him, Magic wouldn't attend school with him because she was, in the words of Aunt Petunia, so abnormal with that calm, that robe that never changes, the way she does everything you want. No, I won't have her going with you. She can learn at home. Though strange things sometimes happen around Harry, his relationship with Magic was perhaps the strangest, as he could do what she did, instinctively knew where everything was in a room along with what the objects were after she'd looked at them, and learned the things she did. The reverse was also true, though, and it was one of the only strange things the Dursleys tolerated about them both, though barely. Anything else was punished in various different ways, though Harry was glad he'd never before been hit. Sometimes, however, he didn't think the Dursleys were too far off from doing so, and were, for some unknown reason, restraining themselves. Harry had become used to the feel of the flame within him stretching like a rubber band when he was away from Magic, and always enjoyed reuniting with her, though didn't show that to anyone. Currently, he was on a mobility lesson with Sharon, a woman who the public school had hired to teach Harry Braille, use of a cane, transcribe his assignments, and obtain any specialty devices he might need to use to successfully complete his schooling. Aunt Petunia had only sent him to the public school because she didn't want to drive Harry and Dudley to different locations, and while he'd initially resented it, Harry had come to realize he was better off for being in a public school. Sharon, unlike the Dursleys, had taught Harry proper social etiquette, disciplined him in the only ways she could to make him stop rocking, pressing his eyes, shaking his head, and many other mannerisms that the blind tended to have, by firmly instructing him not to do such things, and not making some of his mobility lessons, which were for learning how to navigate and interact with the world around him, quite as fun as they could be. She also explained to him why she did this, and taught him the importance of appearing the intelligent boy that he was. Privately, Harry often thought of himself smarter than Dudley, as he would get better grades than him, something the Dursleys always kept hidden from Dudley, and had grudgingly accepted would be the case from Harry. Though Harry couldn't hear Sharon as he walked down the street in the spring weather, he knew she was watching him and ensuring he was kept safe. His cane tapped on the sidewalk as he walked, and he felt the wind on his face, smelled the bread from the bakery he was headed for. The sun was warm on the back left of his neck, and as it was the afternoon, that told him he was headed north. He also had a braille compass that hung around his neck in case he couldn't use the sun as a reference point, but he was encouraged to use the sun whenever he could, feeling it on his face and body. Harry stopped as he came to the corner, recognizing the feel of the curb and the crosswalk. He waited for the traffic to move, and once he heard the cars headed south on his left, those which were nearest him, he crossed the street. He used the sound of the traffic to keep himself moving straight, stepping up onto the sidewalk and continuing on at the other side of the street. Eventually, he found the opening to the parking lot and turned right, heading into the open space. It made him nervous, as he had nothing to use for orientation, but he was fairly confident he could find the building, which wasn't too close from the sound of things. "Hey mate, you need help?" a man asked as he hurried over. "Where are you trying to go?" "Here, I'll take you." The man grasped his arm and Harry stopped walking, turning to face him. He had initially hated it when people tried to help him or showed him pity, but he didn't feel that way anymore. It wasn't constructive, and he'd simply accepted that people would show him such things everywhere he went, and would often act as if he was stupid, rather than simply lacking vision. It was unfortunate that people chose to embrace their stereotypes rather than understand him as he was, but as there wasn't anything he could do about it, Harry accepted people's attitudes for the most part. "I'm fine, thanks," Harry said. "I think you need a little help. Just tell me where you're going and I'll take you," the man said in a slower voice, as if Harry didn't understand. "No thank you, sir," Harry responded in words of exaggerated clarity, pulling his arm from the grasp of the man before he headed forward. Hearing sound reflecting off a car in front of him, He turned left, and as he passed the car with it on his right, heard the man shout angrily, "You're not blind!" Harry turned his head to the left to face the man, then said, "I am, sir." Having not fully paid attention to where he was going, Harry tripped over a raised cement bumper in the parking lot, falling to the ground and tumbling a little. He didn't let any sound of pain escape him, even though he felt as if he'd twisted his ankle rather badly. Instead, he found his cane again and struggled to stand, though his ankle warned him against it with a sharp throb of pain. He felt a wave of anger that he was going to be stopped by inattentiveness, of all things, calming himself with a deep breath. He focused on the feel of the flame within him, having known for quite a long time that it was his magic. He had healed himself of things such as this before, though not often, and focusing on what he wanted, he thought it. He felt warmth spread through his ankle before it, and the pain vanished, his ankle healed. Harry stood to his feet, trembling a little, but continuing on his way. It took him a few more minutes to find the correct entrance to the place he wanted, but after he entered, he walked up to the counter. "Good afternoon. What can I do for you?" a woman at the counter asked. "I just wondered if this was the bakery," Harry said. "It sure is, mate," she responded. "I believe your keeper's waiting for you at one of the tables. I'll take you there." "No thanks," Harry said as the woman started to move from behind the counter. "I'll be fine, and she's my mobility instructor." He turned and headed off, using his cane pulled closer to him, turning his head as he listened to the sounds that surrounded him. After only a few moments, Sharon called, "This way, Harry." He followed her voice, found the table, then sat down in the bench across from her and folded up his cane. "You took a bit of a tumble out there," she said. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Harry replied. "Good," she responded. Harry touched the table in front of him and found a couple donuts and a cup of some type of drink. He smiled, then said, "Thanks. I assume that's for me." "It sure is," she responded. Harry unwrapped the donuts and ensured they were on the expanse of paper in front of him before he picked one up and began to eat, enjoying the chocolate treat, though feeling a secret longing for the Dursleys to give him something similar. They gave him what he needed for meals, though no candy or treats of any kind. While he didn't go hungry, he also didn't enjoy things other children did. He didn't expect that from them, though, but was glad they didn't abuse him. He wished they would treat him with more love than they did, though, but didn't dwell on it. He shared his room with Magic, his gifts were practical things he could use, and he got to go with Dudley during his birthday outings on occasion, perhaps the only time he ever got any type of dessert item to eat. While the toys and fun games were either played with Sharon on occasion, or Magic most of all, he felt he wasn't missing much. All he needed to do was examine how Dudley's life had turned out. Compared to the Dursley family in general, Harry and Magic were the most well-mannered children who lived in the house. "How do you think you did today?" Sharon asked. "Okay. Except tripping over that divider thing, or whatever it's called," Harry responded. "Even though I was talking to that person who wanted to help me, I should have been paying more attention." "Do you think you made any other mistakes?" Sharon asked. "No, I don't think so," Harry replied. "Twice during your route you went off the sidewalk. I noticed you running into the posts at the side of the road," Sharon said. "I thought those were in the middle of the sidewalk," Harry stated. "No, they weren't. When we go back, I'll show you where you were and where the sidewalk was," Sharon responded. "Okay," Harry replied. Sharon was as good as her word, and once Harry recognized the differences, he remembered them. As Sharon drove him back to his house, he hid his joy that he was getting closer to Magic. After she parked, Harry got out of the car, and without his cane, started to head up the driveway as he told her he'd see her later. After she began driving off, Harry walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell, eagerly anticipating his return to Magic. Aunt Petunia opened the door, then stated, "Get in, boy." Harry did as he was told, closing and locking the door behind him.
Aún Petunia,"
he said. "I heard you," she acknowledged. "Get to your room." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry responded. He carried a backpack on his back, and in one hand, a braille writer. He was careful not to let the brailer hit the wall as he headed for the stairs, then went up them. He navigated the house with ease, though was always careful as the Dursleys sometimes moved things without telling him. And if Magic didn't see the new arrangement, Harry wouldn't know it. As he entered his room, he smiled and closed the door, hearing the sounds through his open window and feeling how close he was to Magic. He placed his brailer on the desk and moved to her where she sat on the bed, touching her long hair. He said, still smiling. Did you just sit here all day then?
No.
Magic responded. What did you do? Harry asked. I completed reading the 5th grade mathematics text. Magic replied. Ah, yes, Harry said, feeling the knowledge in his mind now that Magic pointed it out. Well, time for me to get to work, I suppose. Magic didn't respond, simply watched Harry as he removed his backpack, settled behind his desk, then after organizing a few things and removing his braille notes for the day, got out his books, some blank sheets of paper, and began his assignments. He much preferred working than spending time in the company of the Dursleys and the tension-filled room, but was able to complete his assignments fairly quickly. By the time Uncle Vernon called Harry and Dudley for dinner, Harry had finished what he'd been assigned to do. He and Magic went to the dining room, and after sitting down at the table were given their servings of food. As usual, when Magic ate, Harry felt the feel of his flame of magic within him growing, gaining strength though only a bit at a time. He didn't know if Magic not eating would prevent it from growing, and wasn't quite sure if Magic actually needed to eat or not. Since the Dursleys fed her, however, he didn't give them any idea that she might not actually need food, simply enjoyed what resulted from her consuming it. Unlike a normal person, Magic never had any need to visit the restroom, as everything she ate seemed to be turned into the energy that fed his flame. Setting the thoughts aside for the moment, Harry listened to the conversation at the table. So, Dudley my boy, how was school? Uncle Vernon asked cheerfully. It was great, Dad, Dudley said excitedly. Mrs. Hanson had us practicing our fractions and reading books. Harry was in the back of the room with Sally doing his test. I think he likes her. Dudley shot him a grin that he didn't see but was aware of through Magic, and sang, Harry and Sally, getting touchy-touchy. Read her like you read your Braille books, Potter. She just helped me with my test, is all, Dudley. Harry responded with exasperation, then said, I went to the bakery today with Sharon, and crossed a street without her being too close by for the first time. I was nervous, but it turned out okay. Great, Uncle Vernon said, sounding uninterested. So, Dudley, how's those grades looking? Aunt Petunia asked cheerfully. Good, Dudley responded. Am I still going to go to Smeltings, Dad, am I? Sure you are, my boy, Uncle Vernon replied cheerfully. While Dudley would be going to Smeltings, the private school Uncle Vernon had attended, Harry would be attending Stonewall High the next school year. He was looking forward to it, as Dudley wouldn't be in attendance. As always, Sharon would teach him his schedule before he went to classes, but as he'd be going to more than one classroom, it would be more complicated than what he'd previously known. She'd been teaching him how to get around inside buildings, though, so he thought he wouldn't have too much trouble learning what he needed to know. Too bad you won't be going, Dudley said with an aggressive, spiteful voice, but one laced with joy. Through Magic's visual awareness of things, and the statistical knowledge Harry had in his mind, he realized Dudley had snatched something from his plate. Hey, give that back, Harry said indignantly. Don't you speak to Dudley that way, boy, Uncle Vernon stated firmly. Magic, help me, will you? Harry asked as he turned his head to the right where she sat, eating calmly. Dudley, give it back to him, okay? Aunt Petunia said. As always, her voice was a bit fearful. Rather than give it back, Dudley grinned, bringing the fork closer to his mouth. In an instant, the piece of chicken on his fork disappeared and appeared on Harry's. He slipping it into his mouth. Boy, Uncle Vernon roared furiously, a vein throbbing in the center of his forehead. Yes, Uncle Vernon? Harry asked. What have we told you about your unnaturalness under our roof? He shouted. Dudley was grinning widely as he watched the discussion. Not to use it, but you might as well be telling me not to walk with my legs, not to use my hands or my brain. My magic is a part of me, and Magic's my helpful and lovely friend. Harry stated wisely. You know you can't stop me from using a part of myself, Uncle Vernon. That's silly. But I can, and will, teach you a lesson, boy, Uncle Vernon stated firmly. Starting Saturday, you'll be learning how to cook and clean this house. But, Harry began. That's what you get, boy, that's your punishment. You keep arguing and it'll be worse. Is that what you want, boy? Uncle Vernon asked.
No, Uncle Vernon.
Harry responded submissively before he resumed eating. As promised, Harry was awakened Saturday morning by Aunt Petunia at 5 o'clock to learn cooking. Harry and Magic went into the kitchen together, and after Magic scanned a cookbook, Harry got out the breakfast items. Magic calmly instructed Harry on how to crack the eggs, how to properly cook them in the pan, and how to fry the bacon the Dursleys loved so much. Having observed Aunt Petunia cook many times, Magic knew exactly what she did. Though Harry knew the skills and could perform them, he still needed to practice to gain his own proficiency. For his first attempt, his cooking wasn't terribly bad, though, and Harry was proud of himself even if the Dursleys demanded he get better. You had better learn quick, boy, Aunt Petunia said to him as he washed the dishes. Dudley's birthday's coming up and I want everything to be perfect. Pet, perhaps he shouldn't cook that day, Uncle Vernon stated. He's right, Aunt Petunia said to him after a moment, having shared a look with her husband. You'll be in charge of cleaning up, and you'll do it before we go to the zoo. Now, you'll be learning how to clean up this house after you wash up those dishes. Boy, let's go, hurry. Harry sighed, but did as Aunt Petunia told him, and throughout the rest of that day, both Harry and Magic learned how to dust and clean with various different supplies. As it turned out, Mrs. Figg, the elderly woman who usually watched him during the Dursleys' outings, had broken her leg. This meant that Harry and Magic had to go to the zoo with Dudley, which he didn't much like. Harry was going to enjoy every moment, though, as he didn't get out much. There had been a few times when Harry had been taken with Dudley and his friends, as outings had been last minute and the Dursleys hadn't wanted to leave him alone in the house. Of course, Magic always came along, though the Dursleys were firm to them both that they not do anything to embarrass them in any way. The lecture this time was no different, Uncle Vernon telling them not to perform any funny business, as he called it, to be as normal as it was possible for them to be, and demanded that Magic lead Harry around if needed. Though Harry preferred to have Magic lead him everywhere, he knew that it was essential to practice his skills for the times when she wasn't with him, so decided he'd do so while at the zoo. The trip was boring rather than enjoyable. While Harry was aware of the knowledge Magic collected, it was far from experiencing something for himself. He remained with Magic throughout the trip, was able to eat some dessert items with her, though they were the cheaper things, and once he'd returned home with the Dursleys, was told to go to his room. After he got there, Harry finished some assignments, then afterward, sat on the floor with Magic, creating several toys for him to play with using his flame of magic. He and Magic played together, and Harry enjoyed the time he spent with her, though was always careful to keep such displays away from the Dursleys. If he didn't, he knew he'd be punished for his unnaturalness, as Uncle Vernon called it. At the moment, however, he only focused on playing with his ever-calm Magic, the only friend he had that would never leave him. Chapter 3: The Hogwarts Letter, Diagon Alley, and Staff Meetings. Harry woke early on the 24th of July to the sound of Aunt Petunia moving around. His watch alarm was close to going off, and when it did as Harry dressed, he shut it off and went to the kitchen. He could smell something horrible in the sink, and Harry knew there were rags floating in some type of water that Aunt Petunia was pouring something into, courtesy of Magic's knowledge. "What are you doing?" Harry asked. "Dyeing Dudley's old things gray for your school," Aunt Petunia stated shortly. "Get cooking breakfast." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry responded. Harry started coffee, fried the bacon and eggs, and was placing the pans on the table when the Dursleys came down to eat. After Aunt Petunia served Harry and Magic, they began eating as Dudley whacked the bottom of the table with his smelting stick, something Harry had found rather annoying. He'd said nothing, but the Dursleys, having caught his facial expression, had stated, "Now you know how we feel about you tapping your stupid cane around, boy." Harry heard the familiar click of the mail slot as he ate some of his bacon. Uncle Vernon said, "Get the mail, boy." Harry wiped his fingers off on a napkin, stood, and moved to get the mail. It was pretty much in the same place each time. Harry crouched down, and after a moment of feeling around on the floor, felt the envelopes and pieces of paper. Something was on the bottom that felt strange, though, and somehow different than he was expecting. Harry felt a heavy-looking letter that seemed official, feeling some type of seal on the envelope that held it closed. There were things that looked slightly engraved on the letter, and he could feel the Braille letter H around the engraved figures. He wasn't able to make out what the figures were, though, and had never been able to determine what a raised object on paper, which was represented as being three-dimensional, was actually supposed to be. Sharon had once explained to him that, visually, such figures were represented as three-dimensional due to some type of optical illusion, a visual thing. Harry simply found it irritating. "What's taking you so long, boy?" Uncle Vernon asked. "Checking for letter bombs?" Harry heard him chuckling at his own joke, and holding the rest of the mail in one hand, he entered the dining room, handing Uncle Vernon everything but his letter. "What do you have there, boy?" Uncle Vernon asked, snatching the letter from him and staring at it. "I'd like my letter, please, Uncle Vernon," Harry stated. Uncle Vernon let out a huff and stated, "I can't read your Braille anyway. Go on, boy. Read it." The letter was thrust into his hands and Harry went to sit next to Magic again, opening the letter under the table. As he began pulling the first page from it, Uncle Vernon stated, "Well, boy, what does it say?" "Just a second," Harry said as he flattened the page, then ran his fingers over the Braille letters. He quickly read the first paragraph to himself, making it sound as if he was still orienting the paper, curiously wondering what Hogwarts was. He then started below the person whose titles were on the letter, someone by the name of Albus Dumbledore. Clearing his throat, he began. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of—" "Stop!" Uncle Vernon shouted. Harry jumped, startled, but shoved the letter into Magic's hand, she raising it up and memorizing the entire thing with a single look. "What is it, Potter?" Dudley asked, then said, "I wanted to hear it, Dad." "Both of you out," Uncle Vernon said. "But Daddy," Dudley whined, almost screaming. "I said," Uncle Vernon began, but Harry interrupted. "Excuse me, Uncle Vernon." His voice was calm, but cool, and his heart pounded harder than he ever remembered as he confronted his uncle. "I know exactly what this letter is, and it says why I got it. So I can either read it to you then leave, or I can leave. Either way, I'll still know, and we both know that I have what you don't want me to have. Don't we?" "Very well then, boy," Uncle Vernon growled, his voice sounding quite enraged. "But you, Dudley, out." "But Dad," Dudley whined. "I said out," Uncle Vernon roared, pulling him from the chair and pushing him from the room before he slammed the door closed. Harry heard him walk over to his chair and sit down heavily, and knew he was being stared at, Aunt Petunia looking pale. "Should I continue, then?" Harry asked, his heartbeat starting to calm, though to his surprise, his hands were steady. Uncle Vernon said nothing, so Harry took the letter from Magic and cleared his throat, finding his place. "Accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," he continued. "Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. A representative of Hogwarts will arrive by or before July 31st to escort you to obtain your enclosed supplies, as well as your acceptance or denial of this invitation. Term begins on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." The silence that filled the kitchen was oppressive. Harry still felt his heart pounding in his chest, wondering when the representative would arrive. He already knew of his own magic's existence because of the feel of its flame within him, and because of the existence of Magic herself. The Dursleys knew of it as well, even if they didn't want to speak of it, and didn't want to have anything to do with it. After a few moments, he broke the silence as he got out the second page, reading its content, wondering where he would go to get the list of supplies he needed, and wondering exactly how he'd use them all, being blind. After he folded the 2 pages, he placed them back in their envelope neatly, sat back in his seat, then after a moment began to eat again, deciding to wait for the arrival of the Hogwarts representative, as he couldn't respond to the letter at the moment. Uncle Vernon cleared his throat a little. "Well, boy," he said, his voice strangely kind. We wouldn't be paying for the services of Sharon anymore, or your braille writer. It'd be a lot of money off our backs if you go to that place and never return unless you have to. So, I can go to Hogwarts? Harry asked. That's what I just said. Boy, isn't it? Uncle Vernon asked, his voice regaining its firmness and angry tone. Harry was overjoyed. He didn't care if the Dursleys didn't see it as a kind thing to do. He was still happy he could go. Thank you, he said with a grin. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. We won't be paying for it, boy, and if you can't pay, you won't be going. Don't you think this is some kind of break from your work? No. I think you'll be working a great deal harder to earn your way, boy, Uncle Vernon firmly shouted.
No, Vernon, no.
He won't be going, and that's that, Aunt Petunia stated. But Pet, if they take him, we won't have, Uncle Vernon began.
No.
Aunt Petunia shouted. You hear me, boy? You won't be going. I won't have you getting any more freakish than you already are. One freak in the family is bad enough. Turning teacups into frogs and brewing up vile potions in her room. I hated my sister for that. Then getting herself blown to bits and landing us with you? No, that's it. I won't have it. One of the first things Harry remembered wanting to know was how his parents had been killed. The Dursleys had tried to tell Harry and Magic that they'd been killed in a car crash, but Magic had set the record straight. When Harry had asked, he'd been 3, and furious at the Dursleys for lying to him about it. From that moment on, they didn't lie, though told the truth with great reluctance. At Aunt Petunia's pronouncement, Harry sighed. I already do as Harry wishes. That won't change by allowing us to go to Hogwarts. It's reasonable that they would have a fund for people who would be unable to pay for their schooling, and therefore reasonable to allow Harry to go so that he can learn how to better control his magic. Magic stated in that calm, placid way of hers. Stay out of this girl, Uncle Vernon shouted. She's my Magic. Her name is Magic, and Hogwarts is a school for magical people, Harry shouted. I'm going, with or without your support. I won't have it, Uncle Vernon shouted, covering the sound of the doorbell ringing. If Aunt Petunia says no, then it's no. Do you hear me, boy? Are you listening? Got your ears on and open? Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry responded with resignation. The fact was, he wouldn't be able to attend whether he wanted to or not. It was up to the Dursleys, and since he didn't know where it was, couldn't even attempt to get there with Magic. They'd called out his bluff, Harry thought to himself sadly. Good, Uncle Vernon stated coldly. Finish your meal and get to your room, and I won't hear of this nonsense. Give me that letter. Boy, it's time it gets shredded and tossed in the rubbish bin where it belongs. Harry heard a firm, but polite knocking at the kitchen door. Then Dudley's voice said, Someone wants to talk to Harry, Dad. I'll get it. Aunt Petunia snapped, then pulled the door open and shouted, You! Yes, a man stated in a cool, no-nonsense voice. I am the Hogwarts representative, PR. He won't be going, Aunt Petunia shouted. As loath as I am to state this, Mr. Potter must decide for himself whether or not he is to attend, and while I would much rather leave your presence at your pronouncement, other people have other wishes. Mr. Potter, look at me. Harry turned toward the man addressing him. No, Uncle Vernon shouted. We've decided already, and I won't have some crackpot old fool teaching him magic tricks. What like this? Harry asked, and with a thought, became invisible in his chair. Boy, Uncle Vernon roared as Harry reappeared. The point is, Uncle Vernon, we already know I can do magic tricks. Don't we? Harry asked coolly. And, if I'm to receive an education, wouldn't you rather it be away from me where you won't have to deal with me? I already told you no, boy, Aunt Petunia stated furiously. As I have previously stated, Dursleys, the decision is not up to you. End of discussion, or I shall perform my own magic tricks. And I assure you, you will find them quite unpleasant. The man stated. I have had enough, Aunt Petunia shrieked. As have I. Silence. The man stated. Harry felt some type of magic from some type of stick he was carrying, and realized that the Dursleys had been silenced. He didn't grin, though too nervous to do so, but also feeling some excitement. Now, the man stated coolly, I shall remove the silencing charm, and I shall receive the answer from Potter directly. Unless, of course, you wish me to continue performing more magic tricks. Harry felt another type of magic pass him which dispelled the silencing magic. This time, aside from a small whimper of fright, the Dursleys were silent. Now, Potter, look at me, and tell me your response to the Hogwarts invitation. The man stated, sounding as if he wanted Harry to get on with answering the question. I want to go to Hogwarts, Professor, Harry said, and despite the nervousness he felt, smiled widely. The nervousness he felt wasn't due to the professor in the room with them, but had more to do with the Dursleys and what they might do after he returned from his shopping trip. Then finish your meal, Mr. Potter, and do so quickly. I haven't all day to explain every piece of information or remain in this home. I have other things to attend to, the professor said. As Harry thanked him and began to eat again, he idly thought of what he knew of the man through magic, and wondered precisely what a hooked-nosed, black-eyed, greasy-haired professor would teach. He certainly wasn't as well-dressed as others he'd seen through magic before, and his attitude seemed more like an impatient man than anything else. Maybe he was just stressed, Harry thought, but realized it was something else. The man looked as if he wanted to do something else, anything other than what he was doing. He found himself curious as to why the man seemed to dislike him so. He would show him that he was as good as any sighted person, Harry resolutely concluded to himself, he and Magic finishing their meals. Once he washed his dishes, he entered the living room with Magic behind him, spotting the man waiting by the front door. Let's go, Potter. Don't dally, the professor stated, opening the door. Harry unfolded his cane and walked from the house, Magic following behind him. The man seemed to ignore her as if she didn't exist, though Harry knew he knew of her presence. As he followed the man, tapping his cane behind him, he realized he was walking rather quickly. He was glad to have Magic making him aware of everything that might be in his way, and once he stopped at a corner under some trees, Harry felt confusion. Take my arm, Potter. You, I'm told, are Harry's Magic, and are called Magic, the professor stated. Yes, Magic responded calmly. Well, take the other arm, the man stated as if it was obvious. What exactly are we, D? Harry began as he and Magic held on to his arms, then stopped as he felt the man's arm twisting, then felt something crushing the life out of him. He struggled to breathe or move, though couldn't do either. When he was finally able to gasp in air, he fell against the man, who pushed him back impatiently. Harry staggered and Magic, who wasn't disoriented at all, grabbed hold of his shoulders and kept him balanced. Harry realized he could hear the sounds of what sounded like a busy shopping street of some kind, and as Magic looked around, realized he was in a place filled with shops known as Diagon Alley. As he gasped for air, he realized he could hear the professor starting to move off slightly, struggling to regain his balance. Hurry up, Potter, he stated. Sorry, sir, Harry responded, but I don't understand what we just did. I haven't time for needless explanations. I am here to assist you in your shopping, nothing more. Follow me, the professor said. Harry sighed, and though he felt resigned to the professor's harsh treatment of him, wondered if there wasn't something he could do about it. Perhaps he could use his blindness as an advantage. Perhaps, if the professor knew what he was like being completely blind, rather than using Magic's knowledge to help him, he wouldn't be quite so cruel. And aside from that, Harry knew he should practice his mobility skills, and it would be good practice in this unfamiliar area. He decided to do something he didn't often do, and shut off the flow of knowledge he received from Magic. She was still with him, though he received no information. Feeling a curious sort of excitement and anticipation, Harry quickly moved out into the street and caught up to the professor, who wasn't far ahead. Can I take your arm, sir? He asked. Very well, the professor stated. Harry took hold of the man's elbow with Magic walking behind him. So, what's your name? Harry asked. Professor Snape. I teach potions, a subject you are likely to fail abysmally, he responded. The professor certainly didn't seem to like him at all, even though he'd attempted to show him that he wasn't any sort of troublemaker. Harry thought to himself, though had faced such things from a couple teachers in the past before, believing that his blindness didn't entitle him to any special treatment, and trying to shove their own perceived limitations of what he could and couldn't do down his throat. He didn't think that all the professors would be like that at Hogwarts, though, since most of the teachers at his public school hadn't been like that. He wouldn't let this man's attitude ruin his chance to attend a school where he could use his magic without the need to hide it, or fear some type of punishment, Harry decided. He continued asking questions, remembering the subject, potions, and inquiring. "Is it like cooking?" Harry asked. "It is most certainly not like cooking, Potter," Professor Snape stated in a cold voice. "It requires a great deal of visual information, which you lack." "I'm sure it can be adapted," Harry stated in reply, quite used to people not taking him seriously and underestimating his abilities. "Perhaps you are not aware of this, Potter, but blindness is not a common condition in the wizarding world. As such, accommodations for such a condition have rarely, if at all, been considered," Professor Snape stated. "Am I the first, then?" Harry asked. "As far as I am aware, you will be the first blind individual to grace the halls of Hogwarts, yes," Professor Snape said coolly. "Therefore, I expect you will stop wasting my time with useless and mundane questions." "How else will I learn, Professor?" Harry asked. "By figuring things out for yourself," Professor Snape responded. "But, sir, isn't part of figuring things out asking questions so I can learn things?" Harry asked. "Enough, Potter," Professor Snape stated dangerously. "We will proceed to purchase your supplies after we go to your vault in Gringotts. Then I will be rid of you after returning you to the Dursleys. If you want me to figure things out for myself, sir, then perhaps you shouldn't take me anywhere," Harry said, some coolness in his voice. "After all, you seem to have better things to do with your time than to escort a blind boy, who probably won't amount to anything in your eyes." "Very well, Potter. Since you seem to have such strong feelings about this, here is your key to Gringotts. I will leave, and you will be on your own, as you seem to believe you have the capability to be so independent." Professor Snape pushed what felt like a smooth key into Harry's hand. Then he heard him walk off. "Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh well," Harry said under his breath as he unfolded his cane and began tapping his way down the street. At Harry's silent direction, Magic turned around and made her way to what she'd seen as an entryway, vanishing when she'd reached the apparition point. She was only invisible, though, but Harry wanted to know exactly how well he'd be received by people in this magical world. The best way to know was to walk along, without using Magic's knowledge, and without her being with him. After all, if she was with him, he'd have her help, not the help of those around him. As he slowly made his way down the street, he could hear owls hooting, people talking about broomsticks and a variety of other things he was unfamiliar with, and the whispers and remarks about him, people wondering if he was okay, curious to know if he needed help. They never approached him directly, though, so Harry decided it was time for him to take the first step. Listening for some footsteps, Harry walked toward someone who was headed toward him. "Excuse me," he called. "Yes," a woman asked, then gasped and said, "Oh, dearie, what can I do to help you?" She sounded as if she was talking to a child younger than he was. Harry hid his irritation. "I'd like directions to Gringotts, please," he said. "Why don't I just take you there, dearie?" she said, grabbing his arm. "Directions will be fine, thanks," Harry responded. "But you might get lost." "We wouldn't want that," the woman said. "Ma'am, I'm not a child who's as young as you're treating me. Please stop treating me that way," Harry said as he pulled from her grasp. "I'm blind, not stupid. I'm intelligent enough to follow directions." "Well, you don't have to be so snippy about it, young man," she stated coldly. 15 meters on your right, a large marble building. Not that you'd notice." "Thanks," Harry said, then began walking more confidently. Harry had been a pretty good judge of distance during his mobility lessons, so once he got close, he listened for sound echoing off the building to his right. After a few more seconds of walking, he found what felt like stairs, carefully making his way up them. After finding the entrance, Harry pushed open the double doors, stepped into a small room where another set of doors were, then pushed them open as well. The sound of people going about their business echoed off the floor, walls, and ceiling. From the open sound of things, it was a rather large area. Harry's cane tapping on the floor echoed through the large space as he listened carefully, moving through the area. Gradually, he heard the conversations fade away to silence, leaving Harry walking through what was almost complete silence. Moving over toward someone, Harry said to the person, "Do you know where I could find a free teller? This is Gringotts, right?" "Yes, of course it is, young man," the man said, grasping his arm. "Come right this way." As the man started to pull him along, Harry didn't move, simply saying, "I'll do okay with directions, thanks." "Well, just go straight for about, I'd say, 20 or so meters. I'll watch you and make sure you don't get lost," the man said. "Thanks," Harry responded, doing as he was directed. When he'd gone about the distance specified, he heard a voice say, "This way, to your right." Harry turned and moved in the direction, bumping into a counter. "Well," the person said irritably, "I'd like to withdraw some money and maybe get some help on its format too, how it feels," Harry said. "And do you have your key?" the person asked. "Right here," Harry said, placing it on the counter. It was picked up, then after a moment handed back to him. "That seems to be in order," he stated. "Grip hook." Harry heard quick footsteps coming over to him. Then another man who seemed fairly short said, "Follow me." Harry did so, hearing conversations and activity beginning again. As he was led through an open door, he heard a woman shout, "That's Harry Potter." The door closed behind him, though, and he heard a whistle, then what sounded like a small train as he felt like he was in some type of tunnel or cave. "In front of you is a cart. Climb in," Griphook announced. Harry did so, then it took off down the steep, sloping track. Harry had always loved roller coaster rides, and grinned with joy as the cart turned here and there, moving at rapid speeds. All too soon, the cart ride stopped and he heard Griphook climbing out, following him. "Key, please," he stated. Harry handed him the key, then heard him turn it in the lock. The sound of clanging chains came next, then a loud thud and a slight whooshing sound as the door opened. The key was handed back to him and Harry carefully made his way into the vault. The largest, thickest coins are galleons and are gold. Sickles are the smaller coins, and 17 of them will equal a galleon. They are silver. Nuts are the smallest, and are bronze, and 29 of them equals a sickle, Griphook stated. Harry said. "Okay, sounds easy enough. Galleons are the largest, sickles smaller, nuts the smallest. 1, 17, 29. Use this for your money," Griphook said, thrusting a bag into his free hand. "Could I maybe get another 2 of them?" Harry asked.
No.
Griphook responded. Harry let out a sigh. Oh well, he thought as he bumped a pile of coins with his cane, which fell to the floor. Finding them, he scooped some in his bag, then found the sickles and galleons. After filling the bag with what he felt was an equal amount of about 80 of each, he closed the bag and put it in his pocket. After exiting the room, the door closed with a thud behind him, which sounded as if it had come from a very large, thick door. After climbing back into the cart, they rode another wild ride to the surface. Then Griphook stepped from the tunnel into the large, open hall. As Harry exited and turned toward what he hoped was the exit, he heard someone shout, "See? I told you, Harry Potter. Is he blind? That poor dear. It must have been the killing curse that did that." The whispers surrounded him and Harry heard people coming toward him with their platitudes and pity. Previously, Harry had simply accepted that sort of thing from people. Now it was becoming annoying rather quickly. His heart pounded with anger that these people chose to be so stupid about how they thought, that they judged him before they even met him, and didn't research what blindness was, thought it made him someone to be assisted at every turn. Not even his usual lessons with non-magical people was this bad. Angry, Harry moved through the crowd, walking around people and hearing them move out of his way. Once he exited the bank, he headed down the stairs and turned left, sighing in relief at being out in the open. "I can understand your anger, you know," Harry heard the voice of a girl say, who sounded as if she was coming down the stairs. She seemed a little bossy, but Harry turned toward her anyway. "Who are you?" he asked. "Hermione Granger," she responded smartly. People really have no idea about blindness here, do they? And that's not the only thing that seems antiquated. Did you grow up without magical parents, too? Harry asked. Oh, yes, Hermione replied. My parents are dentists, actually, and they're behind me. We're all going shopping with Professor McGonagall. She teaches Transfiguration at Hogwarts School. I was ever so excited when I got my letter. Were you? I suppose yours was in Braille. Yes, it was, but I wasn't really… Well, I suppose I was a little excited, Harry said in reply. Are you going shopping as well? Hermione asked. We could go together if you wanted. Sure, Harry responded. That would be okay. Well, then this way, she said, moving off. As she walked, she continued to talk. I don't suppose you've seen magic yet, have you? No, not yet, Harry responded, keeping pace with Hermione and hearing the footsteps of the others falling in behind them. Not with a wand, anyway. I have. Professor McGonagall showed us some. The first thing I'm going to do is get some books, a little more than the book list says, for a little light reading, you know. Are you going to find out about why people are treating you with such fame? Hermione asked. I have an idea already, so no, Harry responded. If it were me, I'd want to find out everything I could, Hermione replied. That way, I'd know what people are saying about me. Well, anything they say in their books is probably not going to be accurate, since they're views on the blind, Harry stated, but was cut off by Hermione. Turn left, she stated simply. Harry did so, then continued. Their views on the blind are so stereotypical, Harry said as they entered a shop, and from its smell it was some type of bookstore. Well, it doesn't look like they'll have any of the course books in Braille, Hermione stated after a long moment. Can I help you? A man asked as he walked up to them. Harry turned toward him. Do you have the first-year Hogwarts books in Braille? Harry asked. Braille? The man sounded perplexed. I'm afraid I don't know what that is. You know, dots on the pages for a blind person to read? Harry asked. I'm afraid we've never had a blind person in here before, the man said, then gasped. Oh, you poor boy. I'm sure we can fix you. Stop it, Harry stated angrily, then added a little more kindly. Please, I'm not a little kid. I'm just blind, and I don't need to be fixed or healed. My blindness is part of who I am, and I don't want to change it. Maybe I can special order the books in Braille somehow. I'm afraid I don't know of that kind of service, the man stated. Harry sighed. Well, they won't serve me much purpose if I can't read them, will they? He asked, idly pulling the list from his pocket. Let's see here. All the books, I suppose I could learn to use a wand, the clothes are easy, and these vials could use them too. But the scale? So basically, there's little on this list I could use. Harry sighed. This is terrible. What is this, the Dark Ages? Beside him, Hermione giggled. Sorry, she said. But it's sort of amusing. I don't see how, Harry stated in reply. Think about it. They invite you to attend Hogwarts. And yet, they haven't prepared for you to read the books or anything like that, even though they sent you the letter in Braille you could read. Hermione stated. Well, I'll just have to go on exploring, I suppose, Harry said with a bit of a smile. I won't hold you up, Hermione, and it was nice to meet you. You as well, Harry, and I hope to see you at Hogwarts, Hermione replied. Harry turned and left the store, then went right. He sighed, wishing there was a store that would cater to the blind, or at least a place he could order something from. Strangely, he felt some type of magic wash over him, then felt an odd compulsion to turn around, so he did so, curious to know where the feeling would lead him. Perhaps someone was trying to help him, Harry thought to himself, as the compulsion had come when he'd been wanting help. It hadn't been magic, though, but he wasn't too worried about anything undesirable, as he could probably teleport himself away, given that he'd been able to teleport magic around at will. At least he had magic for help if all else failed. She would always help him with anything, but he knew it wasn't wise to rely on her if he didn't have to. With her being at the Dursleys much of the time, Harry had found the more he practiced his skills as a blind person, the better off he would be. Harry followed the compulsion and walked until he felt he needed to turn right, then did so. The door he pushed open had a bell on it, jingling a little when he opened it. Stepping inside the shop, he let the door swing closed behind him. He heard nothing, walking forward until he bumped the counter with his cane. He heard what sounded like movement from the back of the store, then heard hurried footsteps. Sorry. Been a little busy restocking things," a woman said as she hurried toward the counter. "How can I help you today, young man?" "Well, I wondered if you might know of a place that sells things for the blind," Harry replied. "We do. In fact, we sell things for people with a variety of rare disabilities, and modify things as well." The woman replied, "My name is Grace, and I'd be glad to help you with anything you require." "Well, I just got my Hogwarts letter, so I was shopping at the bookstore only to find that they didn't have any of the books in Braille," Harry said. Translating the books to Braille, or placing a translation spell on them, is actually fairly simple. Grace replied, "Typically, we'll charge a 1 galleon fee for each book translated, and if purchasing directly from us in bulk such as the Hogwarts book list for first year, we'll charge a flat fee of 4 galleons to translate the lot." "I'd like to do that then," Harry said. "What about scales, maybe talking ones, or accessible in some way, things for potions, a magical brailer of some kind so my work is transcribed to ink?" "We can sell those too," Grace responded. "The brailer will be 10 galleons, and each box of a stack of 200 sheets of parchment for it is 2 galleons. The scale will be 1 galleon, and all the measuring and cutting tools for potions, along with the cauldron and all the ingredients, will be 5 galleons. "Do you sell anything to hold all this? Maybe a trunk of some kind?" Harry asked. "We do. We've got special multi-compartment trunks that would be perfect for your case. Those generally run about 20 galleons apiece," Grace said. "So, altogether, how much am I paying?" Harry asked. "That depends. Are you coming back next year? Will you be a regular?" Grace asked. "Probably so," Harry responded. "Well, then we'll load up your trunk with all that you'll need for your first year, except for your wand, of course. You'll still have to get that at Ollivander's," Grace said. "It'll be 40 galleons then, Harry, and you'll get 1,000 sheets of parchment with your brailer. Will you be wanting a magical cane for walking? Or will yours do you fine?" "I think I'm fine with mine for now," Harry replied. "What's the difference? Anything?" "The magical cane can record and guide you to routes, as well as notify you of objects before the cane itself actually hits them. It also shrinks smaller than your current folding cane will," Grace said. "I'll stick with my current cane for now," Harry responded after a moment. "Very good, then," she replied. "We'll have your trunk ready for you to take with you in a half hour." "Okay," Harry said, pulling out his money bag and digging through it. "This might take me a while." "Ah, I see you might want something to sort your money for you as well," Grace said, pulling out what sounded like a bag from a shelf beside her. "Try this." Harry took the bag she handed him. Felt lighter somehow, but still seemed tough. He poured his money inside it, though didn't hear it hit anything. "How does it work?" he asked. "Speak the amount of money you need," Grace said. 40 galleons, Harry said. "Now put your hand in. You'll pull them out until the specified amount has been emptied," Grace said. "You can pour them out also." Harry found that she was correct. As he put his hand in the bag, he immediately felt the coins. He pulled them out and put them on the counter in front of him, hearing Grace scooping them into what was probably a cash register. When he finished, she said, "Can I help you with anything else today?" "No, that should be all. Thanks," Harry responded. "You're welcome," Grace replied. "Ollivander's will be the second building on your left when you exit." "Thanks," Harry said. "I'll come back to pick up the trunk when I'm done there. We might not have it finished just yet, but we'll do our best," Grace cheerfully stated as Harry started moving toward the door. "I've got time, so I can wait if I need to," Harry replied before exiting the building. He took careful note of everything around him, excited that someone in this magical world finally treated him like a normal person, who simply needed a few accommodations. And, what was more, they actually had the means to give it to him. Grinning, Harry proceeded to Ollivander's, entering the store where everything felt quite secret, quiet, almost like a library but somehow more oppressive. After the door closed behind him, Harry started carefully walking forward, though found no counter where he thought he might. In a few moments, an elderly man said from quite close in front of him, "Good morning." Harry jumped a little, but said, "Hi. I wondered if I would be seeing you soon, Mr. Potter." The man, who was likely Mr. Ollivander, stated softly, "It seems only yesterday your parents were here purchasing wands of their own. For your mother, 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Harry heard Mr. Ollivander moving closer to him and stepped back uncomfortably. He continued, "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." "Oh," Harry stated awkwardly. Just like everyone in the bank, he too seemed to know his name without him giving it out. "Well then, Mr. Potter, shall we begin?" Mr. Ollivander asked cheerfully. "Sure," Harry responded, still feeling a little unnerved, not knowing quite what to expect of this man. "Very good, then," Mr. Ollivander said. "I'll ask that you put that cane of yours away, as it will interfere with the measuring tape." "The measuring tape?" Harry asked as he folded up his cane and put it in his cane holder. "Quite right. Arms out to either side, if you will," Mr. Ollivander said. Harry put his arms out to either side of him and felt a measuring tape beginning to measure everywhere that it could. As it did so, Mr. Ollivander began moving around, taking down boxes. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. That will do." Harry heard the tape measure clatter to the floor, then Mr. Ollivander walked over to him. "Right then, Mr. Potter, try this one. Beech wood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry put out his hand and grasped the wand, feeling what felt almost like a stick of wood. Feeling foolish, he grasped it in his hand and made to wave it, but felt that something was wrong, somehow off with the flame within him. He felt his magic and realized it was almost seeming to move away from the wand. Concerned, he let the wand go. "Is something wrong, Mr. Potter?" Mr. Ollivander asked. "My magic doesn't like that," Harry said. "You are in tune with your magic?" Mr. Ollivander sounded surprised. "Perhaps I should have expected that. Well, I dare say this will make things much easier. We could talk with magic directly if you want," Harry said. He wondered how people in the magical world would handle seeing magic, and knowing that she was not only his magic but could help him if he needed. Curious, Mr. Ollivander said. "Well, this should prove most interesting." Harry opened his link to magic so he received her knowledge again, feeling the knowledge of all that she'd seen and felt entering his mind. With a thought, she appeared in the shop beside him and was no longer invisible, scanning her surroundings swiftly, her expression, as always, placidly calm. Mr. Ollivander peered closely at her with wide eyes, walking around her and gently touching a long finger to one of her cheeks. Harry felt her knowledge as their link was open, and through it, was aware of Mr. Ollivander's look of intrigued fascination. "Incredible," he breathed. "Perhaps magic should then try the wands." Mr. Ollivander took the wand from Harry and handed it to Magic, who grasped it before releasing it. "Limiting," she stated. "What do you mean, Magic?" Harry asked. "Constrained, a specific channel, a narrow focus," Magic stated in response. Harry asked. "The magic is placed through a narrow focus, a single direction, a limit compared to what I do now," Magic responded, clarifying her explanation a bit for Harry. "Mr. Ollivander, is there something that won't limit my magic?" Harry asked as he touched her shoulder and rubbed her back a little, though Magic stood as still as a statue. The physical contact was more for himself than it was for Magic, Harry realized, though it had generally been that way as far as he could remember. Well, Mr. Ollivander said in a contemplating manner. I dare say that if you are matched with the correct wand, you will not be limited in any way. Shall we continue, Magic and Mr. Potter? Sure, Harry said. All right then, Mr. Ollivander said, then handed Magic another wand. Maple and Phoenix Feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Go on and wave it, Magic. Magic grasped the wand and rose it, then released it, allowing it to clatter to the floor. Harry, she stated, her voice calm as usual, but almost sounding as if she was slightly desperate. I want to test no more wands. Wow, Harry said, amazed. You've never expressed desires before. Well, I suppose I'll grant you this one, no more wands. But I've still got to test them. They're required at Hogwarts. If you test the wands, I will be testing them. I want to test no more wands. You use magic without a wand, with me or the feel of the flame of magic within you, manipulating it to suit your wishes. A narrow focus isn't required. Magic stated serenely. Okay, Harry said, smiling as he hugged her, she returning the embrace in her unemotional, calm way. No more wands. Wow. Harry felt a rush of a strange, soothing power pour through him, almost felt even closer to magic than before. He gasped, almost feeling overjoyed at the feeling. He hugged Magic tighter. She embraced him more firmly in response, and Mr. Ollivander looked on with delight. Well, Mr. Potter, I see you, unlike many others, can cultivate a relationship with your magic. Curious, curious, he muttered to himself. Harry pulled back from Magic, who let him go, though remained standing next to him. What's curious? Harry asked. I've always been this way since I can remember, magic being with me and such. Though that rush of power, that was new. I suspect that went with you trusting magic, just as magic has always trusted and obeyed your wishes, Mr. Ollivander said. But I warn you that others may not receive this well, or more likely won't see magic as what and who she actually is. I'm used to being slandered, made fun of, and in the wizarding world, it seems that no one knows anything about people being blind, so I've had to get used to that, too, Harry said. It's nothing new to me. Well then, it would seem you have no use for a wand, Mr. Potter. Magic can do all that you wish, I trust, in terms of performing magic, Mr. Ollivander asked. Yep, Harry responded. Or I can tell my magic what to do. I guess telling magic or mentally manipulating my magic to do as I want would be the same thing for me. Indeed so, Mr. Potter, indeed so. I am curious, then, why she was not with you when you came in. Could she not assist you? Mr. Ollivander asked. Sure, but then I wouldn't know as much about the attitudes of people, and I wouldn't be practicing my skills of getting around as a blind person. Also, if she's not with me, she can't help me, and she usually isn't with me, at least hasn't been so far. Harry replied. Magic, will you invisibly wait for me where you were before? Magic vanished and Harry felt her location change. He grinned. She's the best friend I've ever had, he said to himself, then unfolded his cane. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Ollivander, and I'm sorry if I've wasted yours. It's no waste of time at all, Mr. Potter, Mr. Ollivander said. It was utterly delightful to work with such a unique individual. As he heard Mr. Ollivander putting boxes back on the shelves, Harry exited the wand shop and started moving down the street, realizing he'd forgotten to ask where the robes shop was, so he could get his uniform and cloak. Absently, he pushed the button on his talking watch to check the time, jumping when he heard an unexpected squeal from it, which was cut off shortly. Pushing the button again produced no results and Harry sighed. Great, he said, heading back toward the shop that had been so accommodating to him earlier. Harry entered and headed toward the counter, hearing movement in the back of the shop. He recognized Grace's familiar voice as she headed for the counter, saying, Back again, so soon? Yes, actually, Harry replied. My watch just broke, so I wondered if you might be able to fix it. Let me see, Grace said as Harry took it off and handed it to her. Ah, this is a Muggle's talking watch. I'm afraid that won't work here at Hogwarts or any place with a high amount of magic. We do have magical talking watches, though. How much are those? Harry asked. There'll be 3 galleons. More if you want extra charms to waterproof it, protect it against spells, etc., she said. I'd like the protection on it, yes, Harry responded. Then that will be 5 galleons, she announced. 5 galleons, Harry said as he pulled out his money bag, opening it and pouring them on the counter. Thank you again, sir. And wait just one moment while I get that for you, she said. Harry smiled at someone willing to be so polite to him, waiting and hearing what sounded like people loading boxes into something large. No, put it in like this, there you are. That's good. He heard a man say faintly, realizing he could hear the people doing the loading talking among themselves. Another expansion charm, maybe? A woman's voice asked. No, this one's clear. Let's go to the next compartment. The man responded as Grace came back. Here you are, she said. Harry held out his hands and she placed the watch within them. Harry quickly felt where all the buttons were, along with the speaker on the top of the watch. But before he could ask any questions, Grace said, the 3 buttons on one side are as follows. The one on the left is for talking, telling the time. The one in the middle is your hourly announcement. And the one on the right is for your compass. The 2 on the other side are for your stopwatch and timer. If you hold the one on the left, which is your stopwatch, it will allow you to toggle the alarm on and off. Then the 3 buttons will be used to go through different alarms, with the one on the left moving you back 1 alarm, the one on the right moving you forward, and the center allowing you to set the time. The button on the right, where the 2 buttons are, is for the timer, and holding that will allow you to set the time, which shouldn't be needed, but it's there nevertheless. When you put on the watch, the 3 buttons typically will face your wrist, with the 2 buttons on the other side facing the opposite direction. Understand all of that? Yeah, I think so. Thanks, Harry said as he put on the watch. There's one extra feature that you can use as well. If you hold the 2 buttons for speaking time and using the compass, you can record your own voice for the watch to use. At the moment, we're using the voice of Angela Turner, who got this shop started, Grace said. Harry pushed the button to tell him the time and heard a soft, but noticeable beep that was short. Then a woman's voice said quite naturally, "It's 10:37 a.m. I've never heard a talking watch sound that good in my life," Harry said with a grin. Thanks. You're quite welcome, Grace responded. Ah. Seems your trunk is ready for you to take with you. Harry heard a gasp from another woman. Then the familiar voice said, Harry Potter? Yeah, that's me, he responded. You're doing so well for yourself, the woman said, sounding quite excited as she quickly moved over to him and gently put her hands on his shoulders. I knew you when you were a baby, and that's what got me started at making this shop. I'm Angela Turner, and I hear you like my voice on your watch. It's very natural, Harry responded. Well, I'm glad you think so, she said, sounding like she was grinning. Thanks for setting this shop up, too. I'm glad there's some people who want to promote awareness for people with disabilities, Harry said. Oh, that's no problem at all, Mr. Potter, Turner responded. If you'll follow me this way, I'll show you how to operate your trunk. Harry followed her voice. Then his cane bumped the object he guessed was his trunk. Reaching down, he touched its lid, feeling a smooth surface. That's yours, as you've likely guessed, she said. Now, on one of the sides, you're going to find a latch with a lock. These are your keys that you'll use to open each lock of the trunk, similar to other multi-compartment trunks available now, but with some differences. How many compartments are there? Harry asked. So far, 7. But we can add more if you need, she replied as Harry took the keys, noticing the braille numbers engraved on each key. Harry fitted key number 1 into the lock, turned it, then lifted the lid of the trunk. This is the compartment where your brailler and paper is, Turner explained as Harry reached inside, touching a brailler that looked quite thin, though with its keys arranged in a familiar pattern. It was about as thick as 4 pieces of paper, though which Harry found different compared to the heavy, bulky braillers he was used to operating, and extremely thin. He almost didn't think it would work, though he imagined that, with magic, they could compact things quite a bit. Now, this is something important for you, she said. Do you notice the dial on the right side of the brailler? Yeah, Harry responded. This round thing with the line on it. That's right. that is used to indicate whether it's in Braille mode, ink writing mode, or automatic. Braille will be used when the raised line on the dial is furthest from you. Automatic is in the middle, and ink writing mode is closest to you. The dial will click into its 3 positions, and the round button below the dial can be used to transcribe print to Braille, or Braille to print if fed a piece of paper, envelope, etc. Any questions so far? Turner asked. What's automatic mode? Harry asked. That's used to automatically transcribe a piece of parchment containing ink to Braille should you put it within the Brailler. In addition, should you Braille a piece of paper, it'll be transcribed to ink on the paper, though will still contain the Braille as well. Turner responded. So then, the paper will have both the Braille letters and the print ones as well? Harry asked. That's right, Turner replied. Any other questions? Do I have to put ink in it? Harry asked.
No.
Turner responded. It's able to create its own, which it will always be doing, but slowly, due to the limits of ambient magic powering this. Any other questions? No, seems pretty simple, Harry responded. But, how's it powered? I assume it needs some in order to transcribe things to Braille and such, and I don't get how ambient magic alone will power this. That doesn't seem like enough. Ambient magical energy does power it, and for what it does, it's quite sufficient, Turner said. Spells and runes are used in combination to collect the magic from the surrounding environment to power the products we sell. Those that need power anyway. The more magic, the greater its efficiency. You can use it anywhere, of course, but some places such as Muggle homes may not provide it with as much magic as you'd get here, or at Hogwarts, for example. That will slow its progress with transcription or Braille writing, but you'll still be able to use it. Also, if you're proficient in channeling your magic, you can place small amounts of raw magical energy within it. Not too much though, or you could cause some problems. Ah, well, I'll have to get into that more later, I suppose, Harry said, then closed the compartment of the trunk and moved on to key number 2. After opening it, Turner spoke again. In this compartment, you'll have your scale, a variety of measuring cups, and a rack which you can use to store potions ingredients. This rack is a prototype, so I'd welcome any feedback you may have for it. Basically, when you place a vial containing an ingredient in it, it'll have a label transcribed on its compartment and will be automatically stored alphabetically. The measuring devices we have are similar to those used by Muggles for measuring any food items. Are you familiar with cooking? Turner asked. Yeah, I'm pretty good at cooking, actually, Harry responded. Good, Turner said. The only difference with these is that you won't contaminate anything should you touch what's inside the cup. A shield, which is see-through, will prevent you from touching the actual item, which, if you know from your cooking experiences, you ought not to be touching the food you're cooking with. Turner sounded as if she was smirking a little, and Harry smiled. Yeah, I know about that rule. Aunt Petunia taught that to me when I... He trailed off, then cleared his throat a little, not wanting to get into the specifics of the Dursleys' unloving treatment of him. He closed the trunk, then moved on. Okay. For 3, stand back, Turner said. Harry unlocked 3 and flipped the latch. He heard the sounds of something unfolding and stepped back. When the process finished and he heard what sounded like doors swing open, he hesitantly reached out. Don't be shy, Turner said, noticing his hesitance. This is a wardrobe where you'll hang all your clothes. Harry touched several hangers, and as he stepped within the space like stepping into a closet, noticed it was much larger than he thought it should be. It was a little disorienting, and when Turner spoke, her voice sounded strangely focused, as if the sound of it was compressed to come from a specific area. There's many different hangers for different items. You can organize things how you like, but for the moment, we've got the smallest items at the left, such as underwear and socks, undershirts and t-shirts to the right of that, with undershirts first, robes next, then cloaks. The wardrobe will automatically remove any wrinkles from your clothes, and will clean them after you put them within, Turner said. That's useful, Harry said. I never thought the magical world would have such goodies. He grinned as he stepped out of the wardrobe, then swung one of the doors closed. The other closed along with it, and he jumped a little as he felt them move away from him and heard the trunk folding back in on itself. If it weren't for people like Grace and Richard, we wouldn't have these goodies, as you call them, Turner responded. So, What's compartments 4 through 7? Harry asked. At the moment, they're nothing but the inside of the trunk, though what you'd place in one of those compartments wouldn't be in the other. Think of it like 4 trunks in one. Turner responded. What could you make them, anything? Harry asked. Oh, we could make them something if you like. We've got just about anything you can think of, Turner said. And how much would it be if I wanted to change anything? Harry asked. Typically, it would be 10 galleons for each room added or changed. But for you, since you were so inspiring to me and still are, as a matter of fact, I won't charge a thing. Turner replied. I don't like being treated differently, Harry said with a sigh. I understand that. Think of it as my gift to you, Turner said. So, what would you like? Bookshelves for compartment 4, he said, hearing Turner writing things down, deciding not to feel guilty for taking advantage of her generosity. And for compartment 5, I think I'd like a fully furnished and accessible-to-use kitchen. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Potter. I forgot about your books. Not to worry, though, we can manage both that and your kitchen for 5. She responded. I find myself curious as to why, though. Because as much time spent away from the Dursleys as possible is better for them and for me, Harry said. I'd rather not go into that. Well, if you feel that strongly about it, we could make your compartment 5 a fully furnished and accessible to use, as you put it, apartment small enough to fit one comfortably, Turner stated. You could actually do that? Harry asked. Yes, we could, Turner replied. Would you like that? Yes, I would, Harry said with a grin. What would you like for 6 and 7? Turner asked. I'm not sure yet, Harry said. Well, we can always modify that later. It will take about a week to add all the features you want, Turner said. We'll owl it to you when it's finished. Thanks, Harry said. Would it be possible to shrink the trunk down to a pocket-sized thing, if I wanted to take it with me easily? That's already included. Do you notice the indented circle in the middle of the top? Turner asked. Yeah, Harry replied. It's a button of sorts. When you push it with a finger, it'll shrink the trunk. Pushing it again will expand it, Turner said. Wow, Harry said as he pushed it, lifting the light and small trunk in his hands. It felt about the size of a wallet, with a tiny indented circle on one side. Putting it down, he pushed it again, then noticed a handle he could use to pull it behind him, as wheels were on one side. He grinned. Why the wheels? Harry asked. If you're dealing with muggles, non-magical folk, you won't want to be shrinking your trunk or any such thing, would you? Turner asked. No, I suppose not, Harry responded. This is pretty cool, though. I'm glad you're enjoying what we have to offer you, she said. So, if you'll leave it with us, we'll take care of your order for you. Thanks, Harry responded. But I would like to take it with me when I get my robes. That way I can store them inside it, if that's okay. That's perfectly fine, Mr. Potter. It's your trunk, after all, Turner said. Once outside, you might try pressing your compass button and asking your watch for directions to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I think you'll quite like that feature. I'll try that, Harry said. But how will it know where to go? Because we've already preloaded a map of Diagon Alley inside it. Also, you can map your own building or routes if you like by telling it to map. When you push or hold the compass button, you'll notice the watch beep twice. Since you've not identified yourself to the watch yet, unless you have, you'll want to state your name. It will then beep twice again, and if you say nothing, after 1 second it will tell you the direction you're facing. Otherwise, you can tell the watch to map your location or give you directions to a place that it knows. Turner responded. I think I'll try this out. This is pretty cool, Harry said with a grin. Thanks, Miss Turner. Come back again, Mr. Potter, and I'm sure we can get you more to play with, Turner replied happily. Grasping the handle of his trunk, Harry walked from the store. He did what Turner had told him, heard the 2 beeps, then identified himself with his name. After asking directions to the robes shop, he heard the watch state, proceed 6 meters in your current direction. Harry did so, and in moments had reached the door. Holding his cane close to him with an arm, he pushed the door open, then entered the shop, pulling his trunk behind him. After the door closed behind him, He heard someone move over to him and a woman said, "Oh, you poor dear. I'm looking to purchase my uniform and clothing for Hogwarts." Harry said. "Well, we can leave your trunk here." The woman responded. "Just take my hand and I'll lead you to a measuring stool." "I can follow your voice. I'm not an invalid," Harry said with some irritation in his voice. "Okay, then," the woman said uncertainly. "This way, dear." Harry followed her footsteps, and after stepping onto a stool, was measured for his robes. The process was a silent one, which he preferred, as he didn't want her to continue being insulting to him and thinking he was stupid. He resigned himself to getting used to such attitudes from people, though. After he was done being measured, the woman said, "All done, dear." "Thanks," Harry said, stepping down. After paying for his clothes, he went to an area of the shop where he was able to hang his robes and cloaks within his trunk. After he finished, he shrunk it, slipped it into his pocket, then headed back to the shop where he'd purchased it. Before he entered, he felt the doors and noticed a braille sign next to it, which told him the name of the shop was Specialty Magical Needs. Smiling, he entered and went to the counter. "Here to drop off your trunk, I take it?" a man asked. "Yes, I am," Harry said. "Right then. Feel free to leave it with me, Mr. Potter, and we'll take care of your customizations for you. We'll have it to you within a week," the man said. "Thanks," Harry responded, handing it to him before he left the shop, then headed toward the exit. "So," the familiar, cold voice of Professor Snape stated as he neared the apparition point. "You weren't making such boastful claims of independence after all, Mr. Potter." "No, sir," Harry stated. "I thought you'd left. Do you think me so negligent in my responsibility for you that I would allow you to be lost, Potter?" Professor Snape asked in a voice that made the answer to the question sound obvious, and the question itself sound unneeded. "Well, I suppose not. Thanks for watching over me while I was there," Harry said, and found himself wondering if it was Snape who had sent the compulsion magic at him so he could find specialty magical needs. "And, Mr. Potter, would you care to tell me where magic has been?" Professor Snape asked in what sounded like a cold, dangerous voice. "Here, invisible," Harry stated, and magic appeared at his thoughts. "Very well then, Potter. You and magic take my arms, and I will take you back to your relatives," Professor Snape stated. "However, before our moment of farewell, I shall give you your ticket to Hogwarts." Professor Snape put a piece of paper in his hand, and Harry quickly read the braille before placing it in his pocket. Afterward, he took the arm of Professor Snape with magic grasping the other. Then, after the crushing sensation of apparition, appeared back in the familiar neighborhood of Privet Drive. "Good day, Potter," Professor Snape stated. "To you as—" Harry trailed off as he heard a pop, and through magic, knew that Professor Snape had vanished. Sighing, he headed back to the Dursley home and up to the door, entering to a reception of silence. The Dursleys knew where he'd be going, that he'd be using magic, and he supposed there was nothing more to be said about the matter. Quietly, Harry made his way up the stairs and to his room with magic behind him, then closed his door and sat behind his desk before allowing himself a grin. Not only would he be away from the Dursleys for quite a while, he'd also be at a school where his magical use wasn't going to be restricted, but instead encouraged. This was going to be great, Harry thought to himself happily, and found he was looking forward to Hogwarts far more than he ever looked forward to the public school the Dursleys would have sent him to, despite the somewhat rude Professor Snape. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Professor Snape knocked on the door, moments after, hearing Professor Dumbledore bidding him entry. His face held a scowl as he pushed open the door and stepped within. The twinkle was in Professor Dumbledore's blue eyes as he looked up at him. "Well, Severus?" Professor Dumbledore asked. "How did your shopping trip with Mr. Potter go?" "The boy told me he could shop for himself, so I let him be," Professor Snape stated coolly. "Undoubtedly he's playing the blind boy act to gain sympathy, and I won't tolerate that within my classroom. Severus, you are well aware, as am I, that Harry Potter is, in fact, blind." Professor Dumbledore's voice was firm, his expression not quite as genial as before. "He's just like his father, arrogant, attention-seeking," Professor Snape began coldly. That will be quite enough, Severus. I should hope, for our sake, that you have not destroyed Harry's wish to attend Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore said. You know he could benefit greatly from the education. All he must do is tell that magic of his what to do, and she obeys his every desire. Professor Snape sneered. You did inform me that she is his magic, after all, so I fail to see what benefit his education here will serve. I will ask you this once, Severus. Set aside your feelings for James Potter. Don't project them onto Harry, and be more objective. Professor Dumbledore stated. It was only his respect for the man that Professor Snape bit his tongue and said nothing except, very well. Remember what we previously discussed about Harry Severus, Professor Dumbledore said, and Professor Snape did remember, his mind flashing back to the memory of the staff meeting. Flashback. Thank you all for coming. Professor Dumbledore smiled as he looked around at his assembled professors. Didn't we already have a staff meeting? Professor McGonagall asked. Why hold another so soon? I didn't want to keep any of you longer than necessary during our previous meeting, and I anticipate this one being of a similar length. Professor Dumbledore responded. I wish to discuss one of our upcoming students, whom is blind. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall gasped. Professor Snape kept his expression a mask of cool calm. As he expected, the bumbling, stammering fool Professor Quirrell stammered out a question. Headmaster. What will we do t2 tt teach Mr. P.P. Potter? Professor Snape only glanced briefly at Professor Quirrell, and not for the first time, wondered just how he was appointed the position of defense against the dark arts. That is what I have gathered here to discuss, Professor Dumbledore responded. Given that he's blind, I believe it reasonable to assume that, while Mr. Potter may have limitations, and severe ones in certain areas, he may be more adept in the use of magic. I have it on good authority that, should a person be blind or lose a sense, their others are enhanced. I believe it's reasonable to assume that Mr. Potter's magic has, undoubtedly, adapted in some way to help him. I fail to see how Mr. Potter will even begin to make an adequate potion in my class, Professor Snape stated coolly. Perhaps the timing in certain potions, such as those used in my first 2 years of classes, could be temporarily used. However, beyond that, he will require visual information. The same problems with astronomy, Professor Sinistra said, a thoughtful frown on her face. I believe it would be safe to assume that Mr. Potter would be unable to complete astronomy, Aurora, Professor Dumbledore said. And what about transfiguration? Professor McGonagall asked. How's he going to properly visualize what he needs to do? Or even aim a wand? No less. That, I admit, I've not determined how to deal with currently, Professor Dumbledore stated. My best suggestion would be this. Should Mr. Potter have difficulty, we simply talk to him. After all, he is the one who's blind, and would quite likely know what he needs. Is this really a good idea? Professor Snape drawled. I find it doubtful that Mr. Potter will understand the art of potions, and he certainly won't understand how to differentiate potions' ingredients that must remain sealed until added into a potion at the final moment. If I correctly recall, you give a rather famous speech to your first-year students, that they, too, will not understand the art of potion-making, the softly simmering cauldron, or some such. Professor Dumbledore said with that maddening twinkle in his eyes. Professor Snape scowled. Perhaps, Severus, he shall surprise us. Are there any further concerns? Because as it currently stands, I'm inclined to simply ask Mr. Potter about his views on adaptations, should we run into any further difficulty. Flying, Madam Hooch said. That would be quite dangerous. I agree, Professor McGonagall said. I can understand that, perhaps, Professor Dumbledore responded. Very well, then, he shall not attend that class either. Silence fell on the room. Any further questions? Professor Dumbledore asked. When no one responded, he said, Very good. Then, should any of you have any further concerns or difficulties, please, let me know. Everyone but Professor Snape began to leave the room. When Professor McGonagall, the last of them, left, Professor Dumbledore gazed over at him and asked, What can I do for you, dear boy? You know something about Harry's magic, don't you? Professor Snape asked shrewdly. I caught the twinkle in your eye brighten just so. You always were perceptive, Severus, Professor Dumbledore responded. However, the information I'm about to tell you must not be given to any other teacher, though I do believe the knowledge is likely to become a rumor in the school once Harry begins attending. Which is? Professor Snape asked. Potter's magic has adapted, hasn't it? What can he do exactly? See magic? Not quite, Professor Dumbledore responded. Mr. Potter's magic itself is a girl his age. What? Professor Snape's jaw dropped in shock. Then he understood. Ah, I see. You are attempting to pull some type of joke with me, even though you are aware how such things are most unwelcome in my presence. I'm not joking with you, Severus. I'm being quite serious. Harry Potter's magic is a girl, whose name is Magic, Professor Dumbledore responded. I found her with him the night Voldemort was defeated. Magic isn't powerful enough to create a living, breathing person, Professor Snape stated in a tone of finality. Normally, you would be quite right, Professor Dumbledore responded. Though the manifestation didn't begin as a girl, but as energy. Should my guess about Mr. Potter's magic increasing in strength be correct, however, I believe it quite likely that, in some way or another, the energy of the human girl will become an actual physical body, though perhaps a physical body with far less weaknesses than our own. And why, precisely, am I given the great honor of knowing such a secret? Professor Snape asked. Because I trust you implicitly, and you shall be taking Mr. Potter and Magic shopping tomorrow for their school supplies, Professor Dumbledore responded. Fine, Professor Snape stated. But I will not be coddling the boy. Nor would I expect that. But I would expect you to assist him should he require it, Professor Dumbledore said. I'll do that then, but only what he requires. Should I receive even an inkling of his attempting to make me pity him due to his blindness, I will not be pandering to his foolish whims, Professor Snape stated. I understand that, Severus, and approve of it. But please try and remember that Harry is not his father, Professor Dumbledore said kindly. You do realize that, should the Dark Lord learn of Potter's magical power, he will undoubtedly attempt to make the boy an ally, Professor Snape stated. Or, more likely, kill Mr. Potter as soon as possible, Professor Dumbledore responded. That is why I wish to keep this knowledge from the other teachers for as long as possible. But should Harry show up with magic, as I believe he will, it may be unavoidable for them to know. Perhaps you should inform the boy, Professor Snape stated.
No.
Professor Dumbledore sighed. I don't wish to burden him any more than he already is. I see then. Is that all, Headmaster? Professor Snape asked. Yes, Severus, that is all for now. Please come tomorrow morning to get Mr. Potter's Gringotts key, Professor Dumbledore said. Professor Snape stood smoothly and left his chair. End flashback. If that is all, then you may go, Professor Dumbledore stated. Professor Snape turned around and moved back to the door. He stopped when his hand was on the handle, Professor Dumbledore's voice speaking behind him. I'm quite disappointed in you, dear boy. I thought you would have treated Harry better than you did. Professor Snape didn't dignify Professor Dumbledore with a response, only left the office with a scowl on his face, robes, as usual, billowing behind him. The less he had to deal with Potter, the better, he thought. Though, if Dumbledore's claims of the Dark Lord making a possible move on Potter were true, he could pay the debt he owed James Potter for once saving his life, by protecting the life of his son. Chapter 4 Memories and the Hogwarts Express. The past. Harry's first school day, 1983. Harry was so excited. He could finally go to school and learn more than he could at home. And magic would always be with him. He just knew it. From what Magic's knowledge told him, it was 4 in the morning. But Harry was too excited to fall back asleep after he woke. It was going to be his first day at school. His first day learning new things. Though he was a bit apprehensive and nervous about how he'd be dealt with, the excitement of the new experiences was overshadowing that, and he could just imagine walking through the halls with Magic holding his hand and guiding him where he needed to go, calmly teaching him and learning with him just like she always had. Filled with excitement and eagerness, Harry jumped from his bed and straight into Magic's arms, hugging her tight. It's going to be so much fun, he said quietly with a wide grin. Magic only held him close, patted his back, just like he wanted. Standing to his feet, Harry reached around Magic as she still hugged him, and grinning, said, "We'll have to make you look nice for the school." "Do as you wish," Magic placidly stated in reply. Still grinning, and thinking about how nice he would look with pretty Magic next to him, Harry ran his fingers through her hair, though felt no tangles at all. He patted her head and made sure her hair was smoothed out, ran his hands over her robe and made sure there were no wrinkles in it. Then he dressed in his own clothes. Because he wanted her to, Magic ran her hands over Harry's clothes to smooth them out too. Then he sat on the bed, heart beating with excitement as Magic knelt in front of him and took his hands. Though he was only sitting, thinking, and holding Magic's strong hands in his, breakfast time came sooner than he thought. Sitting at the table next to Magic, Harry enjoyed his breakfast until Dudley kicked him under the table. "Ouch," Harry said. "That hurt." "Serves you right," Dudley responded. "Enough of that now," Uncle Vernon stated in his gruff voice. "Aunt Petunia, I've been looking forward to this all morning," Harry said with a grin, not wanting to keep his excitement between just he and Magic anymore. "It's gonna be great going to school with Magic and—"
No.
Aunt Petunia stated, interrupting him. "No what?" Harry asked after a few seconds of silence. "Magic will not be going with you," Aunt Petunia replied. "But I thought that," Harry began, feeling all of his excitement, his plans, falling to pieces right in front of his mind's eye. He blinked, feeling his throat closing up, tears forming in his eyes. He really didn't want her to stay behind. "I do as Harry wishes, and I'll be going with him," Magic stated. Harry let himself feel a bit of hope. Magic would never abandon him, would never leave him alone, and would never do anything he didn't want. Aunt Petunia's next words dashed his hope, though, and he felt the sadness creeping in again. "You want to be cleaning, boy? If not, then she stays here." Aunt Petunia's voice was almost angry, almost snapping at him. "Why can't she go?" Harry asked. "Because, boy, she's so abnormal with that calm, that robe that never changes, the way she does everything you want. No, I won't have her going with you. She can learn at home," Aunt Petunia snapped. "But she's my best friend," Harry said, starting to cry. "And she can stay that way here," Aunt Petunia responded. "She won't be going, boy, unless you want to be cleaning this house when you get home, and I know how you don't like scrubbing. So what's it to be, boy? Enjoy Magic when you get home or clean. You decide. And don't you tell anyone about her. Either. I don't need the neighbors nosing around." Harry felt a mixture of anger and sadness, and flung himself into Magic's lap without hesitation, and without hesitation, her arms wrapped around him in the lovely, unemotional embrace that he wanted. He started crying into Magic's shoulder and wanted to angrily lash out with his magic, to break something, but felt a bit of fear in remembrance of the last time he'd done something like that, and had been forced to sit still for hours with Uncle Vernon watching him and ensuring he wouldn't move. He didn't want to repeat that. So he didn't do anything but enjoy Magic's physical presence and desperately cling to her, not wanting to let her go. As he wanted, Magic's hands rubbed up and down his back, and she said calmly, "I'm here with you. Hug me tight if you wish." Harry did, and a few minutes later, was aware of Aunt Petunia cleaning up what was on the table. But he didn't care that he hadn't finished most of his breakfast, he just wanted Magic. But the Dursleys had taken that away from him, too. "All right, boy, let her go. Time for school," Aunt Petunia said. Harry, still crying, let go of Magic slowly. She didn't let him go until he physically pushed away from her, feeling an almost physical pain stabbing through his heart at their separation. As he started to walk away from her, he called back, "Don't abandon me. I'll be here when you return." Magic responded sedately. Harry entered the back of the car with dread, and felt even worse when Aunt Petunia started it up and began to drive from the driveway. He could feel the flame within him stretching, almost painfully so, and instinctively knew that his distance from Magic was increasing, that he wouldn't have her knowledge at this new school. His previous excitement was gone, replaced by only a deep sadness that Magic couldn't enjoy it with him. "Potter can't take his girlfriend. Potter can't take his girlfriend," Dudley sang, But Harry didn't care. Aunt Petunia dropped them off at school, and Harry felt so hollow and empty, with his flame uncomfortably stretched within his chest. He slowly followed Dudley's footsteps as he skipped up to the school, finding the path with a cane he'd been given by Aunt Petunia, who had gotten it from someone at the public school. He didn't quite know how to use it yet, but he swept it from side to side and could feel where the sidewalk was with it. As he slowly walked, the hot tears of sadness rolled down his cheeks, and all he could think about was how he missed Magic's knowledge, but much, much more. He missed her presence with him, felt a physical ache in his chest, a deep need for her to be with him. But he knew what would happen if she was, and he really didn't want to clean. The conflict was almost painful within him, but a soft voice brought him out of his reflection. "Hey, Harry, are you okay?" The woman spoke gently, understandingly, and Harry didn't even care how she knew his name. He only saw someone who would understand him, but he remembered that he couldn't tell anyone about Magic. He moved toward the woman's voice, though, and felt her arms wrap around him in a hug. "I want to go home," he cried into her shoulder as she patted his back and her arms wrapped around him. "It's okay, Harry, it's okay," the woman said softly. "Everyone's always sad on their first day." She didn't understand, though Harry knew. No one could understand. Magic was his best friend and he really wanted her with him, and since that couldn't be, he just wanted to be back home with her, hugging her or playing with her hair or just sitting next to her, even if she didn't talk to him. He could almost hear Uncle Vernon's voice in his mind as he spoke with Dudley, telling him that he needed to have a stiff upper lip, and telling Harry that real men didn't cry. He blinked the tears from his eyes and struggled to calm down. "That's it, Harry," the woman said as she slowly let him go. "Do you want me to hold your hand as we go inside, "Yeah," Harry choked out, wanting some type of physical contact with someone, since he couldn't have Magic's, and the Dursleys certainly didn't give him much. He felt the woman's hand take his, and clutched it. "My name is Sharon," she said as they started to walk, and Harry held his cane vertically, though hardly felt it in his hand. "I'm here to teach you your Braille skills and how to use that cane, and other things, too, if you need." "You're here for me?" Harry asked. "Yes," Sharon responded gently. "I'm here for you." She reminded him so much of Magic, Harry thought, because she'd always say things similar to that. It made him realize that she wasn't with him, and he choked out a bit of a sob again, though tried to pull it together. "Are you going to be okay, Harry?" Sharon asked. "Yeah," Harry responded, though his voice trembled. He couldn't wait to get back home. Harry wanted to do one thing when he got back home, and that was be held by Magic. He, sitting in the back of the Dursleys' car again, felt the distance between he and Magic decreasing, felt the stretched flame within him growing more comfortable, not so stretched. When the car stopped in the drive, Harry quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. "No running," Aunt Petunia warned, and he knew she was talking to him. Harry forced himself to walk toward the door, even though Dudley ran without Aunt Petunia saying a single word to him. He was used to these things about his cousin, but didn't care anymore. He just wanted Magic. The pain he felt stabbing through his chest was that of sadness that he couldn't run to her like he wanted, that she wasn't coming to meet him. He felt a brief sense of betrayal until Aunt Petunia spoke. "The girl's in your room. She's to stay there until you got home unless you wanted her to be cleaning and not spending time with you. So shut the door and don't bother us with your ridiculous celebrating. And don't run up the stairs." Harry heard her words and would listen, but knew that when he was with Magic, everything would be okay again. He entered the house, took off his shoes, and walked up to his room. His heart beat quick, and he felt an almost physical need to be picked up and held close and told that everything was okay. He stepped into the room and closed the door, and felt Magic's strong arms sweep him up, her left behind his back, her right under his legs. His arms wrapped tightly around her as she rocked from side to side like he enjoyed, and her placid voice stated, "Everything's okay. I'm here now and we're together. You're okay." "I hated it," Harry said as he burst out into tears again, wrapping his arms as tightly around Magic as he could. "I don't ever want to do that again." "School is every day, so you have to do that again," Magic replied, and it was a truth he hadn't wanted her to voice, but also needed to hear. "But I'll be here waiting for you every day." Promise? Harry asked, feeling scared that she'd turn out like the Dursleys, and that so much time apart would make her not like him anymore. He wanted to hear some comforting words, but didn't know what he wanted. He knew Magic would know, though. I'll always do as you wish, Harry, Magic replied, and Harry found himself starting to smile a bit. Will you just hold me, Magic? Stay with me. Harry sobbed. I'll hold you and stay with you, and you hug me as tightly as you wish, Magic replied, then added. And tomorrow when you go to school, be brave for me. Can you be brave? Harry realized it was exactly what he'd wanted her to say, what he'd needed her to ask. He felt a determination starting to settle in him, and said in a voice that still trembled with some sobs, Yeah, I'll be brave for you. It's okay to be sad, Magic stated, and Harry realized he'd needed to hear that too. It's okay to cry. Hug me and cry. Harry did so, and while it was still sad when he went to school the next day, the hope that he'd have her back when he returned home kept him going. July 24th, 1991, after Diagon Alley. So, Magic, what do you think? Harry asked as he sat behind his desk in his room, grinning at the thought of Magic being with him at Hogwarts. I'll be with you to do as you desire, Magic responded. The robes appear normal in Diagon Alley, therefore, my state of dress is appropriate. But it won't be like the first time I went to public school, not at all, Harry said, feeling more excitement pouring through him. I won't have to leave you behind this time.
No,
Magic agreed. Harry silenced the room with a thought, and after he felt the magic of the sound blocking barriers go up, he stood from his desk and walked toward Magic, heart pounding. He then gripped her hands in his and jumped up, shouting, Hogwarts, here we come. Me and Magic together. Yes. Still gripping hands, both he and Magic spun around until Harry got dizzy and fell, laughing. Magic sank to the floor and he felt her pull him into her arms, smiling in contentment. July 31st, 1991. Harry woke early on his birthday to the sound of tapping at the window. He blinked his eyes open and sat up, yawning. The tapping at the window sounded again, and Harry climbed from bed, moving to the window. Carefully, he pulled it open and felt something soft brush his hand. Air moved past one of his ears. He could hear flapping as well, and a light clatter on his desk. Through Magic, he realized the thing that had flown into his room was an actual owl. Turner had been speaking literally when she'd spoken of sending him the trunk via owl. Then, Harry thought curiously. Harry moved to the desk and gently touched the owl, finding the package tied to one of the owl's legs. After untying it, he said, Thanks. The owl hooted, nipped at his finger making him jump, then flew out the window. Harry closed the window behind it, then unwrapped the trunk, which was again the size of a wallet. He held the keys in his hand for a moment, put the trunk on the floor, then expanded it and checked out the fourth compartment. His books were in a room that he climbed down a ladder to get to, on the shelves arranged by subject and alphabetically, though they looked almost like print books. Harry pulled one of the books out and began to read it quickly, noticing that there were far more pages in the book than he thought there would be for a Braille book, though he paid it little attention. At 6 o'clock, Harry shut off the alarm on his watch, which was a gentle ping that would increase in volume if he didn't deactivate it. After marking his place in the book with a bookmark, Harry closed it and placed it carefully back in the trunk. He closed that as well, shrunk it, then placed it under a loose floorboard under his bed that he'd discovered a few years ago. The Dursleys never bothered to look for it, though, and he'd stored some broken toys there that they wouldn't allow him to have otherwise. Though he could always create toys with Magic, Harry also enjoyed real, material objects that he didn't create, repair, or modify in any way as well. Harry went down to the kitchen with Magic following, performing the routine of cooking for the Dursleys. They ignored him for the most part now, sometimes speaking of how they wanted to be rid of him for quite some time, as well as how glad they were that they wouldn't have to pay for his schooling any longer. Harry had asked Uncle Vernon if he'd get a ride to King's Cross Station on September 1st. Uncle Vernon had initially told him to find his own transportation, but after Harry had told him an investigation would be launched if he didn't arrive after saying he would, which would include more people he didn't want in the house, Uncle Vernon grudgingly agreed. To be safe, Harry wanted to be dropped off by 10, and was looking forward to the first day of the school year, though his initial excitement had mostly worn off after the first couple days. Mainly, he suspected that was because he didn't sleep much at all, and had eventually gotten so tired one day that he drifted off to sleep in bed, and when he'd awakened, didn't feel as intense an excitement as before. It was still there, though different. After Harry finished eating and washed all the dishes, he returned to his room. After locking the door, he resumed reading his school books, knowing it was probably a good idea to get a head start. During the evening, however, Harry checked out the fifth compartment, which was his small apartment. He found everything he'd need to live in the trunk should he want to, though the fridge didn't have any food. Other than that, along with the bathroom not containing soap and other toiletries, he was set. Harry decided to stock everything up with his personal preferences later, and as he'd walked around the apartment within the trunk, he felt the magic used to create it, confident he could duplicate it if he needed to. Feeling such a thing, which usually only occurred when he used magic to create something, transport a piece of food or an object, or magic herself, from one place to another, made him grin, as he knew he hadn't personally made this type of magic. It was a new and exciting experience for him, and as magic entered the apartment due to his desires, he hugged her tight for a brief moment. "Comfortable little place here, isn't it?" he asked, sitting down on the comfortable bed. "You find it comfortable," Magic stated placidly. "Well, guess I've got a new bed to sleep in at night," Harry said. "A manual is on the desk for you," Magic stated. Harry stood and walked to the desk, picking up the manual that Magic saw. He began reading it, and after finding the section he wanted in the table of contents, discovered how he could hear things from the outside of his trunk, in case someone was knocking on his bedroom door and he needed to leave. After climbing partly up the ladder and closing the trunk's lid, Harry discovered that he could hear things from the outside, feeling for the raised letter S above him that he could press to make it silent within should he want that. Satisfied with what he'd found, Harry climbed down the ladder and into the warm, comfortable bed, settling down to sleep. He smiled at the joy his gift brought him, and after resetting his alarm to 5:30 in the morning, Harry quickly drifted off to sleep. The rest of Harry's days until September 1st were spent reading his books, taking notes on things that seemed important, and familiarizing himself with everything that he had, including his trunk. When he woke on the 1st of September, Harry packed his dirty clothes in the wardrobe compartment of the trunk, still marveling at how the trunk cleaned and ironed his clothes for him after they were hung up, having also felt that magic, which thrilled him, as he'd have something else to duplicate. After double-checking everything to make sure he'd packed everything he needed, Harry shrunk his trunk and put it in his pocket, then went down the stairs with Magic and waited for the Dursleys to wake. A few hours later, Dudley was dropped off at his school, Smeltings, then Harry and Magic were driven to King's Cross and taken into the station by Uncle Vernon. "Well, boy, know where your platform is?" he asked snidely. 9 3/4, the ticket says, Harry responded. "Is that so?" Uncle Vernon stated, leading him onward, which Harry thought was strangely kind of him. Magic constantly scanned her surroundings, and when they were between platforms 9 and 10, Uncle Vernon turned toward them. "Well, boy, seems like platform 9's to the left, 10 to the right, and nothing but a barrier in the middle. I suppose they've not built yours yet, have they?" Harry felt a cold pit of dread, wondering exactly what Professor Snape hadn't told him about getting on the platform. It was almost 10 o'clock, though, which gave him over an hour to figure it out. Uncle Vernon was laughing, though, as he started to walk off. "Have a good term," he stated to Harry. Through Magic, he was aware of him leaving, and once he was out of sight, Harry sighed, heading toward the barrier. "This is just great," he sighed to himself, tapping the wall in front of him with his cane and feeling some type of unfamiliar magic. "Well, I suppose I'll wait here." Harry leaned against it and fell through, tumbling to the ground. Magic followed, her strong hands grasping him as she effortlessly pulled him to his feet. He heard the sound of what seemed to be a steam engine as he turned his head, listening to the surrounding sounds. He knew he was on the correct platform because of Magic, and could hear people chatting to each other, though there weren't many. Heart pounding with excitement, he laughed and said to Magic, "I got here by sheer luck. Wow, and what cool magic. Anything you want to do before we need to leave in a little over an hour?" "What you want to do," Magic stated, which was her usual response. "Okay, then," he said with a grin, deciding to find a place to sit on the train. As he walked and people became aware of his tapping cane, He heard conversations stop and silence fall on the platform. After finding the side of the train and an open door, he made to step up the stairs before his arm was grasped. "Here," a man said, lifting him up. "Hey, I can walk," Harry shouted indignantly, pulling himself from the man's grasp and falling. His left foot hit one of the steps and he tumbled, slammed into the side of the train, and fell to the ground. "I was only trying to help you, but if you don't want it, fine. Hurt yourself," the man stated in a cool tone, then walked quickly off. Harry pushed himself to his feet, feeling his left ankle throbbing with pain and a bruise on the side of his face. Sighing, he touched the flame within him but didn't use it, knowing that it was good for his body to heal itself every once in a while, and using his magic to heal him might not be a wise move all the time. Though it would exercise his own magic, it could also prevent his body from healing itself without magic in the future. Harry's knowledge of this came from a feeling he received with the use of healing magic, one of some feelings he'd received when thinking about or experimenting with the use of magic. Why he received such feelings, however, he didn't know. Magic was in the train ahead of him as he'd wanted her to be, and Harry made his way up the steps. As he turned left and headed toward the back of the train, he heard the man who had been helping him say, "Stay away from him. You don't want to associate with someone of that caliber." He sighed, but knew he'd need to get used to such ridiculous comments. Harry eventually found a compartment and entered, sitting on the bench seat with Magic next to him. It wasn't long before the door opened, however, and he heard a girl speak in a cool voice. "You are Harry Potter," she stated. "Yes, but thanks for reminding me," he replied with a smile. "Who are you?" "Daphne Greengrass," she stated. "Want to come in and sit down?" he invited. There was silence for a long moment, then he heard her enter the compartment, close the door, then sit down across from him. "You are?" she asked, directing the statement at Magic. "Magic," she responded. "She's my Magic," Harry explained. "She's very straightforward." "You're Magic," Daphne stated in a doubtful tone. "Yeah," Harry said. "Do you want me to demonstrate that to you?" "You have a wand, like all other students," Daphne stated. "I was correct in not associating with you to begin with. Clearly, half-bloods are little better than muggles." "Okay, then," Harry said with a resigned sigh. "If you choose to let prejudice run your life like so many other people, I won't stop you. You could learn a lot from muggles, though, and me if you bothered to get to know me. But, since you won't, bye." Daphne shifted in her seat, and through Magic, Harry was aware of her cold, emotionless expression as she stared around the compartment and settled her gaze back on him. Harry didn't ask any questions, though, simply sat back and remained silent, allowing her to make her decision. After a moment, he got out his trunk, unshrunk it, opened the 7th compartment where he'd kept one of his school books on spells, took it out, then opened the book to his last place and began reading it halfway through. Harry pushed his trunk under the seat so it was out of the way, but accessible if he needed it, then stretched out his legs and leaned back. The only movement was his fingers as they ran over the pages, reading the bumps of braille on them. Daphne stared at him for a moment, but soon took out her own book to read. Silence was just fine, Harry thought to himself, reading about the charm that would be used to make things fly. Though Harry liked reading the books, he found the use of magic described in the books to be extremely limiting compared to what he and Magic could do. He simply thought something, and through magic or his flame of magic within him, it happened. It wouldn't be difficult to make something fly. Compared to teleporting magic and possibly himself or healing his injuries, that was quite simple. In fact, Harry didn't know a piece of magic that he couldn't yet do, though during his imagination, he'd often felt warnings with certain pieces of magic that he wanted to try, such as traveling back in time. Harry had done that once, remaining invisible and undetectable in the corner of his room, completely silent and not moving. It was frightening to be aware of Magic seeing magic in him, and knowing that anything he did would cause a paradox, as he'd not remembered hearing any sounds or being aware of anything before going back into the past. He'd only gone back a minute, but had never repeated the experiment again due to his fear. He recognized the feel of it, though, and was fairly certain that he wouldn't have the same fear if he traveled back longer, moved to a place he hadn't been in his own past, then would have the freedom to do whatever he wished. He didn't, though, thinking long and hard through the implications of time travel with magic, who had warned him to always be careful when achieving such feats of magic, either through the instinctive mental knowledge and warnings, or through talking with her, whichever he preferred. Harry continued reading about the charms described in the book, thinking of how easy it would be for him to perform such charms. While the practical side of magic would be easy for him, he didn't imagine the theoretical side, essays and explanations would come as easily. He might even be able to change people's minds on those with rare disabilities such as himself, though didn't think he wanted to set such lofty goals. He simply wanted to be himself at the School of Magic, where he was free to use his abilities to their fullest extent, while continuing to practice the skills he'd need to use if he ever didn't have any awareness for magic. It also served to keep his mind stimulated and thinking, so he knew that living as the completely blind person he was, without using magic's awareness of things unless he needed it, was wise. It wouldn't do to stop using his mind, after all. Harry continued to read until the train began to move, then closed his book and placed it back in his trunk. After shrinking it and putting it back in his pocket, he felt the movement of the train and listened to it as it went over the tracks, heard the page turning as Daphne continued her reading. Harry absorbed himself in the sound and feel of the train, as he'd never before been on one. He next heard a knock at the door, then it slid open a bit. "Mind if I sit here?" a boy asked. "Everywhere else is full. I wish not to sully myself with the taint of a blood traitor," Daphne stated icily as she closed her book with a snap and stood up. Harry also stood quickly, feeling angry. "Maybe you want to repeat that," he stated as he stepped forward and grabbed her shoulders, his voice angry. "Release me, Potter," Daphne stated. "I have had just about enough of these attitudes, Greengrass. If you don't want to be here, I'll escort you out myself," Harry stated. "You couldn't see well enough to find those raised dots on your stupid book," Daphne responded, voice cool. "When you decide you're going to be nicer, you can come back," Harry said as he pushed her toward the door, hearing the other boy moving out of the way. "Have fun." Once she was beyond the door, Harry slammed it shut, his heart pounding. Sighing, he spun around and made his way back to the seat, though slammed his shin into it before he turned around and sat without a sound of pain, even though he felt it. After a few moments, the other boy spoke. Mate, you okay?" He sounded awkward. "Just a bruise, I'll be fine," Harry said as he heard him carefully sit down across from him. Taking a few deep breaths, Harry then asked, "So, what's your name?"
I'm Ron Weasley.
He said, then gasped. "Are you Harry Potter?" "Yes, I am," Harry said with a sigh. "And please don't go on and on about my blindness and what a poor boy I am. You do, and I'll just ignore you." "And who are you?" Ron asked, directing the statement at magic beside him. "Harry Potter's magic, called magic," she responded. "What?" Ron asked with confusion. "She's my magic, and she's called magic," Harry said. "I know you probably don't believe me, and probably think I'm mentally unstable or other nonsense." "No, well, strange. I've never heard of anything like that before," Ron responded, sounding as if he was uncertain how to react. "At least you're not dismissive and insulting," Harry said with a sigh, leaning back in the seat.
I'm sorry.
"I've just dealt with a little too many antiquated attitudes toward blindness today. Sorry if I snapped at you." "That's okay," Ron responded, and after a few moments, asked, "So, do you remember anything about that night?" "What night, exactly?" Harry asked in return. "You know, the night? With you-know-who?" "I don't remember anything, no," Harry responded. "Magic does, though. She remembers everything we experience." "Could you tell me what happened, Magic?" Ron asked eagerly. "Yes," Magic stated. There was a few moments of awkward silence before Ron said, "Will you? I mean, I've always been curious." Harry didn't mind hearing the story again, as Magic had told him before. He expected she'd reply, and just as he thought, she did. "It was the evening of the day I became," Magic stated, her voice calm, placid, her speech direct. "The killer broke into the house, the door blown open with a bang through the use of magic. James Potter shouted to Lily to get Harry out, but was murdered through Avada Kedavra, a green light that killed him. The killer was laughing and intercepted us as Lily carried Harry and tightly held my hand. The killer said, "Let me go, girl, and step aside." His voice was coolly calm and his red eyes glared with malicious intent. Lily shouted, "No." She was desperate and attempted to back away from him to save us. The killer coldly stated, "You need not die, girl. Hand over the boy and your treachery will be forgiven. I will not warn you again." Lily placed Harry on the ground, let go of my hand, then jumped over Harry and stood in front of him, shouting desperately, "Kill me instead. Don't kill him, please." The killer called, "Stand aside." Lily desperately shouted, "No, kill me. Not him. Spare his life." Again, Avada Kedavra was announced by the killer and the green light flashed, killing her. The sacrifice that still protects Harry today was made by an act that showed more love and kindness than anyone had, something the killer didn't understand and would lead to his defeat. Harry grasped Magic's hand in his and she firmly returned the grip. Through her knowledge, he was aware that Ron was looking sick, perhaps no longer wanting to hear the story. He didn't want to show that particular advantage yet, though, so Magic continued with the story he'd heard many times before. It didn't bother him. In fact, Harry found it to be encouraging that his parents would die for him, to protect him against the one who attempted to kill him, though he sometimes wished they were alive. As he thought about that, he remembered the first time he'd heard the story from Magic. Flashback. "Are you ever going to break anything like that again, boy?" Uncle Vernon asked Harry, who had been sitting in a chair for what felt like hours after he'd lashed out angrily with his flame of magic, having shattered a glass on the table. He'd been angry that Uncle Vernon wouldn't let him play with one of Dudley's toys, and while Magic had gone back to his room, Harry had been sitting in the chair with Uncle Vernon watching him. Magic wasn't with him and he was crying, no longer angry but sad. "No, Uncle Vernon," Harry cried, sobbing. "Good," Uncle Vernon stated. "You can get to your room and no running, boy." Harry, fearing more punishment, did as Uncle Vernon told him, walking up to the room. Once he was inside the room and the door was closed, Magic's arms wrapped around him and he leaned against her, crying loudly. "I want my parents," he shouted desperately as Magic's hands rubbed his back in precise, repetitive motions. "Give me my parents back." "I can't," Magic stated calmly. "Meanie," Harry shouted angrily, hitting her in his anger. "They are dead, and the dead can't be brought back to life," Magic stated. "Why?" Harry asked angrily. "Why did they die and leave me here? I hate them." "Aunt Petunia has said to Dudley that she'd die to protect him. Your parents died to protect you. And since Aunt Petunia has said she loves Dudley, your parents must love you," Magic stated. "They must have wanted you to live." "But I just want them back," Harry cried as Magic rocked him. "I'll tell you how they showed their love," Magic said. Harry sniffled as he cried, but didn't say anything in reply. Despite his emotions, he wanted to hear the story. "There was a bad man who wanted you dead," Magic said. "He did everything he could to kill you. Your father tried to stop him and died. Your mother tried to stop him and also died, because she wanted to die in place of you. She didn't want you dead. The bad man tried to kill you, but I could hold the green magical light in my hand because your mother died to save you." "How do you know that?" Harry asked angrily. "You didn't even try it before. Before your mother protected you, the magical lights went through me, but since the green light didn't go through me after your mother protected you, I know that's what made me able to hold the light," Magic stated. "I didn't understand that when you were that young, but I understand it now because I've learned a lot more." "But you'll be here, right?" Harry asked. "Yes," Magic responded. "I'll be here. And, my parents, what else can you tell me?" Harry asked. "The same magic that protected you from your mother's sacrifice keeps you very safe here," Magic replied. "Very safe from others who might want to kill you." "But why couldn't my mother keep me safe alive?" Harry asked. "Because she was very brave and protected you against the bad man," Magic responded. "I wish I was dead and they were alive," Harry said. "If you die, I'll die," Magic stated, and Harry didn't want her to die.
No.
He cried. Stay alive. Okay, Magic said. Stay alive and I'll be alive. Okay. Harry sobbed. But I wish they didn't die. I know, Magic responded. I'm here with you. Harry spent the next few minutes crying in Magic's embrace, but he soon asked a question. My parents really loved me? Harry asked. And that's why they died? Yes, Magic replied. They loved you and protected you, and are protecting you now. Harry wasn't quite aware of what he felt or what he wanted, but Magic knew, as she always did. It's okay to be sad, but be proud too, that they loved you so much. If they didn't love you so much, you wouldn't have been protected, Magic said. Help me remember, Harry choked out. Please. I'll tell you the story whenever you want. Magic responded, and she had. He no longer hated his parents. Took him a few years, but Harry's mindset changed, and he came to look on the event in a different way. End flashback. After remembering the memory, Harry waited for Magic to continue the story, finding himself curious to know exactly how Ron was going to take it, and marveling at how Magic had known how to present it to him when he'd been young. Her words now were quite different. Harry was laying on the floor. Magic continued. He and I didn't understand what had happened, though as it's Harry's understanding I relied on, I simply did what he wanted. He was happy as I touched his face and hair gently, watching the killer that had killed his parents, not understanding they would never rise again. Avada Kedavra was shouted again, and the green light came once again from the killer's wand. I always wanted to see if I could touch the lights that were made by wizards' wands, and reached for it. Before this moment I couldn't touch the lights, but this time I could touch it, held it in my hand. I didn't understand at the time why, but now understand that Lily's sacrifice allowed me to do this, or the light would have gone through my hand. I looked down at it and Harry enjoyed the knowledge, the feel of the magic. Oops, Harry thought, having forgotten that particular part of the story, that in his undeveloped mind he'd wanted it to change. Magic had revealed that about him, then Harry realized but showed nothing. Ron would probably miss it, though Harry thought without much worry, though wondered if it would do any harm to reveal that anyway. The green light grew brighter, stronger, larger. Magic continued. I assumed the killer wanted the light back and was running from it as a game because Harry thought it was a wonderful new game. I threw it at him and it hit him, covered his body, continued moving and made the front of the house explode with a loud sound that caused discomfort in Harry's ears. I healed them and picked him up, humming and rocking him as he sucked on my long hair, falling asleep quickly, relaxed in my arms. Ron gulped, then said in a trembling voice, How is killing ever a game? I was 3 months old at the time, Harry said. I didn't understand hardly anything at all. I only knew that magic was from my flame, the flame of magic I feel in me. She always did what I want, still does, except when we went to test wands. She didn't like that and didn't want to test them anymore. Anyway, I didn't understand things well at 3 months old, but from what Magic has told me, it was hard for me for a week after I was left at the Dursleys' house, since I wanted my parents, but I came to understand later that I was protected from those who wanted me dead. It hasn't been the best environment there, but it was okay. How? Ron gulped again. How do you feel about what happened? Sad that my parents died, but mainly, I'm glad they protected me from death. I sometimes wish they were here, but I don't dwell on it. Harry said. What about you, Ron? Do you have a family? Yeah. Ron responded quietly. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it, though it doesn't seem fair. What doesn't seem fair? Harry asked. That, well, my parents are alive. Ron replied hesitantly. Oh, please, it's a fact, something that I've come to accept. Mine are dead, and I can enjoy your family, Vicar Beak. Forget it. Through you, I can enjoy them. I'll have to ask Hermione about that word later on. I bet she'd know. Harry said. Who? Ron asked. Hermione. Harry responded. She's a very knowledgeable girl, maybe a bit of a know-it-all, but she's nice. She was the first one to treat me like an intelligent person, and now you're the second. Well, seeing what you did with Greengrass, you can do things you just can't see. I'm sorry about that, by the way, mate. You don't know what you're missing, Ron said. No, I don't, and I don't miss something that I've never experienced. I just have a different outlook on life, Harry said. Now, one thing I'd like to tell you, and please try to do this. You might want to help me with every little thing, but not unless I ask for it. What about magic? Ron asked. Can't you help him with everything? Yes, Magic stated. That's not wise, though, Harry said. That would only make me lazy, less reliant on the skills I can learn without her helping me. Sometimes, it's unavoidable and I actually need her help, but most of the time, I'll try something until I realize I can't do it without her help, like cooking at the Dursleys' house. Well, until I learned how to do it without her, that is. You know how to cook? Ron asked. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good at it too, Harry said. Don't you? My mother does that for me, Ron said, sounding more confident now, more comfortable than before. She does it for the entire family of 9, actually. I bet she'd love to have you over, but she might want to help you with every little thing. I've come to expect that from people in the magical world, Harry said. I just hope the teachers aren't the same way. Professor Snape wasn't that way when he took me to get my school things, though I admit, I probably provoked him into not helping me with anything at all. I've heard bad news about Snape, Ron said. He apparently prefers the Slytherins over everyone else. Who are the Slytherins? Harry asked. Slytherin, it's one of the houses in Hogwarts. There's 4 of them. The Weasleys have always gotten into Gryffindor ever since I can remember. And people like Greengrass, they're Slytherins. Ron explained. So, the prejudiced bigots are in Slytherin, then? Harry said, though didn't think that himself. He stated it to see how Ron would respond, hoping it would help him know what kind of a person he was. Yep, and all the bad ones, Ron stated. Exactly why do you make that sort of generalization? Harry asked. That sort of what? Ron sounded confused. You put everyone in the same category like that, saying all Slytherins are bad and rude. It's like saying all blind people can't do anything, and that's clearly not true even though people think it is. Watch how people treat me and think about that. Ron, it's not a good attitude to have, Harry said. Ron said nothing in reply, only looked out the window. Magic glanced out the window as well, and Harry received a flood of information about trees, fields, and the places they were passing as she looked out the window. The silence continued until he heard the sound of a rolling cart, then a clattering outside the door. It slid open, and a woman said, Anything off the trolley, dears? No, I've already got mine, Ron mumbled, and Harry heard the sound of crumpling paper as he shut off his link of knowledge from magic. Standing, Harry made his way to the cart, keeping his balance as the train swayed slightly, though it wasn't something he was used to doing. As he approached where the woman was, he asked, Got any Mars bars? No, I'm afraid not, dear, she responded. Well, this should be interesting. We'll have a little of everything, then, Harry said. That's 11 sickles, the woman said. Harry announced the amount, pouring it into his hand from his money bag. The woman, after he'd announced it, had stared at him oddly and said, That's right, dear. Oh, I was just getting it out of my bag here, Harry said as he held out his hand with the money in it, she taking it from him. I'm blind. The woman gasped dramatically and said, Oh, you poor dear. Let me help you with these, then. I'll put them all in this nice bag here. Rather than feeling angry, Harry found he felt a little amused as he heard the woman piling the candy in the bag. Okay, dear. Now it's right in front of you, she said, talking to him like he was a small child. Harry didn't show his annoyance, simply took the bag. Thanks, ma'am, and please, I'm not quite so young. Have a good day, Harry said in a chipper voice. The woman sounded a little flustered as Harry closed the door, turned, then made his way carefully back to his seat. As he sat down, he reached into the bag and felt the various packages. So, Ron, want anything? Harry asked. You just blew that off like it didn't happen, Ron said, amazed. Mate, I'd have been really annoyed by that. It was annoying, believe me, but what's the use in showing that? Harry asked. It doesn't do anything, That's why I don't like stereotypes, why I don't like saying or thinking things like, everyone in Slytherin is bad, or everyone in Gryffindor is good, or whatever. Yeah, I guess so, Ron said thoughtfully. So, do you want anything? Harry asked. Nah, I've got these sandwiches from my mum, Ron said, and Harry heard the sound of paper again. And she made me corned beef again. I hate that. If you don't want them, I suppose I'll have them. You can have some of these things, whatever they all are, Harry said, holding out the bag to him. Trust me, you don't want these, they're all dry, Ron said. If I had something, anything at all, even if I didn't like it, and I knew it was from my parents, you can believe I'd appreciate it because of the work they were willing to go through for me, Harry said. You going to give those sandwiches up? Or eat them, mate? I suppose I'll have them, Ron said after a long moment. I guess I really should appreciate what I get from my parents. The only thing I ever got from them was, well, the only things, rather, their sacrifice for me, the money they left me, and I'd give it all up just to spend a minute, a second with them, Harry said, blinking some tears from his eyes before he took a deep breath. Okay, time to dig into the mystery. Harry grabbed something that turned out to be a pastry, handing it to Magic. As he got another and Magic unwrapped hers. Ron said with surprise, You can eat. That's obvious, Magic responded placidly. I didn't think your Magic could eat. That's neat, Ron said. Yep, she can, Harry responded. It helps Magic to be stronger than if it was only me eating, I think. Can she survive if she doesn't eat? Would it make your Magic weaker? Ron asked. I don't know, never tried that. Don't want to try it, Harry replied. What's eating like, anyway, Magic? Ron asked. Do you taste that pastry, or what?
No.
Magic said after she swallowed. Then how do you know if you like it or not? Ron asked. Harry likes it. I like it, Magic stated. I want what Harry wants, like what he likes. I am a part of Harry that does what he wishes. So, Ron hesitated a moment, then as he took a bite, said, What do y'all get from my W? How about swallowing first? Ron, that's disgusting, Harry said in reply. Ron swallowed, then said, What do you get from it anyway, Magic? He sounded a bit sheepish. The pastry contains flour, salt, butter, and water. Approximate measurements to make it would be 125 grams of flour, a third of a teaspoon of salt, 55 grams of butter, and 40 milliliters of water. Magic said sedately. Trust me, it's far more enjoyable when I describe it, Harry said with a grin. Magic deals in exact precision, cold, factual knowledge, pure rationality without emotion, pure calculation. And she's been with you all your life? Ron asked. Yes, Harry responded. It might not seem this way to you, but Magic's my best friend. The only friend I've ever had since being introduced to Hermione and you. Wow, Ron said, sounding awkwardly amazed. At that moment, the door to the compartment was pushed open and Harry heard a rather arrogant boy's voice state, I heard Potter's in this compartment. That's me, Harry said as he turned his head to face the voice. Can I help you? You really are blind, the boy said. Don't worry, Potter. I've got your back and I'll help you with that. As the boy came quickly closer, followed by a second pair of footsteps, Harry said, Help me with what, exactly? I'll unwrap that for you, of course, the boy said, as if he was someone important. He can do that himself, he doesn't need your help. Ron spoke up suddenly, sounding angry. Oh, I should have known. A Weasley, the boy drawled. Believe me, Potter, you'll be much better off with us. I can help you sort out the wrong sort of families, and the Weasleys, you don't want to hang with them. Well, let's tally up the stats, Harry said conversationally. I've got Ron Weasley across from me, who's never said a biased word to me or tried to help me with something as simple as unwrapping a pastry, hasn't judged me based on some stereotype about me, and is willing to work on his own views. Then, we've got you. What's your name again? Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, the boy said importantly. Harry smirked, then stated in a low, intent voice, I'm Bond. James Bond. What? Malfoy asked in confusion. Oh, never mind. It's a reference from a Muggle movie you probably wouldn't have seen. Harry said. Muggles, they're nothing but common trash, Malfoy stated. You. Ron began furiously.
Ron, no.
Harry stated firmly, hearing him sigh. Now, as I was saying, you have just proven my point with your very own prejudice. You've proven yourself unwilling to even get to know me. Judge me before you meet me, call Muggles trash. And by the way I was raised by them, they're less helpful than you want to be. They actually know, unlike you, that a blind person can actually do things for himself. So, you've jumped in without even bothering to ask me anything. Why should I want to get to know a judging, prejudiced bully such as yourself? How dare you, Potter? Malfoy shouted. When my father hears about this. Oh, here we go, Harry said with a bored sigh. You must be a spoiled child type of person. You'll regret ever turning down my friendship, Potter, Malfoy shouted angrily. Crabbe, Goyle, Greengrass, let's go. Harry heard 3 sets of footsteps leave the compartment. Then Malfoy called, Well, Greengrass? Come on. Harry recognized Daphne's voice when she stated quietly, I have misjudged you, Harry Potter, and perhaps you as well, Weasley. Apologies. The door then closed and Harry felt his hands trembling a little. Well, that was fun, he said, trying to sound cheerful. You really took Malfoy down a peg, mate, Ron said, sounding amused and chuckling. I just met him, Ron. He might come around, Harry said. His family's a bunch of Death Eaters, Ron said. You know whose lot. Really? Harry asked firmly. And I thought you were doing so well at trying to disregard those prejudiced views of yours. Hey, at least I'm trying. I didn't say that to him, Ron burst out suddenly. Look, I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. I don't want to see you going off and acting without thinking. Is all, judging people before you meet them. That's happened to me, as you can see, and I don't like it much. Ron sighed deeply, then said, I know. I'll try, mate, but it's not going to be an instant thing, you know. I've grown up all my life hearing about things like that, people like Malfoy. I can't just let it go overnight. I know, Harry responded. Believe me, I do. There was a girl at my Muggle school. She never really became my friend, but she learned to stop helping me so much unless I asked for it. She was scared of Dudley's gang, unfortunately. Who's Dudley? Ron asked. My cousin. Someone else who's a bully, Harry said. Ron said nothing after that, and while he finished his sandwiches, Harry opened a package of what looked like beans. Be careful with those, Ron warned him. Why? Harry asked. Those are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and they mean every flavor, too, Ron said. You've got all the normal ones like chocolate and peppermint and marmalade, but then you can get spinach and liver and tripe. Wow, Harry said. Well, this ought to be an adventure. Harry took one of the beans and popped it in his mouth. Immediately, he felt like he was eating someone's vomit and spat it out onto the floor, his facial expression one of disgust. Ron was laughing. What? Harry cried. Mate, you should have seen your face, Ron said, then immediately called, Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, don't worry about it. It's normal vocabulary, Harry said, shrugging it off. Besides, what would you do if you felt like you were eating someone's puke? It was disgusting. Magic, here, eat these, unless you want 1 or 2 or maybe the entire bag. Ron, you want some? Sure, I'll have some, Ron said, carefully picking out a handful of the beans from the bag before Magic obediently began to eat them one after the other, her usual expression of placid calm on her face. I've never seen anyone eat those like that, Ron commented. Must be an advantage not to taste the flavor. Just be aware of the ingredients and such. Magic nodded in a motion that wasted nothing, and was just enough to get the point across that she'd done so. As she ate the beans, Harry opened something that smelled like chocolate. Now this should be better, he said. Oh, those are chocolate frogs, mate, Ron said. They come with cards of famous witches and wizards, too, but you probably won't be able to read them. Harry ate the frog and held the card in his hand, feeling the smooth paper and a strange, unfamiliar magic that almost felt like some type of imprint of a person. As he handed it to Ron, he asked, Will you read that to me? Sure, he responded, then said, there's a picture of Albus Dumbledore on the card. He's got half-moon glasses, a long beard, and a crooked nose. He's waving at me right now. Waving? Harry asked. The picture's moving, like a movie? What's a movie? Ron asked. It's a muggle thing, Harry replied. It's got something on the screen that shows you a sequence of events. Usually it lasts a couple hours. How long does that last? Not long, Ron replied. Just a couple seconds. Now Dumbledore's gone, he moved on, I guess. What? Harry asked, surprised. Your pictures leave too? Yeah, of course they do, Ron responded. Did you think it would stick around? Well, with Muggle pictures, they're still. They don't move. It just captures a single moment in time, Harry said. Really boring if you ask me. Yeah, sounds like it, Ron responded. Our pictures talk too, some of them anyway. Want me to read you the description on the back? Go for it, Harry smiled. Ron cleared his throat and said, Okay, it says this. Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Interesting, Harry said. Well, you can keep the card if you want it. It isn't useful to me. Well, I've got about 6 of him, Ron said. Anyway, mind if I have some of those? How about those sandwiches of yours? Harry asked. Oh, I've finished them, Ron said. Well, sure then, Harry said, grinning and glad to share what he had. The feeling was something he'd never before experienced, and he found it enjoyable. They had fun sampling the variety of candy that Harry had purchased, Ron explaining what things were to him, and reading him the chocolate frog cards. The minutes passed, the train going up and down hills, turning here and there, and going over bumps in the track. Harry found the entire train ride experience so far to be a unique one, as he'd only experienced the movement of a car. It was different to experience a train track, the feel of turns different than what he'd feel in a car. Where a car's turns were smooth, the train's turns were sometimes a bit like the train was being forced to turn a specific direction, and all the turns were wider than most he'd felt in a car. For once, there was actually a polite knock on the sliding door after a while. Then it opened and Harry heard a boy ask in a voice of sad desperation, Sorry, but have you seen a toad at all? I'm afraid not, Harry responded. I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me, the boy wailed. I'm sure he'll turn up, Harry said comfortingly. Yes, well, if you see him, the boy said in a miserable voice. We'll tell you, Harry said. Good luck. The boy left, closing the door behind him. If I had a toad, I'd lose it as quick as I could. Mind you, I'm not one to talk. I brought Scabbers, my rat, Ron said. When did you get him? Harry asked. He's been in my family for ages. He used to belong to Percy. Being in a family of 6, I get everything secondhand, Ron said. At least you get love. The Dursleys don't really show me that, Harry replied. Hey, want to see a spell? Ron asked. Sure, Harry said. Well, you can tell me what happens. Sure, Ron said casually, though sounded a little apologetic. He was trying, Harry thought. So, I tried to turn him yellow, but nothing happened. Harry heard him bend over, moving things around in what was likely his trunk. After a moment, he straightened back up. Here it is, got my wand. It's a little battered, but let's see. Ron cleared his throat, then the compartment door slid open again. Oh, Harry, the voice of Hermione said with excitement. I didn't know you'd be in here. Yep, just talking with Ron here, Harry responded. I don't suppose you've heard a toad around, have you? Neville's lost one, Hermione said in that familiar, bossy voice of hers. No, we haven't, Harry said. Oh, are you doing magic then? Hermione asked, likely directing her statement at Ron. Let's see it then. She sat down next to Harry, as there was room on the seat. Ron cleared his throat a little nervously. Air, all right. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn the stupid, fat rat yellow. Ron said. Anything happen? Harry asked. Nothing, Hermione said. Are you sure that's a real spell? It's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and they've all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magical at all. It was such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course, I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger. By the way, who are you?
I'm Ron Weasley.
Ron muttered. You know me. I'm Harry Potter, he said. And who are you? Hermione asked. Harry Potter's magic. Call me Magic, she stated. I've never heard of that before, Hermione said. Are you sure she's not playing some type of prank on me, Harry? No, she isn't. I'll show you. Magic? Turn Scabbers yellow, will you? Harry said. Ron gasped along with Hermione and Neville. Wicked, he said, amazed. Okay, turn him back now, Harry said. How do you do that? Hermione asked. I mean, you're blind. Well, I didn't mean that offensively or anything, but you don't know what yellow is, do you? Well, I mean, obviously you do, but how could you turn him yellow when you don't know what yellow looks like? Hermione spoke very fast. Magic knows what yellow looks like, even if I don't. She can see even though I can't. Harry explained. Oh, Hermione said, sounding at a bit of a loss. Well, you were right, you know. About what? Harry asked. The books. I read about you in Modern Magical History, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. They got some of the details right, I'm sure, but others they didn't explain well at all. They also don't seem to know that you're blind. Hermione explained. Figures, Harry said. Well, we better go and look for Neville's toad. You better change, too. I expect we'll be there soon, Hermione said, then left with Neville. Whatever house she's in, I hope I'm not in it, Ron said, throwing his wand into his trunk. Why not? Harry asked. I know her attitude's a bit rude, maybe, but I think she's covering up her own nervousness at being here. She probably doesn't want to look bad, so she's showing her knowledge, the only thing she's got. Ron took a deep breath, then let it out. Maybe, he said. She comes off as bossy. Like you said earlier, a bit of a know-it-all, though I'd say more than a bit. Well, better get changed, I suppose, Harry said, putting his shrunken trunk on the ground. What's that? Ron asked. It's my trunk. I got it at this shop for people like me. Oh, what was it called? Magic, help me out here. What was the name of that disabilities shop? Harry asked. Specialty Magical Needs, Magic stated. Thanks. I knew I could count on you, Harry said as he unshrunk his trunk. Wow, Ron said. I want one of those. I bet I could get you one, Harry said, opening the third compartment. Ron let out a gasp of amazed surprise as Harry took one of his school robes, then closed the trunk and put it on over his clothes. Wicked, Ron breathed again. Harry shrugged, shrunk his trunk, put it back in his pocket, then sat back down. Magic, do we match? He asked as he turned toward her.
No.
Magic responded. What a shame, Harry said. Oh well, doesn't mean too much that we don't. So, you said you had 6 siblings, did you, Ron? Yeah, Ron responded. Bill and Charlie are the eldest, and everyone but Ginny's gone to Hogwarts. She's my younger sister. So, what do your eldest brothers do? Harry asked curiously. Charlie's gone to Romania studying dragons, and Bill's in Africa doing something for Gringotts. Did you hear about Gringotts? It's been all over the Daily Prophet, but I guess you wouldn't get that living with muggles. Someone tried to rob a high-security vault. Ron said. What happened to them? Harry asked. Nothing, that's why it's been such big news. My dad says it's probably a dark wizard who did it. They'd have to be powerful to get in and out without being caught. Ron explained. Whenever something like this happens, people get scared. They think you know who's behind it. Yeah. Who is you know who? Anyway? Harry asked. I keep hearing that reference, but I don't actually know who that is. The one who killed your parents, Ron said. Yeah. But what's his name? Harry asked. It's, well, people don't say it. Ron said, shuddering. It's scary. Why not? Harry asked. You don't know how terrifying it was for people, mate. He who must not be named did a lot more killing than just getting rid of your parents. People are afraid that if you say his name, he'll show up again. Ron said. Sounds like utter nonsense. Harry stated. What is it? I don't want to say. Ron said. Oh, come on. Harry said. Look, I doubt he's going to show up and I'm curious. Please. Okay. Ron said, took a deep breath, then stated, VVVO, I can't. Harry let out a sigh. Oh well, he stated. Guess I'll just have to wait on that one. How about Quidditch, the sport for magical, but you wouldn't be able to play? Ron said, his voice glum. Tell me anyway, I'm curious, Harry stated. Well, people fly around on brooms. Ron responded. There's 7 people on each team that fly around this field, with 3 goal hoops on either end. One person blocks the 3 hoops while 3 others pass a ball back and forth, which is known as a quaffle. If you get the quaffle through the hoop, it's a score of 10 points. There's a pair of beaters, too, who swing bats to intercept flying balls known as bludgers. They fly around on their own, trying to knock players off their brooms. The beater's job is to hit them toward the opposing team and block them from hitting their team members. With me so far. Yeah, Harry said. The 3 people that pass this quaffle, what are they called? Chasers, Ron said. Who's the last player? Harry asked. That's the seeker. Their job is to look for the snitch. It's this little golden ball with wings, and if the seeker catches it, that team gets 150 points. Ron said. Sounds like it would be fun to play, though I don't know exactly how I'd feel flying on a broom. And, since I can't see, watching the game would probably be boring. Harry said. I've never been a fan of loud crowds, either, so I probably won't watch the games much. Why don't you like loud crowds, mate? Ron asked as he moved things around in his trunk again, probably getting out his robes. Think of it like this, Harry said. You see things around you, right? And you can tell one thing from another? Yeah, Ron responded. For me, being in a loud crowd's like being in a place where everything looks the same and everything's the same color, so you wouldn't be able to tell what's what. Harry said. It's disorienting, and it makes my ears ring and hurt because it's so loud. I've never noticed that before, Ron said. For me, it's fun, cheering on my team. We've had little get-togethers at our house before, watching Quidditch on the wireless. The wireless, what's that? Harry asked. Wizarding radio, Ron explained, pulling his robes on. Looks like we're coming up to Hogwarts, Harry said. How do you know? Ron asked. I can feel the train starting to slow down. It's slight, and I'm not surprised you didn't notice it, Harry said. Wow, Ron replied, his eyes wide with amazement. That's pretty cool you can do that. I'll show you more cool things, like this, Harry said with a grin, pulling out his cane and letting it unfold. Wicked, Ron breathed. That must be your favorite word, Harry said with a chuckle. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately. Harry heard a voice echo throughout the train. This is it, then, he said as his stomach lurched with a combination of nervousness and excitement. Magic stood next to him, blandly looking around the compartment. Harry's heart pounded, and when the train slowed to a complete stop and he heard its doors open, he nervously started toward the compartment door. Do me a favor, Ron, and don't let me wander off in the wrong direction, Harry said. No problem, mate, Ron responded. Together, the trio left the train with Harry in the lead, anticipating what Hogwarts would be like, and feeling a bit nervous to go to this magical school he knew nothing about. Chapter 5: Sorting and the Feast. Everyone pushed their way onto a platform as they exited the Hogwarts Express. The air was cold and Harry shivered a little before he heard a loud, booming voice. "Furs years over here." With a wide grin, Harry began moving toward the voice. "Furs years this way," the man's voice boomed again. "Can't get lost with him calling out. Mate?" Ron called. "Nope, it's great," Harry responded. "Furs years this way. Any more furs years, any more?" the man boomed. Harry, judging he was close enough, stopped and waited. "Furs years this way," he called again. "Any more furs years?" After a few moments, the man told them to follow him. It was easy for Harry to do so, as his footsteps were loud. Along with the steps of the others also heading in the same direction, Harry was able to stay on the path. As he walked, he tapped his cane from side to side and could hear people whispering and talking about him, though paid them no mind. Harry slid and stumbled a little on the steep, narrow path, but was able to maintain his footing. He heard others doing the same, even thought he heard someone bump tree branches. He could hear someone sniffing a few times, but otherwise there wasn't much talking. "Y'all get your first sight of Hogwarts in just a sec. Just round this bend here," the booming man announced over his shoulder to the students. Harry rounded the bend and heard the other students letting out expressions of awe and amazement. Ron, behind him, remarked, "It's so huge, mate. Wish you could see it. It's got these towers rising really high into the sky, and the lake's like a mirror, reflecting things." "No more N4 in a boat," the booming man said. Harry tapped his cane as he moved onward. Then Ron said, "Left, Harry." Harry turned left and tapped one of the boats with his cane. He stepped inside, stumbling a little as it moved in the water. Behind him, Ron followed with magic. Hermione was the last to enter their boat, and Harry heard the other students organizing themselves. "Everyone in?" the booming-voiced man shouted. Right then, forward. Harry felt the boat begin to move silently through the lake. There were no waves to disturb the water, so the ride was rather unremarkable. Harry anticipated actually getting into Hogwarts more than the boring ride there, wanting to hear what things would sound like, experience what classes would be like compared to the Muggle schools he'd attended. Curiously, Harry reached one of his hands carefully over the side of the boat and touched the ice-cold water. Glad he didn't have to swim. "Heads down," the man shouted to everyone. Harry lowered his head as the boats continued to move. Then a few seconds later, Hermione said, "You can raise your head now, Harry." He did so, then a few moments later, felt the boat bump against something. Everyone began climbing out and Harry followed, hearing the sound of rocks and pebbles under his shoes, feeling the uneven ground under his feet. The large man called out after a few moments, "Oi there. This your Toad?" "Trevor," Neville cried out in delight. Harry smiled, glad that he was able to reunite with his pet. They all climbed from the harbor through a passageway and found themselves on smooth grass. Harry continued to follow the footsteps to a set of steps, which were rather long. Once at the top, he heard the large man knock 3 times on a door after ensuring Neville still had his Toad, and that everyone was there. It swung open silently, and Harry heard a woman say with a bit of a Scottish accent, "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Harry followed the rest of the students into the entrance hall. The only way he knew it was inside was because of the temperature change in the air. Otherwise, it was so large it almost sounded like the outside did. Listening carefully, he was able to pick out the echo from the walls and ceiling, but the room was quite large. Curiously, he tapped his cane on the floor a bit before allowing it to slide along the ground smoothly, not picking it up as it slid over the stone floor. It wasn't completely smooth, and Harry used his cane to get a feel for the floor as he followed the woman's steps and those of the other students. To his right, he could hear many students talking in what was likely another room. They were soon led into a small room that they crowded into, waiting. "Welcome to Hogwarts," the woman said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. She paused for a moment, then said, I shall return when we are ready for you. Please wait quietly. As she exited the room, Harry turned and said, Ron. Here, mate. Harry turned more to his left. Who was that? He asked. I think it was Professor McGonagall. Ron responded. I know her, Hermione interjected. She's the one who took me shopping with my parents and teaches Transfiguration. How are we sorted? Harry asked. Not sure, Ron said. Some sort of test, I think. Fred says it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. Harry said nothing, only swallowed nervously. He turned to face the door where Professor McGonagall had left, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd only remembered feeling this nervous when he knew he'd be punished by the Dursleys for doing something unnatural, but he didn't have that to worry about here. Magic's right hand clasped his left in response to his wishes, gripping firmly. Harry returned the grasp tightly, squeezing her hand and listening to Hermione whispering very fast under her breath, going over all the spells she'd learned and wondering which one she'd need. Harry was just starting to try and calm down a little when he heard several people scream behind him, jumping in startled surprise. He immediately released Magic's hand and spun around, turning his head left and right in a vain attempt to listen for any danger. Instead of danger, he heard people talking, though their voices seemed somewhat further away than usual even though they were close. It was almost as if their voices were an echo of something that once was, though it was very slight and he doubted most people noticed. Forgive and forget, I say. We ought to give him a second chance. A man was saying. My dear Friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here? Another said, probably having noticed all the students. New students, the first man that had spoken said. About to be sorted, I suppose. That's right, Harry said. Though his heart beat hard and he was calming from fear, he didn't let that stop him from speaking. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff, the first man stated. My old house, Move along now, Professor McGonagall's familiar, serious tones stated sharply. The sorting ceremony's about to start. Harry listened intently for the footsteps of the people that were echoes of what once had been, but heard nothing, no sign of movement at all. Professor, why don't they have footsteps? Harry asked curiously, though felt a little nervous at asking a question to someone in authority whose class he wasn't yet in, and someone whose time sounded like she didn't want to waste. Because they're ghosts, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall responded briskly. Now, form a line and follow me. Harry hated lines. He could never stay in them reliably. With a sigh, he did his best to do so, following the person in front of him and occasionally tapping their foot with his cane. After about the third time that happened, the boy said in the familiar voice of Draco Malfoy, Stop that, Potter. I can't stop. That's how I get around. Harry said, Unless you want me to grab your shoulder. Is there a problem? Professor McGonagall asked as they all stopped. No problem, Professor, Harry said in reply. They continued moving, entering the Great Hall. Harry heard a great deal of whispering, imagining that the people sitting down were staring and pointing at him as he followed the footsteps of the others. He felt himself trembling a little and Magic strong. Unnaturally warm hands rested on his shoulders, silently supporting him, but not leading him. Harry sighed and felt a little more relaxed at that, hearing Hermione whisper, It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Harry had no idea what she was talking about, and felt too nervous to ask, though thought it might have something to do with the unfamiliar and very complex magic he could feel above him. Eventually, they stopped, and Harry got the sense that everyone was staring at him, even the other first years. He heard a clatter as something was set down in front of them, then heard something placed on top of the first item. A few moments passed before he heard a man's voice begin to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their daring nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends, those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." Everyone began clapping, so Harry did too. They slowed to a stop after a few moments as Ron said, "So we've just got to try on a hat. I'll kill Fred. He was going on about wrestling a troll." "You're so gullible, there's no way," Harry said, remembering the description of the mountain troll in one of his books. Harry nervously stood with the rest of the first years, wondering exactly where he was going to be placed. He supposed he did feel brave above all, but that wasn't the strongest thing of all. At the moment, that was his nervousness and perhaps a bit of queasiness. Harry took deep breaths in an attempt to calm himself, wishing he and Magic could hug. He didn't think such displays of affection would be allowed in the middle of the Great Hall, though, and didn't really feel too keen on doing such a thing in front of everyone. Magic didn't move, simply kept her hands grasping his shoulders. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," Professor McGonagall called after Harry heard a step. "Abbott, Hannah." Harry heard the stumbling steps of the girl whose name had been called, listening as she sat. A few moments passed before the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff!" Students cheered and clapped as the girl made her way to the Hufflepuff table. That could be a problem, Harry thought nervously to himself. He didn't know how he was going to make his way to the proper table without Magic's help when the time came. Susan Bones was also put in Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw, and Harry noticed the majority of the cheering and clapping at another table. He felt relief, thinking he would simply follow the loudest cheers. Millicent Bulstrode went to Slytherin along with Daphne Greengrass. Harry heard the names called as he waited, hoping he wouldn't be picked last. He remembered the times in his classes when that had happened, but more so, he recalled the greater amount of times when he was asked to sit off to the side while everyone else got to run around and play or perform assignments in pairs. He was determined not to let that happen this time, but common sense caught up with his emotions soon enough. The names were being called alphabetically based on their last name. Harry noticed that the hat's decision would sometimes be immediate, but other times it would take a while. Seamus Finnegan took at least a minute before he was declared a Gryffindor by the hat. Hermione was next, and she also went to Gryffindor. Harry heard Ron groan. As Neville Longbottom's name was called, Harry got a sick feeling in his stomach, hoping that he wouldn't be sitting there with the hat on his head for so long that Professor McGonagall told him there had been some kind of mistake, or worse, told him that a blind kid couldn't learn anything at Hogwarts because they didn't know how to deal with him. Harry swallowed as he heard the hat make Neville a Gryffindor, heard people laughing as he realized Neville had to return to the stool for some reason. Then the next name was called. Malfoy went to Slytherin, and Harry decided immediately that if he had a choice, Slytherin wouldn't be one of his preferences given how Malfoy had acted around him on the train. After several more names had been called, Harry heard his own. Trembling, he stepped out of line, still feeling nervous. Magic stayed with him, and as he made his way up to the stool, he could hear people whispering. "Potter, is that really Harry Potter? The boy who lived is blind? Oh, that poor boy. If he's in my house, I'll help him." Many others were whispering as well, and when Harry missed the stool and was quietly directed to turn left by Professor McGonagall, his face burned with embarrassment. He trembled as he sat down, Magic standing behind him, hands still on his shoulders firmly. Harry felt the hat lower over his head and ears, muffling the sounds he heard. A voice said in his ear. "Interesting, quite interesting. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, very interesting. So where shall I put you?" Harry clutched his still unfolded cane in his hands and thought, "Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh?" The small voice asked as Harry felt his heart pounding and hands trembling. Well, I do believe you're quite right, Mr. Potter. What courage you've shown over your years of life thus far, and not wishing help from magic even though she'll do anything you desire. You do show great courage and bravery. Yes, I see there's only one place where you truly belong, so I wish you well in Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall, and as the hat was lifted off his head and he shakily stood, he heard an explosion of cheers so loud his ears rang. He also heard several people hurriedly getting up even as he started to walk toward the Gryffindor table with Magic still behind him. He could hear them headed toward him and decided to take his first brave action. "Please stop," he shouted, though they either didn't hear him, which was likely, or they thought he was being stupid. With a thought, Magic amplified his voice and Harry called, "Please stop." The cheering and movement stopped instantly. "Thank you," he said, his voice echoing around the entire hall, his legs shaking hard, his voice trembling, as he'd never liked any form of public speaking. "I can get there with simple directions. I don't need an entire crowd of people swarming around me. That's not helpful, it's a hindrance." Harry removed the amplification on his voice and heard people moving back to the table, making his way carefully toward it. After a few seconds, he heard Hermione say, "This way, Harry." He followed her voice gratefully, then sat down, listening to people talking and whispering. "If everyone will please calm down, we will continue with the sorting." Professor McGonagall's sharp voice called everyone back to order, though some still whispered and pointed as Harry folded up his cane and Magic gracefully sat next to him. "Do you want anything described?" Hermione asked from his right side, her voice quiet and almost a whisper. "No, not yet," Harry responded. "But thanks." Dean Thomas was sorted into Gryffindor, Lisa Turpin went to Ravenclaw, and Harry waited with anticipation for Ron to be sorted, hoping he would get to Gryffindor as well. When it was announced that he did, Harry clapped and cheered with the rest of them, Ron sitting next to Magic on the bench. "Well done, Ron. Excellent." Harry heard a pompous voice say from across the table. "By the way, Mr. Potter, I'm Percy Weasley, and if you need any help at all with anything, I'd be more than happy to assist you." He sounded like one of the overly helpful types, who was strictly following the rules and wanted to make himself look impressive, Harry thought. He decided to politely rebuff him. "I appreciate that, but since Hermione or Magic are so close, I'll ask one of them to help me. I won't inconvenience you," he said. "That reminds me, precisely why weren't you sorted, young lady?" Percy asked. "I presume you are Magic." "Yes, I'm Harry's Magic. Harry is in Gryffindor. It's illogical for me to be anywhere other than where Harry is, since I'm his Magic," she stated placidly. Everyone was becoming silent, Harry noticed, and Hermione quietly said, "Professor Dumbledore's standing up at the front of the hall." "Welcome," Harry heard a kind, but elderly voice say welcomingly, as if he was very pleased to see them all there. He turned his head to the left to face it. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you." Harry heard everyone clapping and cheering, grinning a little as he did the same. He also noticed the aroma of food that he hadn't smelled before, his stomach growling its hunger to him. "He sounds a bit mad," Harry said uncertainly. "He's a genius, best wizard in the world. But he is a bit mad, yes." "Potatoes, Harry," Percy Weasley announced. "You don't have to worry about reaching across the table," Harry said kindly. "Hermione, would you mind helping me a little?" "Allow me to help you," Magic stated sedately. "Sure," Harry said. "Go ahead." Harry felt a soothing rush of power, a closer kinship with Magic, just as he had when he told her she didn't have to test any more wands. He listened to her as she helped him, hearing people talking and whispering around him. "How do you know what he likes?" Ron asked. "He's not said anything. I'm a part of Harry, his Magic. I know what he wishes, wants, and needs," Magic explained. "But how?" Ron asked. "I'm a part of Harry," Magic said. Don't bother. She won't answer you any further than that, Harry said. She'll just give you the same answer in an unending, tireless loop of endless patience and an answer that won't change. You didn't change the wording of your question enough. Ron, watch. Magic. How do you know what I need and want? You know, Magic stated. Well, Harry trailed off sheepishly. She knows I know, so won't answer me. Magic. How do I even ask you a question like that without getting the same kind of answer? Ron asked. You're kind of hard to talk to. Ask based on what I've told you. Think, Magic stated. Okay. Ron trailed off for a moment. How are you aware of what Harry wants, exactly? I know you're a part of him, but what makes you aware of all that? You're aware of your limbs, how they feel. I'm aware of Harry and how he feels, what he needs and wishes, what he thinks and remembers, Magic stated. That doesn't really explain much, Ron said. Think of it like this, Ron. Harry responded. You know if your hand is hurting and won't do whatever it was that made it hurt, right? Of course, Ron replied. Well, Magic's the same way with me, but her awareness is of me, everything I am. She's lovely and accommodating, and nothing but a cold, calculating, rational being who's changeless, except for physically growing like I do, Harry said. That sounds quite insulting, Percy said. But it's true, and I wouldn't have her any other way. Steady as a rock, my Magic is, Harry said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Truth is best, Magic responded, and Harry felt the soothing feeling increase for a moment. So, what have I got today? Harry asked. He knew Magic was going to tell him verbally, as he didn't want anyone to be aware of his link of knowledge yet. Meat at 6 o'clock, vegetables at 9, potatoes at 12, salad at 3. Water at 1 o'clock next to your plate on the table, Magic stated. Thanks, Harry said, taking a drink from his goblet. Fancy things here, I guess. Do you need help cutting that, Harry? Hermione asked as Harry struggled with cutting his meat. I'll get it eventually, I just need to practice, Harry responded as Magic efficiently cut her own next to him. Well, part of your steak's about to go off the plate, Hermione said. Harry sighed, found it with his fork, and tried again. He managed to slice his meat, though crudely, then began to eat. The meal was superbly delicious, something even he hadn't managed to do with his own cooking just yet, and Aunt Petunia's cooking couldn't amount to. Even the restaurants he'd occasionally been to weren't as good as this. Before he knew it, Harry was on seconds, people around him participating in idle conversation that he listened to, but didn't engage in. People spoke about their families, and Hermione told everyone her parents were dentists. When Harry was asked a question, it wasn't about his family. How'd you go blind? Seamus Finnegan asked. I didn't, Harry replied as he faced him. I was born without my optic nerve. Optic what? Seamus sounded confused. It's how you can see, basically, Harry said. When you look at something, your eye uses the information from light that's reflected from the object, if it's the plate or your food, to tell you everything about it. All the information is focused by different parts of the eye, then it's sent along the optic nerve to your brain, where you recognize a steak, a plate, a person, a door. Without that nerve, your mind won't get anything, so it's like not having eyes at all. So, do you see darkness? Dean Thomas asked. No, I don't see anything, Harry responded. It's not darkness, I just don't have any sight. I don't really know how to explain that, but it's like not having it to begin with, so I don't really know what it is. You obviously know to face people when they talk to you, and other skills you wouldn't know unless someone taught you. Who did that? Hermione asked. Sharon, a woman who taught me all these things, including how to use my cane, how to talk to people, not to rock in chairs, which I do love, by the way, and a lot of other things. She was the kindest person I know. Second to Magic, of course, Harry said. Don't take offense, as I mean none, but Magic doesn't seem kind, Percy stated. She seems quite blunt. She is, Harry said. I like that, though, from her. She'll always tell me the truth in a manner that wastes no purpose. Oh yeah, Hermione, I had a question for you. Yes, she prompted. I was talking to Ron about his family on the train, and told him I could enjoy it through him. Vicar, something. Harry said. Vicariously. That means you would enjoy his family through him, as you stated. Hermione said. Thanks. Harry replied. Wouldn't magic know that? Hermione asked. Yes, more than likely, but I wanted to ask you because I want to be your friend, and I thought you could give me the information. I don't want to become so isolated that I rely on magic for everything. She understands that, and I assure you, isn't jealous. Magic, are you jealous? Harry asked.
No.
Magic stated. Thanks. Hermione said emotionally. That's, well, it's probably one of the nicest things anyone's ever said to me. Glad to help, Harry said, hearing a commotion further down the table. What is happening down there, I wonder? It looks like the Gryffindor ghost is pulling his head partly off his neck. Disgusting, and while we're eating, Hermione said. Yeah, Harry agreed. Oh, look, desserts, Hermione said. I've still not finished eating yet, Harry said. What's there? Ice cream, pies, chocolate eclairs, jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jello, treacle tarts. There's a lot, probably anything you could think of, Hermione explained. And it looks like another plate appeared above yours, too. Magic, would you? Harry asked. I'd ask you, Hermione, but it's a little easier for the moment. I don't mind, Hermione responded. It's fascinating to watch Magic's movements. She's different than everyone else. How so? Harry asked. When she reaches for something, she does so in the most efficient way possible. She doesn't waste any motion at all. For example, I might reach a little too high to be sure I'm reaching over your glass of water here. But Magic reaches for something so that the sleeve of her robe is just barely above everything, and isn't touching it at all. Other people might shake a little bit, but she doesn't. She holds something completely steady, so nothing falls off the serving spoon, or whatever she's holding. Hermione said. She always looks very serene, and when she looks at something or someone, she does so like she's able to remember them at a glance. How can Magic see and you can't? Ask her, Harry said. Oh, right. Hermione sounded a little sheepish. Magic, how can you? Your question's incomplete, Magic stated. You know, how can you see? Why? Hermione asked. I can see as you can see with eyes. I see because I'm aware of more than Harry, because that's what Harry wishes, and because I have optic nerves. Magic said. That's fascinating. I wouldn't think she could. You could see Magic as Harry's blind. Hermione said. Magic didn't respond, simply turned back to gathering desserts for Harry, which were all finger foods. Harry finished eating and started in on his desserts, and as he did so, he felt a slight spike of magic and realized his dinner plate was gone, perhaps having been vanished. I wonder how that's done, Harry said curiously. How they knew I was finished with that. Magic, my dear Watson, Hermione stated in an imitation of Sherlock Holmes. Okay, Sherlock. No Hermione explanation this time, Harry asked with a grin, glad she was relaxed enough to joke with him, though suspecting that probably wouldn't last too long. Given her nature for wanting to study hard, he thought she'd probably stop that when classes started piling on more work. I don't actually know yet, Hermione said. I haven't bothered to look into that, but I do know that the kitchen below us is an exact replica of the Great Hall, with the exception of some things that it wouldn't have. Presumably, they use a simple spell to make the pots and pans of food appear here from where they are in the kitchen. Harry said to himself. The students continued to talk to one another, and after about 15 or 20 minutes, the desserts vanished. Everyone went silent again, so Harry assumed Professor Dumbledore was about to make another speech, hopefully longer than the last one. Harry faced him as he heard his throat clear. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madame Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry laughed, though he was one of the few students who did. Hearing not much else but silence, Harry quickly stopped, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. "He's not serious, Percy?" Harry muttered. "Must be," Percy responded in a contemplating voice. "It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts. Everybody knows that. I do think he might have told us prefects, at least." So, Percy was a prefect, Harry thought curiously to himself. Professor Dumbledore wasn't quite finished just yet, though. "And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song," Professor Dumbledore called. Harry barely heard the sound of something moving through the air, then felt something appear under his hand. It was a paper, he realized, with Braille letters for the words to the song. At least the headmaster was anticipating some of his needs, Harry thought with a grin. "Everyone picked their favorite tune, and off we go," Professor Dumbledore said. Harry barely heard his own singing over the mess of every single individual, practically singing different songs. He and Magic sang the same tune, of course, and in perfect synchronicity, though he doubted anyone heard them. The words to the song were rather strange, and they were two of the last to stop. Two people at the Gryffindor table were singing to what sounded like a slow song that Harry wasn't quite familiar with at the end, and when they reached the end of the song, Professor Dumbledore was one of the few who clapped the loudest. "Ah, music," he said, sounding joyful. "A magic beyond all we do here. And now bedtime. Off you trot." Harry stood with everyone else, saying, "Hermione, want to guide me?" "Sure," she said. "How should I best do that?" "I'll take your right arm," he responded as he unfolded his cane. Though Hermione would lead him, he always felt a little awkward walking without his cane unfolded, unless he was in a familiar environment, small room, or walking with Magic leading him. They walked from the Great Hall and entered the entrance hall, the rest of the students walking to different areas of the school around them. Harry heard the hundreds of footsteps, feeling intimidated, as he always did, by the large crowd. Before he got too far, he said, "Wait just a sec." "Why?" Hermione asked. Harry rose his left hand, held the compass button on his watch, then stated, "Begin map. Hogwarts. Great Hall to Gryffindor dorm." The watch beeped twice and said in a clear voice he could hear, "Map begin." "Okay, let's go," Harry said. "I've never heard of a watch like that before," Hermione said, sounding quite intrigued. "How does it work? Where did you get it? Is there a place you can go to get anything else you might need? What about a Brailler? What do you do in that case? Do you use a slate and stylus?" "Hermione, calm down," Harry chuckled as they hurried to catch up to the rest of the students. "I'll get to them one at a time, okay?" "Okay," Hermione said, though sounded breathless, eager to learn. "How'd you know about the Brailler and such anyway?" he asked. "I did a little background reading. Since I knew you'd be joining me at Hogwarts, I thought it would be a good idea to learn about things the blind use. I already knew a little, of course, but wanted to improve my knowledge," Hermione said. "Maybe you can learn how to read Braille and write it, too," Harry said. "I've already started to learn the alphabet. I thought it would be helpful if I knew Braille, so I could write you letters through the post if we ever became friends," Hermione said. "I already consider you a friend, Hermione, so you're free to write me letters anytime you want." "So, you had questions about the watch," Harry said. "Yes," Hermione replied. "Where did you get it?" "It's a shop in Diagon Alley called Special Magical Needs, or something like that. They've got all sorts of other things, too, including this cool Brailler that can also transcribe print to Braille and Braille to print. It runs off of magic, apparently," Harry said. "I'd love to learn how that works," Hermione eagerly responded. "So much for me needing to learn Braille. It's more personal if you write it in Braille than print. It shows me you're actually trying to understand me," Harry said. Yeah. "I'll keep learning Braille then," Hermione said, sounding emotional again, as if she was about to cry, though Harry guessed it was from joy. Hermione asked him no more questions, and they climbed up steps and walked through corridors that Harry lost track of, glad he had his watch to map the route for him. He yawned, tired, though still attentive to where he was going. When they stopped quite suddenly, Harry said, "Are we there?" "No, there's walking sticks floating in mid-air," Hermione responded. Harry heard the sticks being tossed and Percy called, "Peeves, show yourself." Harry heard a sound as if someone was letting the air out of a balloon. "Do you want me to go to the Bloody Baron?" Percy asked. Harry heard a pop, felt some type of magic at the same moment, and Hermione gasped a little beside him. "Ooh-hoo," he said, cackling in an evil manner. "Ickle first ties. What fun. Magic. Make those walking sticks get him out of the way, will you?" Harry asked. Harry then heard laughter, Peeves shouting, and the walking sticks hitting each other and moving swiftly down the corridor. He heard them clatter to the ground, then nothing but silence. "No magic in the corridors, Mr. Potter," Percy said firmly. "As this is your first infraction, I will warn you this time." "I'll remember that," Harry responded. "Oh yeah, Dumbledore did say that in his speech, didn't he?" "He did," Hermione replied, then quoted, "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors." "What are you, a tape recorder?" Harry asked. "No, I'm Commander Data," Hermione replied, grinning. "Who?" Harry asked. "Oh, he's from Star Trek: The Next Generation. He's an android, so he can remember everything that anyone says to him," Hermione said. "My memory isn't that perfect, but it's pretty good." "You'll want to watch out for Peeves," Percy said after they continued on. "The Bloody Baron's the only one who can control him. He won't even listen to us prefects. Here we are." "Password?" a woman's voice asked. "Caput Draconis," Percy responded. Harry remembered. "It's a portrait that opens, so you'll have to step over," Hermione said as they approached. Harry tapped it with his cane, heard the woman in the portrait gasp, then stepped through easily, Hermione behind him and magic in front of him. The room they entered was warm, and Harry could hear a fire crackling merrily in a fireplace. He stepped further into the room and heard Percy say, "Girls through this staircase, boys follow me." "Good night, Magic and Hermione," Harry said. "Good night," Magic stated. "Night, Harry," Hermione said as he let her go and followed the boys. Harry began walking up the steps to the boys' dormitory, feeling oddly lonely without Magic by his side. It was similar to how he'd felt when Magic remained home at the Dursleys doing housework, and he went off to school. It wasn't long before he heard a series of surprised screams, though. "Remain here," Percy said. Harry and the others pressed themselves against the wall as Percy hurried back down the stairs. "What happened here?" he asked. "They just turned into a slide," one of the girls stated. "I wondered if this would happen," Hermione said. "Why exactly?" Percy asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Hermione asked with a huff. "Magic's part of Harry. She's his magic, so of course she'd be recognized as a boy even though she looks like a girl. I'll have to contact Professor Dumbledore about this, I suppose. Mr. Potter, come down here, please," Percy said. Harry did so, entering into the open room again. "You may have a seat while I take the rest of your classmates to their dormitory. Your magic presents a small problem that Professor McGonagall must be notified about," Percy said. "She could stay here in the common room, right, Magic?" Harry asked. "Yes," Magic stated. "She doesn't need sleep, doesn't need to change clothes, and doesn't need to shower or freshen up at all," Harry said. "She'll be fine here." "Is that correct, Magic?" Percy asked. "Yes," Magic responded. "Very well then. If both of you are sure, you may go with your classmates, Mr. Potter. I will still inform Professor McGonagall about this, however," Percy said. "That's fine," Harry responded, heading back to the staircase. Percy led them to their dormitory, and once inside, Harry held the compass button on the watch and said, "Stop mapping." The watch beeped twice. "Mapping stopped," stated. That's pretty cool, Harry, Neville said a little nervously. I've got a lot of cool goodies, Harry responded. This bed by the window, there's no trunk here, Ron said, confused. I've got mine in my pocket, Harry said, walking over to the four-poster bed. He placed his trunk at the end, then expanded it. I still think that's wicked, Ron said in amazement. You and I both, Harry replied with a grin. Good night, everyone. Good night, Ron said, the others muttering their bedtime salutations. After dressing in his night clothes, Harry climbed into bed and quickly drifted off to sleep, exhausted. Chapter 6 First Classes and Beginnings of Unity. Harry woke earlier than everyone else and carefully made his way around the dormitory, eventually making his way to the bathroom and back to his bed. After getting out clothes, Harry went back, found one of the showers which was already stocked with supplies, and took his shower. It was 5:30 by the time he got out of the shower and dressed in his uniform. Everyone else was still asleep, but Harry decided it might be best for him to make his way to the Great Hall early. After exiting the dormitory, Harry reversed the map to the Gryffindor dormitory and set the Great Hall as a mapped location that he could find from anywhere, along with the Gryffindor common room. After entering the common room, Harry walked over to Magic and hugged her. How was your night? Harry asked. I remained aware of you, Magic stated in reply. Well, time to go find the Great Hall. Ready? Harry asked. Yes, Magic said, standing. Harry had unfolded his cane before walking down the stairs, so simply made his way toward where he thought the portrait hole was. He was off by a few feet, but after noticing the difference between the wall and the back of the portrait, pushed it open as if it was on hinges. He climbed out with Magic behind him, then began walking down the corridor. Turn left in 10 meters, the watch announced. Yes, ma'am, Harry jokingly responded. After following the watch's directions for about 15 minutes, Harry found himself in the entrance hall. He continued to follow its directions until it told him he'd arrived at the destination and stopped guiding him. Tapping the floor, Harry realized he wasn't close to the door, then remembered he'd begun the mapping when he was outside the Great Hall. Continuing forward, Harry found the brick wall, then moved right, and not finding the door when he thought he would, turned left until he reached it. The doors were already open, and the Great Hall was silent. As Harry stepped into the large room with Magic behind him, he tapped his cane on the floor and listened to the echo. He said. Well, this could be a slight problem. I wonder how I'll find the Gryffindor table. I know it's one of the middle tables, but which one? Harry began walking around the Great Hall, familiarizing himself with where everything seemed to be. For long tables were in the large room, and at its front was the table where he presumed all the professors sat. Recalling where Professor Dumbledore's voice had come from when he'd been speaking the previous night, Harry went along the head table, finding the chair in the middle that was different from all the others. This was probably Dumbledore's seat, Harry thought to himself. He counted the steps until he reached the end of the table, then, once on its other side, counted them until he was back at the center. Harry then put the table to his back, turned slightly right, then began walking until his cane bumped one of the tables. He felt its surface, found the bench that was to his right, then lined up with it at his back and walked forward until he bumped the table at the right side of the room. Heading back, Harry went around the table he'd been at, then passed two before he was at the left side of the room. He returned to his previous position, fairly confident he'd found the correct table, though not entirely certain. If he was right, it was the right table of the center two tables in the room that were the long, rectangular ones. Sitting on the bench about midway down the table with Magic next to him, Harry commented, I hope this is the correct table. You have neglected some of your supplies, Magic stated. Oh, great, Harry responded, realizing he'd forgotten his brailler and a few other necessities. Well, this is a school of magic, so transport my brailler 20 sheets of paper with these things in my backpack. Put the backpack on my back. Harry felt the weight settle on him after he'd finished speaking, grinning as he turned toward her. Magic, thanks, he said. I do what you wish, Magic responded, but felt the soothing rush of power all the same. Harry touched the table, though found nothing other than the plates and silverware, guessing it wasn't yet time for breakfast to be served. He just thought that when he felt the same magic as last night, smelled the aroma of food that had appeared on the table. Reaching out, he felt a hot dish of something, pulling his hand back almost immediately. "What's in that?" he asked as he didn't want to touch the food. "Bacon," Magic sedately announced. "Well, let's see here," Harry said, searching for the serving tongs or whatever was used to dish the food onto his plate. After finding some, Harry put some of the bacon on his plate, then continued searching along the long table. After finding a pitcher of liquid, he moved it over to his glass and poured himself something, using a finger to determine when his cup was full and hearing someone entering the great hall, though not certain who. He put the pitcher back where he'd found it as he heard sounds of dishes being moved at the head table. One of the professors had entered, then Harry thought. "What's this?" Harry asked Magic, having found another hot dish. "Toast," Magic replied. "Well, this should be interesting," Harry said to himself. He used the tongs to grab some of the bread, and after he'd gathered 4 pieces, touched them and found they didn't have any butter. After wiping his fingers off on a napkin, he touched the table around the platter of toast, trying to find anything that looked like butter. What he found didn't seem to have anything to do with butter. In fact, it looked more like a large, round container with the handle of a knife at its top. Carefully moving it closer to him, Harry sniffed it. Definitely not butter, he concluded, pushing it back and resuming his search, whistling to himself a little. "Aha," he said, finding another dish that was warm. "Let's see if you're what I want." Harry brought it close to him, and after smelling it, determined it was probably butter. Grasping the handle of the knife inside, he carefully scooped some on the knife, then brought it to his bread and spread the butter, or whatever it was, on his toast. He placed the piece of toast under the second piece, repeating the motions. After he finished, he made sure the table hadn't been dirted in any way, and found that it hadn't been. Replacing the dish back where it had come from, he picked up the toast and began eating, proud of himself for this act of independence, hearing Magic gathering food for herself. "Superb," Harry said to himself with a grin as he ate. Harry found that he could eat as much as he liked. In fact, without anyone in the Great Hall except the single professor that had entered, Harry felt no guilt of availing himself of more of the dishes. After eating the toast and bacon, Harry next found waffles, though only knew where the butter was. "Magic, where's the syrup?" Harry asked after he spread the butter on his waffles. 1.27 meters to the left of the butter dish, Magic blandly said. Harry responded, standing and moving to the left of Magic to try and find it. Touching a container, he asked, "Is this it?" "Yes," Magic stated. Harry handed her the bottle and asked, "Would you mind? I can never get that right no matter how hard I try. Superfluous conversation is unnecessary. Ask me only," Magic said as she poured the liquid on his waffles. "I'll remember that," Harry said. "Be sure to put that back when you're done." Harry began cutting the waffles and once cut, ate them, though found where a piece of the waffle had gone off his plate and onto the table. Since the tables felt quite clean, Harry didn't mind eating it, and silently asked Magic to clean the table around his plate. She did so, and when Harry finished, he found himself something else to eat. He sampled a few different items as he heard the person who had sat down at the front, humming to himself. It seemed like the humming came from a familiar voice, though it took him a moment to recognize it. It was Professor Dumbledore. Harry thought, fairly confident he was correct. Just then, Harry heard someone hurrying into the Great Hall. Then Hermione's familiar voice called across the empty room, "Harry!" "Hermione, hey?" Harry said with a grin as she ran over to him, sounding out of breath. "I was looking for you," she said. "Well, here I am," he responded. "What is it? About 6:20? "Yeah," Hermione said as she slid on to the bench next to him. "So, I take it that I got to the correct table? Is this the Gryffindor one?" Harry asked. "Yes, it is," Hermione replied. "Oh, good," Harry grinned. "I'm always glad when I figure something like that out, especially in a maze of a place like Hogwarts. Did you know that the distance between here and the Great Hall seemed to change? That could be me, of course, but I felt like I was traveling and looping through more corridors than I had when I originally came here. Either that or my watch got confused. Well, the watch might not be perfect, Hermione said. We can explore that if you want. Sure, I'd like that, Harry said as he heard her dishing herself up some food to eat. I also wondered, is that Professor Dumbledore up there at the teacher's table? Yeah, it is. How'd you know? Hermione asked. I heard him humming earlier. I thought it was him, he said. I wonder if we'll have the same schedule. If we do, would you mind helping me to classes? Not at all, Hermione replied, eager to assist him. Thanks, Harry said. Usually, Sharon would take me around the school so I could learn my way, but I think Hogwarts is going to be a bit more challenging. I'll help you figure it out, Hermione replied. At least someone will, Harry said. Magic, how are you doing today? Okay? Hermione asked. Harry is well. I am well, Magic stated in reply. Huh, Hermione stated, confused. Are you always like that? Fine if Harry is fine, etc.? I'm a part of Harry. I would be, Magic stated. A lot of people find Magic very difficult to talk to because of how direct she is, Harry said. I know Ron was having difficulty last night. I'm sure I can manage, and if you'd like magic, I'll be your friend, Hermione said. Harry is your friend, so I'm your friend, Magic stated. Oh, Hermione replied. Well, that's nice. I'm glad to hear it. Harry heard other people heading into the Great Hall as he sat next to Hermione, who was silently eating. He heard the whispering about him, imagined people were pointing in his direction. He ignored it, simply let them say what they wanted. Others soon began to join them at the Gryffindor table, though no one spoke to either of them. About a half hour before classes, Professor McGonagall handed out their schedules. Harry was glad to see that his was in Braille, beginning to read it. First, I've got herbology on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Harry said. So do I, Hermione replied. Nothing for the second period today, but Tuesday it's defense against the dark arts. Wow, today's easy. Only herbology, Harry said. Well, then, we can use the extra time to familiarize you with Hogwarts, Hermione responded briskly. And from what you've told me so far, we've got all of the same classes. Do you have history of magic second period on Wednesday? And astronomy on midnight? Yes, for history of magic. Nope for astronomy, Harry said. That makes sense, Hermione said. Astronomy is the study of the stars and planets, which is what the telescope is for. Telescope? I wasn't asked to get that, Harry said. Well, you wouldn't be able to make use of it, Hermione said. I suppose not. At least the headmaster's practical here, Harry said, then continued reading his schedule aloud. Looks like on Thursday I've got charms, then transfiguration, and in the afternoon, flying. How's that supposed to work? You can still fly a broom even if you're blind. You just won't be able to see where you're going, Hermione stated practically. Well, that should prove to be interesting, Harry said. Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Potter? You have the flying class on your schedule? Professor McGonagall asked. Yes, Professor, that's right, Harry replied. I meant to omit that from your schedule, Professor McGonagall stated. Clearly, it would be unsafe for you to take such a class. I'd like to try it, Professor, Harry said. You can watch the entire time if you want, to satisfy yourself of my safety. I'm curious to know what it's all about, though, and it sounds pretty intriguing, though it does seem a little scary. In the air. I've got nothing to orient Maine. Precisely, Mr. Potter. I believe it would be best for all concerned if we got your schedule reprinted, Professor McGonagall stated. Professor, if you take the class off my schedule, I could still go to it even if I'm not participating, and could still fly even if it's not in a class unless there's restrictions on where someone could fly. If I'm at the class, I can learn how wizards fly from the instructor, Harry said. Minerva. Harry heard the voice of Professor Dumbledore say firmly, then add in a quieter voice, if Mr. Potter wishes to fly, he may do so. But he's blind, Albus. What if he falls and breaks his arm? Professor McGonagall asked. Concerned as we are for his safety, children must learn their own lessons oftentimes. If Mr. Potter falls and breaks his arm, I dare say, he will gain a further appreciation for the risks involved in such activities. Believe me, and I mean no insult, Mr. Potter, I wish to protect you just as much as Professor McGonagall does. However, Minerva, we must let Mr. Potter live his life as he will. I saw a most impressive display earlier this morning while I entered the Great Hall, allowing Mr. Potter to obtain his own food with limited assistance from magic. Though I wished to help him, I did not. Perhaps, Minerva, it is time we re-examine some of our own attitudes and views, for I believe Mr. Potter is far more capable an individual than we believe him to be. But, Albus, Professor McGonagall began, indignant, though Harry couldn't get the beaming grin off his face. The discussion is closed, Minerva. Pardon me, Professor Dumbledore stated, then walked off. Professor McGonagall sighed, sounding irritated, though simply walked off. Harry quietly laughed with joy. Finally, someone who isn't overprotective of me, he said, still beaming. I'm glad you're happy, Hermione said, sounding happy for him. Okay, Harry said, breathing more deeply. The schedule. Let's see if ours still line up. Friday is potions for first and second periods, and that's it. We've got the same schedule then, Hermione responded. I imagine they'll only diverge when we choose our electives in third year and after our OWL results for our fifth year. Are the classrooms in the same place regardless what year you're in? Harry asked. I'm not sure, but I think so, Hermione said. Good. That'll make things a little easier, Harry stated. Then his attention was caught by the sound of many flapping wings. What's that? It's the post, Hermione said. Owls bringing people packages. Nice, Harry said. Although, I wish there was another way to receive mail in the wizarding world. Herbology was taught by Professor Sprout, who gave them a lecture on the importance of caring for magical plants and why they were learning to do so. Harry thought this was a class he could probably do okay at, though it depended on several things. As long as he could tell certain things by touch, he imagined he'd do well. When they walked from the greenhouse an hour later and headed back up to the school, Hermione said, Harry, I feel you're not using every ability you have to its fullest advantage. What do you mean? Harry asked. Magic, Hermione said. You could rely on her a lot more than you do, and I don't think you'd mind helping. Would you, Magic? Harry wants what he wants, and I do what he wishes, Magic said. Hermione, I explained why I don't use magic much. I don't want to become dependent on her, Harry said. But, Harry, you're not depending on magic, you're just depending on another ability that you have, a part of yourself that will never leave you. If I understand things between you and magic correctly, that is, Hermione said. That's not always true, Hermione, Harry replied. Magic won't be going into the boys' dormitory for obvious reasons. She's a girl who shouldn't be around them while they're getting undressed and such, according to the professors, I'm sure. So while I'm there, magic's in the common room. If I ever go out walking at the Dursleys, oftentimes I don't go with magic. So it's important for me to learn what things are like without magic first whenever I can, and only rely on magic when it's necessary. Harry briefly thought about how Aunt Petunia didn't want magic to go to school, and before that point, as he never wanted to leave her, he was told to remain inside. It was rather rare that magic went out with them at all, and always something they would avoid if at all possible, though they never left her alone in the house, either. I suppose so, but you're shortchanging yourself, Hermione said. I'll always think that. Are you still willing to help me? Harry asked. Of course, Hermione responded. Harry stopped mapping the route from the greenhouse to the school when they reached Hogwarts, and with Hermione's help, the trio found where all of Harry's classes would be, then went over the routes again. Hermione got lost, but Harry's watch always kept them on track. Things move around so much here, portraits changing places. The suits of armor I swear can walk, and it's so confusing, Hermione said before dinner that day. Well, at least I've got the watch to help me out. So, was it me? Or is the watch malfunctioning or what? Harry asked. No, it's neither. It's Hogwarts, I think some corridors might lead a different place sometimes, but it's so mixed up in my head. I don't know. Hermione said, I might need you and your fancy watch just to help me get to my classes. I'll help you as long as you like, Harry said with a grin. The next day, Hermione followed Harry and Magic, who walked side by side down the corridors. Harry made his way to herbology on his own, and from there managed to make his way to defense against the dark arts. The class was taught by Professor Quirrell, who stuttered and stammered his way through the lesson. It wasn't really much of a lesson, though, as it turned out to be more of a lecture or a tale on some of his adventures, which started out with how he'd received the turban, though Harry found himself more interested in why his classroom smelled so strongly of garlic. No one believed the story Professor Quirrell had told them about how he'd received the turban, as when Seamus had asked some questions to verify it, Professor Quirrell began stammering his way through talking about the weather. History of Magic on Wednesday was probably the most boring class Harry had ever attended. Aside from Professor Bin's voice that droned on, was the sound of the soft clicking of the keys on Harry's magical brailler, and the slight clicking sound it made when it brailled on the paper. It was far quieter than Harry's muggle brailler had been. In fact, it was only slightly louder than a quill scratching on paper. Harry found this to be a refreshing change, along with the weight of the device. However, as Professor Bin spoke, Harry realized he was simply going through the stories that were already in the book. Though they were worded differently, they were practically the same. Harry also didn't much like that Professor Binns didn't really do much teaching. He simply droned on about the historical facts that were laid out far more consistently in the book. After the class, as he ate lunch with Hermione, he brought up his observations to her. I wrote down just about everything he said, Harry said. It was the same as the books except for him mixing up some words. He didn't really do much teaching, either, just started going on after the bell for class rang. He's one of the professors here, Hermione said. Obviously, Headmaster Dumbledore chose the best one for the job. Did he? Harry asked, then boldly said to those around him, who wants to learn about the historical facts again, in a way that will actually keep everyone awake? Who needs history anyway? Ron asked. It's all the same stuff. If you don't learn from the mistakes of the past, you're going to repeat them. It's important to know what happened in the past so we don't do the same things, even if they're in different forms. Harry responded. For example, are you aware of the Holocaust? What's that? Ron asked. 6 million people were killed, starting in 1933 and ending in 1945, all because of racial prejudice, because one group of people thought they were superior to another. Harry responded. The killer of my parents is doing the very same thing, and people like Draco Malfoy have very similar prejudiced views. What do you mean, exactly? Ron asked. You heard what he said to me on the train. Harry explained. That muggles were trash, didn't think very highly of you. Also, when you entered and Daphne Greengrass was there, she said she didn't want to sully herself with the taint of a blood traitor or something to that effect. That in itself proves a prejudiced, stereotypical view, something people have because they either don't want to get to know someone, or they've been raised with beliefs they're unwilling to re-examine. Harry? Ron said, his voice shaking a little. Just a sec, Harry replied. I want to finish this before I forget. Now, the Holocaust was all about being rid of people who the Nazis thought weren't perfect. I would have been deemed imperfect by them. Harry, Hermione interjected. Hold on, almost done, Harry said. Now, the killer of my parents. If I understand correctly, he wants to be rid of all those who aren't pure of blood, or are traitors to blood purity, people who consort with muggles. Who they are isn't relevant to him, it's how he views them, he and his Death Eaters. It's racism and prejudice, blind irrationality. There are parallels to Muggle history to the Holocaust in my parents' killers' views. Now, what is it? Ron and Hermione. Well, Ron gulped, his voice shaking. I am behind you, Daphne's voice stated in her cool tones. Harry's heart pounded and he turned his head to face her. His hands shook, but he decided not to stop now. And what did you think of my speech? He asked. Insightful, Daphne stated. I'm unfamiliar with this Muggle Holocaust, but you seem versed on the subject. You correctly identified my own prejudiced beliefs as well. How would you know? Ron asked. You're just a slimy SL. Hey, Harry said a bit firmly. Ron, remember how people treat me. Don't treat them the same way. There was a few moments of silence. You demonstrate similar prejudice toward me as I did toward you on the train, Weasley, Daphne stated. Her cool, calm tones hadn't changed. If we overlook stereotypes, we can become friends. Judging others in such a fashion is most unwise, and I was wrong to engage in such an activity. Greengrass, Malfoy called as he hurried over. What are you doing talking with such riffraff? These are people, Malfoy, she replied. You would do well to understand the distinction between good people and those of low standard, and your distinctive views don't indicate any such views, based on the beliefs of your father and not based on whom you have actually met. What's that supposed to mean? Malfoy asked. These riffraff, as you called them, are far more insightful and Slytherin than you will ever be, though that is not their goal, Daphne stated. With a few words, they have greatly assisted me in making a decision of belief, for which you would do well to make as well. Fine. Malfoy snarled. If you want to hang out with mudbloods and blood traitors, so be it. Everyone at the Gryffindor table who had heard Malfoy gasped except Hermione and Harry, who stood up quickly and faced Malfoy, his heart pounding with the anger he felt. Exactly what does that word mean, Malfoy? Perhaps you would care to explain it to me, because it didn't sound very nice, Harry stated in a loud but firm voice. He heard other conversations stopping, which had been his goal. None of your business, Potter, Malfoy stated, trying to put himself in a better-looking light. Really? Harry asked. I'll ask very politely, and remember, I didn't come from the same background as you. Explain to me, please, what the word mudblood means so everyone can hear you. I'm sure Hermione would be interested in knowing as well. It's none of your business, Potter. Stay out of it, Malfoy shouted. I don't need to explain anything to the likes of a blind blood traitor such as yourself. That will do, Malfoy, Professor Snape's icy tones stated coldly from behind him. Professor Malfoy used a rather unkind term, mudblood, and he was quite rude when I politely asked him to explain it. I won't use the word, but I'd like to know what it means, Harry said. I don't think so, Potter, Professor Snape stated. You will, no doubt, manipulate the situation to your favor given the chance. I intend to disavow you of that opportunity. But, Professor Snape, sir, how do you know that? Harry asked politely, though he felt seething fury that this professor was judging him. He didn't show it, though. Because, Potter, you're as arrogant as your father, and I will have none of that behavior, Professor Snape stated furiously. Sir, I never knew my father, Harry responded politely. If you and him had a confrontational relationship, and you now dislike him, I only ask that you remember that I'm not my father. I'm a different person, and I'd ask you not to judge me before you get to know me. And please don't base me off of stereotypes and experiences you've had with my father. Harry heard nothing but silence for a few moments, then heard Professor Snape state, 10 points from Slytherin and detention with me tonight for your use of foul language, Mr. Malfoy. With a shaky sigh, Harry made to turn around and sit back down after he heard the footsteps heading toward the Slytherin table, which was behind him. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. I apologize for my stereotypes, Daphne stated, her voice no longer cool, but simply calm. I wish to be friends with you, if you will be friends with me. Sure, Harry said. I'd like that. Perhaps you as well wish to be friends, Granger, Daphne stated. Sure, Hermione replied. Why don't you sit down? We can get to know each other. Harry sat, Hermione slid over, and Daphne sat next to Harry, whose hands still trembled. Call me Harry, Daphne, Harry said, then quickly added, Can I call you Daphne? Yes, she replied calmly as conversations slowly started up around them. What did that word mudblood mean? Hermione quietly asked. It refers to someone born of muggles only, and are considered by some to possess dirty blood, tainted and unworthy of any magical heritage, Daphne stated, then turned to Ron. Weasley, stop staring at me. Sorry, I've just never seen a Slytherin sitting with Gryffindors before, Ron said. I may be doing so more often, but I would appreciate that you stop staring at me, Daphne responded. I am not like my fellow Slytherins, Weasley. We'll see. Ron grumbled. Harry sighed. Well, it's a step, I suppose, he remarked. He hoped it was a step in the right direction, a step toward unity. The next day, Harry went to Charms class with everyone else, and when Professor Flitwick, a small man, announced Harry's name when taking roll call, Harry heard him squeak and topple to the floor before getting up and telling Harry that if he ever needed any help at all, to ask him. The class was a talk about the usefulness of charms, and a little quiz to gather their thoughts on what charms could be used for. Harry was excited for the practical application, but imagined that would be easy. Professor McGonagall's class of Transfiguration was a no-nonsense type of class, exactly as Harry thought it would be. After roll call, she warned them, Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Harry then heard the snorting of a pig where her desk had been, and everyone made sounds of impressed awe. For your benefit, Mr. Potter, I have transformed my desk into a pig, then back again, Professor McGonagall said. Harry had felt the magic involved, and if needed, could duplicate it. He wasn't as impressed as everyone else, though that was probably because he couldn't actually see it happen. For the next half hour, Professor McGonagall spoke to them about the theory behind Transfiguration, which involved a great deal of complicated note-taking. Harry took detailed notes, typing as quickly as he could on his braille writer, determined to put down everything he could. Once they finished taking notes, Professor McGonagall gave each one of them matchsticks and told them to try and turn it into a needle. Harry didn't use the useless words, only thought what he wanted after touching the matchstick. Just as he wished, it became a needle. Harry let it fall on the desk a few times, then after hearing that it was metal, made it a matchstick again. He went back and forth with this a few times as he held it in his hands, then faced Professor McGonagall when she said, Mr. Potter, what do you think you're doing? Practicing the assignment, Professor, Harry said. I was looking forward to performing practical magic. I could probably turn my entire desk into metal, which would be pretty cool, but I don't fully understand the density changes that might be involved, and whether transfiguring it into metal would take from the air to produce the needed material or my magical energy. I don't want to go playing around with anything like that without some type of supervision. I think I understand all that correctly, Professor, since metal is heavier than wood and whatnot. Yes, I believe you do, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said, and Harry noticed that everyone was silently looking at him. If you wish to attempt this experiment, I will allow you to do so. Cool, Harry replied as he stood, picking up his backpack, which he'd placed his brailler and notes in. Pay careful attention, everyone. When experimenting with transfiguration of this kind, safety always comes first. I will place a ward around the desk to prevent any large amounts of material from entering or exiting the area, Professor McGonagall said. Harry felt the magical ward go up, grinning at yet another thing he could duplicate should he wish. Make your attempt, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall directed. Harry made no visible movement and said nothing, only thought what he wanted. He heard a loud pop and the entire class, except for Professor McGonagall, jumped. Harry felt his heart pounding, feeling more magic coming from Professor McGonagall's wand, dispelling the protective ward. As you guessed, Mr. Potter, the air was taken to fill the space needed to produce the proper density, Professor McGonagall said. I, of course, knew this would happen. However, I wanted you to be aware of the effects. You have produced a flawless transfiguration. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. I believe 50 points to Gryffindor is warranted. It's not fair, Professor, Harry said, then added, Get ready, everyone. I'm turning it back. Another loud pop sounded and the desk was once again wood. What, precisely, is unfair about my awarding you points, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked. Well, you wouldn't award points for someone walking, Professor. Having magic perform acts of magic is like walking to me. Comes completely naturally for me with ease. The hard part is actually fully understanding the theories and such, which I definitely want to do if I wanted to transform one organic thing into another and maintain the health of the being in question. I know why transfiguration's so dangerous, and I completely understand your warnings, Harry said. Then, Mr. Potter, you will not be awarded those points for your transfiguration if you believe it to be unfair. Instead, you will be awarded the points for grasping the seriousness of this class and for asking before your experimentation today. Professor McGonagall responded. Thanks, Professor, Harry said, sitting back down. How did you do that? Hermione demanded. Ever eager to receive knowledge, I see, Harry said. I just wanted the desk to become metal, and my magic made it happen. Magic guides it and my thoughts too. I haven't even got this matchstick to be part of a needle yet, Hermione said. First, try relaxing. Take a few deep breaths and focus on what you want. Okay? Harry said calmly. He heard Hermione breathing, and slowly, the class began working again with a few more reminders from Professor McGonagall. By its end, Hermione had managed to partly turn her matchstick into a needle, something Harry was proud of her for. She was glad about that, but still wanted to perform magic with the same ease that Harry could. After talking with her about it for some time, Harry realized she was jealous and asked her why he wasn't jealous of her sight, as he didn't have that. Hermione went silent after that and apologized later on that night. Harry accepted it and their friendship grew closer. Friday was the first day Harry received post in the mail. He was familiar with the owls flocking overhead, but had never had one drop anything off until that morning. Harry was beginning to eat from his bowl of porridge as he conversationally asked, I wonder what potions will be like. Dunno, mate. Ron responded, he's sitting beside Harry today. It's with Snape, though, and I hear he favors the Slytherins. Guess we'll see if it's true. I suppose so, Harry replied. Too bad Professor McGonagall doesn't favor us, eh? Harry had worked throughout the previous day completing the assignments for Transfiguration and the much smaller one for Charms. He was nearly done with his Transfiguration assignment, and glad of it. Beside him, Ron gave a sound of agreement. Harry heard the mail arriving, and as usual, expected nothing. He was surprised to hear an owl land in front of where he sat, feeling its beak gently bump at his hand. Curious, Harry reached hesitantly forward as the owl remained still, and not for the first time, wondered if animals actually knew he was blind. After untying the note from the owl, he said, Ron, would you mind reading this for me? Sure, Ron replied, taking it from him. Looks like it was written by someone who doesn't know how to write. Anyway, it says, Dear Harry, I'm Hagrid, the groundskeeper at Hogwarts, and the one who led you and the other first years to the school. I knew your parents and know you've got Friday afternoons off. Do you want to come and have tea with me around 3? I want to hear all about your first week. Send your answer back with the owl that brought you the letter. Hagrid. Want to come with me, Ron and Hermione? Harry asked. I'll come, Hermione responded. Sure, Ron said. Okay. Answer in the affirmative, then, Harry said. In the what? Ron asked. Affirmative. It means yes. Answer yes. Harry responded. I love reading. You should read more. It increases the vocabulary and your knowledge. Ron replied as he wrote. Then Harry heard the owl fly off after a few seconds. Well, it's off. Great, Harry replied with a smile. Harry walked the vaguely familiar route to the dungeon where potions was held. It was colder, which Harry expected, as it was underground. Like Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape took roll call. When he got to Harry's name, he said, Ah, Harry Potter. Everyone should know him by now. After he finished, Harry prepared to write down notes as he did in most classes. Then Professor Snape began speaking. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. He began, speaking just loud enough for them to hear every word. The class was silent, and Harry could tell Professor Snape had a passion for what he did. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper in death, if you are willing to be attentive. Silence settled over the class for a few seconds, and Harry could hear Hermione breathing fast, perhaps eager to share her knowledge. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Professor Snape asked. When Hermione raised her hand, Professor Snape stated, I am well aware of your knowledge, Miss Granger, and have complete confidence that you know the answer. Please, put your hand down if you will, and allow others to answer the questions I pose." Harry heard nothing but silence after that. "No one but Miss Granger knows, then?" Professor Snape stated. "Perhaps something easier. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry hesitantly rose his hand. "Potter," Snape stated. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry replied. "Very good, Potter," Professor Snape said. Harry was glad he'd read over his potions book again. "One final question, then. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" After a moment, Professor Snape said, "Longbottom." "They're the same plant, sir," he responded. "Correct, but somewhat incomplete. It will also go by the name of aconite. Your answer as well, Potter, was incomplete. A bezoar is taken from the stomach of a goat and will save you from most poisons. And finally, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death," Professor Snape stated. Harry was brailing quickly, but he was the only one taking notes until Professor Snape barked, "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" He heard everyone getting out their writing supplies, and after they finished taking notes, Professor Snape placed them all into pairs. They began brewing a potion to cure boils, which seemed like a fairly simple one. Magic, being Harry's, was always with him, though he worked with Ron as his partner. Harry began measuring his ingredients after Ron got them. Ron also read the directions to him and helped to measure things as well. It was meticulous work, and Harry thought he might be able to get quite good at it. If magic hadn't been there to help him, though, he doubted he'd do as well. Professor Snape swept among them, curtly stating corrections and directions to everyone, though he seemed to do so with a bit more hostility to the Gryffindors than the Slytherins. Malfoy seemed exempt from his attitude, and Professor Snape was telling the class to observe the perfect way he had stewed his horned slugs when a hissing filled the dungeon. Harry could smell an acrid stench, and Ron said, "Hurry! Up on the stool!" Harry clambered up on his stool, and Magic did the same beside him. He could hear others climbing up on their stools as well, people chattering about what had happened. "What happened?" Harry asked. "Neville's potions melted the cauldron, and it's going across the floor," Ron replied. "Idiot boy!" Professor Snape snarled angrily, and Harry felt some type of vanishing magic. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire? Take him up to the hospital wing." Professor Snape sounded livid, but luckily, his ire wasn't directed at either him or Ron, something Harry was glad for. He vaguely wondered how he might have been if he hadn't spoke to him a couple days ago. Before then, Professor Snape hadn't seemed to like him. Now, it seemed his attitude was changing. Harry felt hope and wondered what the rest of potions would bring. By the end of class, Harry and Ron turned in their potion, which Professor Snape graded as acceptable. They then left the dungeon, and Harry remarked, "Well, that wasn't as bad as it could have been." "Not as bad?" Hermione asked, sounding angry. "He wouldn't even let me answer any questions." "Lay off, Hermione, will you?" Ron asked angrily. Hermione huffed, but said nothing more. At 5 minutes to 3, Harry, Magic, and Ron made their way down to Hagrid's hut on the edge of the grounds. Hermione changed her mind about coming when Ron continued to make somewhat rude statements about her knowing everything, and wanted her to stop presenting her knowledge. Harry, caught in the middle of their argument, was a little uncomfortable, though Hermione told him she'd be in the Gryffindor common room whenever he wanted to talk. Harry had the worry of Hermione on his mind as he went to Hagrid's hut with Ron, and was trying to figure out the best way of bringing Ron's insults of Hermione to his attention, as he didn't seem to notice. When Harry reached the door to the hut, he touched the wood the house was made from, then felt his way to the door knob before knocking. The sound of something very large scratching wildly at the door presented itself next, and Harry jumped, jumping again when he heard the booming barks of what sounded like a very large dog. Magic's arms locked around him from behind, and she stated, "I'll protect you." Ron snickered. "What?" Harry asked. "I don't like many animals." "Back, Fong, back," the booming voice of Hagrid said. Harry recognized him from when he'd led the first years to the castle. The door was pulled open a crack. Then Hagrid said, "Hang on." Back, Fong. Harry heard the scrabbling of the large dog, his heart pounding uncomfortably. All right, ya can come in. Don't worry, Harry. Fong's nothing, Hagrid said, a large hand hitting Harry's shoulder with enough force to make his knees buckle. Unsteadily, he made his way into the hut with Magic still embracing him unemotionally from behind, and Ron followed. Make yourselves at home, Hagrid said, closing the door behind them and letting Fong go. The hut smelled of the dog, as well as tea and a fire. Aside from Fong, Harry thought it was quite comfortable. He made his way to the table with Magic's help as he heard Ron make a startled sound. He peeked through Magic and noticed Fong licking Ron's ears and panting happily. He was still scared, though, and didn't want Fong near him at the moment. He felt Magic comply with a discreet shield to block physical items. As Ron came to sit next to Harry and Magic, Harry said, "So, you're Hagrid then?" "That's right," Hagrid responded. "Yeri Harry. Last time I saw ya were just a little baby." "Did you ever get to meet Magic?" Harry asked. "No, I didn't," Hagrid replied as Magic looked at him.
I'm Magic,
she stated. "Well, nice to meet ya," Hagrid said. As Harry held out his hand and said, "I'm glad to meet you too," Hagrid grasped his entire arm and shook it rather firmly. Harry pulled it back afterward. "This is Ron, my friend," Harry said, turning to his left a little where Ron sat. "Another Weasley, eh?" Hagrid asked as he poured water and was placing something on what sounded like plates. "I spend half me life chasing your twin brothers away from the forest." "Fred and George. They're pranksters, Harry," Ron explained. "Well, I imagine they'd get into some trouble then," he said with a chuckle. "The rock cakes weren't anything good, though they would have been if they hadn't actually been as hard as a rock." Harry shamelessly explained that to Hagrid rather than pretend to like them, and Ron agreed with him. Hagrid didn't seem offended, though, simply poured them more tea when their cups ran low as they explained their first week to him. Harry told Hagrid about how he'd learned to get around, and the helpfulness of Hermione. Hagrid, like many, was impressed with his ability, and Harry was glad he didn't try and be overly helpful. Harry explained that to him as well, and by the time they left later on that day, he thought the visit to Hagrid's hadn't been all that bad. Perhaps he'd have a new friend in Hagrid, Harry thought hopefully, feeling a great swell of joy. So far, he'd made more friends and had more experiences here at Hogwarts than he'd ever had at the Dursleys, and looked forward to more. Chapter 7: Bullies, Flights, and a Troll. "Oh, please, what's so exciting about football anyway?" Ron was saying to Dean the night before Thursday, when flying lessons were about to start. "None of the players even fly." "Hey, quit that," Dean said. "They're not going to move." Harry let the discussion roll over him as he lay in the comfortable four-poster bed of the dorm, smiling to himself. He was looking forward to attempting flight, though at the same time, did feel a little scared of it. He would have only a broom to support him, from everything he'd heard, and there wouldn't be anything below him, nothing around him to orient him in any way. At least the instructor would be there to help if anything went wrong, Harry thought, and hoped she'd treat him as she did everyone else. Harry let his mind turn to other things as he lay in the bed, such as how warm and comfortable his sheets and blankets were, that the curtains, which were closed around his bed, could also be used to block heat from exiting or cold from entering. It was very cozy and comfortable, and Harry anticipated climbing into bed each night. The only thing missing was Magic's presence, he always greeting her with joy when he came from the dorm and entered the common room. The first few times people had seen him do that, he'd received whispers and pointing by the students. For the most part, they were starting to get over the novelty of having a blind kid in their midst, not asking him so many questions or trying to be overly helpful. Harry was glad about this, and hoped he'd continue to be treated like everyone else. Hermione and Ron continued to help him when needed, and when she was free, Daphne watched him and asked some pointed questions of him, which Harry was glad to answer. Ron and Daphne weren't getting along too well, though Ron wasn't getting along well with Hermione either. Harry was friends with all of them, though, but was finding Hermione's endless fountain of knowledge to be grating. He'd told her about that once, and she'd simply huffed and said she was only trying to be helpful. Harry wasn't sure exactly how to handle the situation from there. so he didn't say much else about it. Daphne, too, remained silent, and Harry noticed she seemed to observe everything around her in case it was ever needed. It was a smart thing to do, he knew, as he did much the same thing. Just as he thought she might, Harry heard Hermione giving a lecture about everything she could remember regarding flying at breakfast the next morning, such as how to hold the broom, what to do to control it, etc. Harry listened as he ate with Magic next to him as always, keeping the things she said in mind. Everyone seemed relieved when the post came, however, putting an end to Hermione's lecture. For the first time he could remember, Neville received something in the post. Harry listened with curiosity as Neville opened a package from his grandmother, excitedly telling them about it. "It's a remembrall," he said. "Gran knows I forget things. This tells you if there's something you've forgotten to do. Look, you hold it tight like this, and if it turns red, oh." Neville's voice trailed off for a moment's pause. "You've forgotten something." The voice of Malfoy soon interrupted. "Oh, would you look here?" Malfoy said snidely. Harry heard Ron jump to his feet, but within moments, Professor McGonagall's voice stated, "What's going on?" "Malfoy's got my remembrall, Professor," Neville responded. Harry heard the sound of what seemed to be either glass or metal hitting the table, though it was difficult to hear which. Malfoy then stated, "Just looking." "Yeah, right," Ron grumbled as he sat back down. "Problem?" Harry asked. "Not unless Malfoy trying to steal Neville's remembrall isn't a problem," Ron stated. "He'd have done it if Professor McGonagall hadn't come over." "Well, he didn't, so it's all good," Harry said, then brought a fork full of eggs to his mouth, enjoying them as always. That afternoon at 3:30, the Gryffindor first years made their way along the grounds to a smooth field for their first flying lesson. The breeze was cool, and Harry could feel the sun on his face. It seemed like a pretty good day to fly. Ron was making sure Harry kept going in the correct direction with everyone else, and when they arrived, Harry heard the talking of other people who were no doubt the Slytherins. Harry stood around with everyone else, folding up his cane and listening to the various conversations before footsteps announced the arrival of the flying instructor, Madame Hooch. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." "This way, Harry," Ron said, grasping his arm. Once Harry was released, he assumed he was standing next to a broomstick, though wasn't sure where it was. As he started to bend down to look for it, Madame Hooch spoke again. "It's below your right hand, Potter. Don't be ridiculous. Straighten up. Chop chop." Harry did as he was asked, feeling a little embarrassed. That didn't last long, though, and he simply waited with anticipation, though hoped that the claims of the Weasley twins regarding the school brooms weren't exaggerated. He remembered overhearing how they said some of them vibrated if you got too high, or flew slightly to the left. Harry imagined there wasn't any way to adapt broom flight for the blind, though, so resigned himself with not going very far or too high. "Stick your right hand out over your broom and say up," Madame Hooch said at the front of the class. "Up," Harry called as he put out his right hand. Magic spoke along with him, and as one, their brooms seemed to jump into their hands. Harry touched the broom, felt how some of its twigs stuck out at odd angles, and that it generally seemed in rickety shape. Even so, he felt something about the broom, something that seemed somehow strangely familiar. He wanted to try flying, but also felt somewhat nervous about it. Neville sounded terrified, as if he didn't want to leave the ground at all. Harry heard other calls from the class and guessed that not everyone was successful at getting their brooms to respond to him as he had. It was strange that he had such good success, even with his nervousness, Harry thought. Madame Hooch then went around the class and showed everyone how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, correcting their grips. Surprisingly, Harry, and by extension Magic, were gripping their brooms correctly. Harry was delighted to hear that Malfoy had been doing it wrong for years, chuckling a little at that pronouncement. "Now, when I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground hard. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. 3, 2, Madame Hooch announced. Harry heard several people starting to chatter about Neville, and Madame Hooch shouted for him to come back. Only moments later, Harry heard a thud and a crack. Neville was crying out in pain, and Madame Hooch hurried over to him. Broken wrist. Madame Hooch muttered. Come on boy, up you get. There was a pause and she spoke louder to everyone. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. Harry heard them moving off, Neville crying in pain. When they were out of earshot, Malfoy burst out in laughter. Did you see his face? The great lump? Oh wait, Potter here can't see a thing. Malfoy cackled. Shut up, Malfoy. Parvati and Ron snapped together. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom? One of the Slytherin girls said tauntingly. And Potter too? Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies and blind nothings, Parvati. Look, Malfoy said as Harry heard him darting forward. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's gran sent him. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry stated, his voice firm and cold with anger. Malfoy laughed a little, then said, I don't think so, Potter. Maybe I'll put it somewhere for him to find. How about up a tree? Give it here, Harry shouted, then heard Malfoy's voice rising into the air. You want it, Potter? Come and get it, if you can see well enough to make the trip. Malfoy sounded taunting, and while Harry wanted to fly, he didn't. Magic. Make the Remembrall appear in my pocket, Harry said quietly, then felt the weight of the ball in the pocket of his clothes. Potter, Malfoy shouted furiously, quickly slamming to the ground next to him. Why, Malfoy, I didn't know you'd know it was me, Harry said calmly, sounding bored. Wizard's duel. Right here, right now, Malfoy shouted furiously. I can beat you at anything. Oh, please, Harry yawned. Do you think I'm joking, Potter? I mean it, Malfoy shouted furiously. Well, I'd rather not, Harry said. Too chicken, Potter? Malfoy asked. No, but you are, Harry stated. You had to take Neville's gift from him and plan to taunt him with placing it somewhere you know he wouldn't find it. So I'm not going to duel you. Not now and not ever unless you start something. That way everyone will know how things got started. Is that what you'd like? In contrast to Malfoy's anger, Harry was calm. Don't embarrass yourself any further, Malfoy, Daphne stated in her cool calm. Malfoy, grumbling, stomped back over to where the Slytherins stood together. Mate, you've really got away with magic, Ron said. Where is it, anyway? In my pocket, Harry quietly responded. I'll get it to him after we're through here. Madame Hooch returned within a few minutes to find everyone still on the ground. Satisfied, she said, Right, then, no one gets off the ground before I blow my whistle. Pay attention. She then repeated her previous instructions, and at the sound of the whistle, Harry kicked off as hard as he could. He thought he'd be nervous by the feel of nothing but a flimsy piece of wood supporting him, and nothing in the air, but he wasn't. He felt exhilarated, laughing and shouting with joy as he rose quickly into the air. The broom gradually slowed its ascent, however, and he became aware that he was in the air without any points of reference. Mr. Potter, Madame Hooch called from far below him. Lean forward, carefully. Harry carefully leaned forward and felt himself starting to move down. His heart pounded and he felt as if he could fly in any direction. Felt like he knew exactly what to do. He itched to go further and fly higher despite the fact that the only thing supporting him was a piece of wood, and imagined that, had he not been able to feel the magic that kept him in the air, he'd have been as terrified as Neville had been. He didn't fly higher, though only lowered himself to the ground, though his feet hit with unexpected force and he stumbled slightly. That was fun, Harry said with a wide grin. Madame Hooch didn't comment. We will next be learning how to move forward and turn, she said. When you next hover, lean your body, rather than the broom, forward, and to turn, lean in the direction you wish to turn. Everyone will first move forward a short distance and turn right. Again on my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Harry kicked off a little less violently this time. His broom rose slower and he leaned his body forward, feeling the broom accelerate. He leaned to the right and the broom turned with him, responding to the directions he leaned. He grinned as he straightened and carefully leaned the broom forward with him on it, landing softly on the ground. He no longer felt any fear and wanted to do more daring moves. Madame Hooch took them through several more basic exercises before she let them do what they wanted, though told them not to go too high or too far. Harry, grinning, flew higher than the rest of the class, then looped upside down, and once his feet were aimed at the ground again, accelerated forward before sharply turning to the left, having come about a full U-turn. He then went forward and up, the wind whistling through his hair before he dove straight down for about 2 seconds, then leveled off, heart pounding. After a few moments, he landed, hearing Magic land next to him. "What did you think? Magic? Wasn't it fun or what?" Harry asked with a wide grin. "You had fun," Magic stated, putting an arm around him. "I'd have gone further if only I knew where things were. But, oh well, I suppose I won't be able to," Harry said. "Too many people and trees around. Too many unknowns way up there in the air." "Use me," Magic stated. "It's a thought for sure," Harry said. "Watch me." He opened his link of knowledge with Magic and kicked off from the ground, hard. Her gaze was focused on him and what was around him. And with a shout of joy, Harry raced around the field using Magic's constantly updating knowledge as she watched him, looping and even coming close to a tree, feeling its leaves brushing his left cheek. He was oblivious to the panicked calls of Madame Hooch and Hermione, the joy of flight unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. When he landed next to Magic a few minutes later, he grabbed her in a hug, laughing. "It's not Quidditch, but it's fun anyway," Harry said joyfully. "Harry, what were you thinking?" Hermione shouted from behind him, grabbing his shoulders and spinning him around. "You could have hurt yourself up there." "I used all my advantages, Hermione, as you prefer me to do. Magic knew where I was, so I did too," Harry responded. "How?" Daphne asked, a short, calm question. "I just know where things are, what they are, and the specifics about them through magic," Harry replied quietly, so only she and Hermione could hear. "For example, you stand 1.5 meters tall, and your hair is 30 centimeters long, colored blonde. Your eyes are a light shade of blue, and your skin is fair. Your robes are Slytherin green with a crest for your house. You're standing on green grass, the blades of which vary in length from each other by 0.002 centimeters. Your magic is about average from magic I feel from people, though that's not Magic's knowledge, as I can sense that whether or not she's near, and you're blinking between 2 and 8 seconds at random intervals." "Interesting. Why, then, do you not use magic for your sight all the time?" Daphne asked. "For one thing, it's not sight in the traditional sense of the word. It's knowledge, pure data. It's like me writing all that down and you reading it from a piece of paper, but more complicated. For another, I'd get lazy depending on Magic. What if I didn't have her one day for some reason? I still need the skills of a blind person because that's what I am. Blind," Harry said. "I doubt you could ever lose your magic," Hermione responded. "It's impossible. I've never heard of that happening to anyone before." "Well, it's good for me to know how to navigate without her knowledge, anyway. Besides, she's not always with me. See? She's leaving with the rest of the classmates while we stand here talking because I wanted an example to show you, so the knowledge she'd now have doesn't match with where I am, and the knowledge I just got about everything here won't be the same if anything changes. So, I still need my skills," Harry said. "I've got to reason things like this out, so I do. Trust me, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this." "Interesting," Daphne said as Harry unfolded his cane, the trio making their way back to the school. Later on that day, as Harry ate dinner in the Great Hall, he heard Malfoy speaking behind him. "So, Potter, keeping secrets, are you? Not blind, perhaps?" Harry turned his head toward Malfoy. Immediately, he felt pain near his left eye on his cheek, crying out and jerking back. Malfoy was laughing, but Hermione and Ron were less than amused. He could hear other students around them in the Great Hall gasping as well, and Harry reached up to touch his cheek, feeling a cut and some blood dripping down his face. "You cut me. Why would you do that?" Harry asked angrily as a laughing Malfoy started to leave, not stopping. Harry stood up, the blood on his face hitting his cheek in drops as he moved, turning to face him. "Hey!" Harry called out. "Malfoy, I'm talking to you. Why did you just cut me?" "Mr. Malfoy, is this true?" Professor McGonagall asked sharply. "Not at all, Professor," Malfoy responded easily. Then what is that you're holding up your left sleeve? Professor McGonagall asked. Let's see it. It's just my wand, Professor. Malfoy responded. Mr. Malfoy, let's see what you have. Professor McGonagall said as Harry, unfolding his cane, moved closer, feeling the blood dripping down the left side of his face. Moments later, Professor McGonagall stated, 15 points from Slytherin and detention tomorrow night, Mr. Malfoy. But Professor, that Potter's not really blind. If you saw him on the field today, Malfoy began. Here we go with Malfoy being jealous. Once again, Harry thought to himself. That's enough, Mr. Malfoy, Professor McGonagall stated sharply. Back to your table. Mr. Potter, perhaps you should make your way to the hospital wing. That looks like a nasty cut. I've never been there before, Harry said. Then I will escort you. Follow me, Professor McGonagall said. Harry moved toward her and put a hand on her arm, saying, Will you lead me until we're out of here? There's a bit too much noise for me to follow your footsteps in here. Certainly, Mr. Potter, though I do have a question for you, Professor McGonagall said as they walked through the Great Hall. Why not simply heal yourself? I do believe you're capable of that. Oh, I've done it before and I could do it again, but I won't have the opportunity to see the nurse then. And, besides, what if I didn't have my magic one day for some reason? Harry asked. In that case, you would be dead, Professor McGonagall responded. Well, I've learned it's best to prepare for the worst-case scenario, and not rely on magic unless there's no other way. Oh, this cut itches, Harry said. Don't scratch it. You will only cause yourself further damage, and possibly leave blood on your hand, Professor McGonagall replied. I know, Harry stated. So, Professor, question for you. If you thought I could heal myself, why tell me to go to the hospital wing? Force of habit, Mr. Potter, as there aren't many students capable of healing themselves, Professor McGonagall responded. Ah, Harry said understandingly. Madame Pomfrey was a no-nonsense kind of woman, strict, but also caring about her patients. She clucked her tongue as she examined Harry's cheek. Then Harry felt warmth spread through the cut before it faded, leaving his cheek feeling normal again. Within another moment, he felt the blood on his face vanish, reaching up and touching his smooth, unmarked skin. He now had more magic to duplicate, Harry thought to himself, always glad to receive new knowledge. I'm glad I didn't need stitches, he said with a smile. Thanks, Madame Pomfrey. Do try to avoid classmates with knives in the future, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey responded. Oh, is Neville here? Harry asked. Yeah, I'm here, Neville's voice replied from Harry's right. I've got something for you, Harry said as he moved over to him. You in this bed here? Harry's cane tapped the bed. Yeah, right here, Neville replied. Well, here you go, Harry said, holding out Neville's remembrall to him. Oh, thanks, Harry, Neville said, delighted. I thought I'd lost it. Malfoy tried to take it from the ground, but I got it back for you. How's your wrist? Harry asked. Doing better. Madame Pomfrey wants to keep me here a bit longer, though, Neville said. You needn't remain, Mr. Longbottom. You may go with Mr. Potter if you wish, Madame Pomfrey said. Thanks, Neville responded, and Harry led him from the hospital wing after marking the location on his watch. Together, they went to the common room, and Harry found one of the comfortable couches. He sat down and listened to the chatting around him, taking the time to simply relax from his studies. As the school year continued, Harry found their lessons getting more interesting. While he was able to perform the practical side of work with an ease that was the envy of many of his other classmates, understanding the theory and explanations proved to be more difficult. While Magic understood things quickly after reading about them and storing the theories within her perfect memory, he struggled to learn it himself while Magic watched placidly. The days passed, and Harry found himself able to keep up with his work, though only just. Halloween morning came up on him sooner than he thought it would, bringing the scent of baking pumpkin throughout the corridors, and in Charms, Professor Flitwick was ready to allow them to make objects fly. While everyone else was excited about the prospect, Harry was bored listening to the professor talk about how important the wand movements and the words were, though he took it all in nevertheless. Harry was partnered with Seamus, and Magic, as she usually did, was with him. They were the only trio at a table. Ron, on the other hand, was working with Hermione, something he was annoyed about, as he didn't much like hearing her incessant chatting. After Professor Flitwick reminded them of the wrist movements and the importance of pronunciation, they got to work. Seamus struggled, so Harry decided to help him, and as he couldn't do so himself, he wanted Magic to help. She responded as usual. "You are flicking your wand too much," Magic calmly said. "How would you know?" Seamus asked. "It's not like you, being a part of Harry, could see anyway." "I am aware of everything," Magic replied. "Look, are you going to be insulting? Or are we going to get this done?" Harry asked. "If you're so clever, why don't you do it?" Seamus asked. "You can do everything else anyway." "In terms of performing the actual magic, yes, you're right. But I have difficulty understanding all the reasons behind everything. Trust me. Magic can explain this to you if you're willing to accept her help," Harry said. "I can get it on my own," Seamus responded. It wasn't long before the impatient Seamus set fire to the feather. Magic simply removed the oxygen within the space of the fire, quickly putting it out, though leaving it a little singed. Angrily, Seamus threw his wand to the table. "You just have to concentrate," Harry said, exasperated. "What do you think I've been doing the last 20 minutes? Seamus snarled. "Wingardium Leviosa," Ron shouted impatiently from another table. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione said in a tone of voice that sounded as if she was explaining something very obvious to someone. Seamus picked up his wand and started to try again. "Do you want my help?" Harry asked. "Oh, fine then," Seamus said. "Okay, listen to Magic, then," Harry replied. "Show me," Magic stated, and at the other table, Hermione's feather rose into the air. "Oh, well done," Professor Flitwick was clapping. "Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it." Seamus dutifully showed Magic, who corrected his wand movements with patient, emotionless, and exacting precision without touching his wand. By the end of class, Seamus had gotten the feather to twitch a little, but not much. He was in a better mood, but Ron wasn't. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," Ron said as they pushed their way into the corridor. "Who, Hermione?" Harry asked. "I can stand her, you just don't listen." "Yeah, I do listen. She just has to stick her nose into everything. You're saying it wrong. She's a nightmare, honestly," Ron said, sounding much like a petty child. Harry felt something knock hard into his shoulder and could hear faint sobbing. "I think she heard you, Ron," Harry stated in a worried tone. "So?" Ron said, but sounded uncomfortable. "So, don't you think that was a bit petty of you?" Harry asked. "Did you even think about what you were saying?" "Well," Ron trailed off. "I just lost it a bit." "Lost it a bit, right?" Harry said with a sigh. "You've got to learn how to be careful about what you're saying to people, Ron." "Boo!" Ron began. "Look," Harry said calmly, his voice a bit quieter. "I know Hermione can be a bit bothersome, but that's just her way at the moment. She was trying to be helpful in the only way she knew how." "I suppose," Ron muttered after a few moments, and Harry hoped he had something more to think about and wouldn't be so cruel next time something such as that came up. Harry didn't see Hermione in the next class or throughout the afternoon. He was worried about her and hoped she was all right, and while he wanted to find her, he knew it would be a difficult task since he couldn't trace a person or their magic. As they headed to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom. As Harry didn't know which one, he simply entered the Great Hall with Ron, seating himself at the Gryffindor table. Magic was beside him and gazing at everything in the Great Hall, though for Harry, it was rather unremarkable. The only thing Harry heard was flapping wings, some type of animals obviously flying around. When he smelled the feast appear on the various dishes and plates, he asked Ron what items there were. He was just starting to tell him when Professor Quirrell sprinted into the hall, though Harry didn't know who it was until he heard him gasp, "Troll in the dungeons? Thought you ought to know." Harry heard him sink to the floor. Then just about everyone in the Great Hall began screaming and jumping up in panic until some loud bangs silenced them. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately," Professor Dumbledore called out firmly. Percy sounded like he was in his element as he called out, "Follow me. Stick together, first years. No need to fear the troll if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me now. Make way, first years coming through. Excuse me, I'm a prefect." "How could a troll get in?" Harry asked Ron as they headed from the Great Hall and toward the stairs. "Don't ask me. They're supposed to be really stupid," Ron began. "Hermione," Harry said. "Magic, go. Find her in the bathroom." Magic expertly began swerving through the crowd as Harry opened his link to her. Ron pulled him off to one side, hopefully intending to find Hermione with him. Perhaps he had given him something to think about after all, Harry thought, or perhaps his own discomfort and guilt at what he'd said was catching up to him. They quickly made their way up the stairs and through the crowds, Harry having folded up his cane so he wouldn't be noticed as much. They passed some Hufflepuffs going in the opposite direction, slipped down a side corridor, then hurried toward the girls' bathroom, Harry leading them with his sense of magic's location. When footsteps hurried behind them, Ron pulled Harry to one side. "That's Snape," Ron whispered very quietly as he hurried past. "What's he doing here?" "Dunno," Harry replied. "Come on." They began to move along the corridor for a few moments before a stench caught Harry's nose. Ron smelled it, too, and they stopped. "Do you smell something?" Ron asked. "Yeah, and it's disgusting. I couldn't even begin to describe it," Harry replied as the putrid odor filled his nostrils. He heard a low grunting and huge, shuffling footsteps heading their way. Ron pulled Harry around a corner, and through magic, Harry was aware of the giant troll, 3.6 meters tall, moving slowly along the corridor, dragging a club that was a meter long. It stopped next to the entrance to a room for a few moments before moving inside. "It just went into the girls' bathroom," Harry quietly said. "Come on." They sprinted toward the bathroom and Harry unfolded his cane on the way. As they entered, they heard a scream, Hermione's scream. Magic, who was in front of Harry, jumped forward and slammed into the troll with enough force to send it staggering. With a roar, it turned on her and hit her with its club, hard enough to send her flying across the room and slamming into one of the walls with a loud thud. Harry knew Magic was all right as she couldn't be physically harmed, and swung his cane against the wall near him hard enough to distract its attention.
Oi!
"P-brain," Ron shouted, and Harry heard something fly through the air and hit its tough skin. A shrill whistle came after a few moments. Then Daphne's voice shouted, "Harry, get down!" Harry immediately dove to the floor, the wind from the club swinging over his body sending terror through him. They needed to stop the troll somehow, and Magic sprinted at it, jumping up high enough to obscure its face as Harry rolled out of its way. It was the only thing he'd been able to think of quickly, and as the troll, enraged by the thing blocking its gaze, began hitting its club against Magic over and over, trying vainly to dislodge her, he desperately tried to think of anything else. He found himself almost frozen with panic, though, and shouted, "Ron, do something. Daphne, Hermione, someone." Harry next heard Ron and Daphne's voices shout, "Wingardium Leviosa!" He was aware of the club slipping from the troll's hand, rising into the air, then slamming down onto its head. Magic jumped off of it and pushed Harry out of the way as the troll fell with a thud to the ground, which sent vibrations through the floor. "Is it dead?" Harry asked, trembling, his heart pounding. "I doubt it," Daphne said, sounding shaken for the first time since Harry had known her. He felt her hand grip his arm, trembling. "It's okay," Harry said, cutting off his flow of knowledge from Magic now that they were out of danger. "I think that was—" He was cut off as he heard the slam of the door being pushed open. Several footsteps came hurrying into the room, and Harry heard Professor Quirrell whimper in fright. "What on earth were you thinking?" Professor McGonagall's voice was more angry than Harry had ever remembered. "You're lucky you all weren't killed. Why weren't you in your dormitory?" Harry found himself at a loss as to what to say. The truth was best, obviously, but he didn't know how to phrase his words. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Hermione's voice timidly came from a corner, and Harry heard her shuffling footsteps coming closer as he trembled. Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall sounded appalled and rather disappointed. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, because I've read all about them. Hermione's voice was shaking. Harry heard the clatter of a wand hitting the floor. If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. They all distracted it and magic climbed up it to block its sight, and Ron and Daphne knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to get anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Harry still felt shock, though not from Hermione lying to a teacher. He was shocked that he'd even pulled something like distracting a troll off without getting hurt himself. Daphne's fingers twitched on his arm, though she was trembling less. You should have known better than to engage in such Gryffindor foolishness, Greengrass. 10 points from Slytherin for your reckless actions. Professor Snape stated as Professor McGonagall let out a sigh of irritation. I cannot believe what you have done. It was reckless, as Professor Snape said, and the 5 of you should be dead. Professor McGonagall stated, still sounding furious. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you begin to think of tackling a mountain troll on your own? 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this. I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you'd better go back to Gryffindor Tower. The students are finishing the feast in their houses. Harry heard Hermione leaving. Well, I still say you were lucky, Professor McGonagall said, and Harry heard her facing them. Not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. I award 5 points to Gryffindor and Slytherin for your actions, to each of you. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go. Relieved, they left the bathroom and found Hermione waiting close by. I wanted to say thanks, she said. You're welcome, Hermione, Daphne said. Yeah, thanks for helping, Daphne. Ron responded. It was nice. If I had done nothing, Harry would likely be severely injured or dead, Daphne replied. It seemed reasonable to assist. Well, thanks, Ron said again, and Harry patted her shoulder. Glad you helped, he said with a relieved smile. How did you find us, Daphne? I noticed Hermione was missing from the Gryffindor first years, so I broke away from the Slytherins, followed Professor Snape in an attempt to tell him, but when he started going toward the 3rd floor, I thought it would be more important to find Hermione first, especially since I saw you, Ron and Magic, making your way toward the bathroom, too. And when I noticed the troll, I didn't think there'd be enough time to tell a professor. How Gryffindor of you, Ron said, sounding relieved. But if you hadn't helped, we'd probably not have survived. Then I'll do the same in the future. Ron, Harry, Magic, and Hermione, Daphne said. Great, Harry responded, relieved and glad to have someone else that would help him if he needed it. Daphne then went down the corridor, headed for the Slytherin common room. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Magic wordlessly went up to Gryffindor Tower, but all of them knew they would be friends forever. Facing the mountain troll together had ensured that, and had given Ron a great deal to think about. After entering Gryffindor Tower, the friends finished the feast together, though didn't exchange many words. That didn't matter to them, though. Harry simply felt relief. Later on that night, Harry sat next to Magic, the common room mostly empty. Her right arm was around his shoulders, and he leaned against her, basking in how glad he was that she couldn't be hurt. As he sat with her quietly, he reflected on why that was, felt the flame within him. He knew that his distance to Magic changed how the flame of magic felt within his chest, and had always figured that, since this was the case, her body couldn't ever be harmed, why she never needed sleep, and why, when she ate, she never needed the restroom like he did, and could remain dressed in the same clothes without showers and remain perfectly clean. From what Magic had told him, it was what he'd wanted when he'd made her. While he'd only been aware of wanting someone with him on that basic level, his Magic, she had been aware of far more. Feeling the warmth of Magic's arm around him, Harry smiled and touched her very warm hand. I'm glad you're with me, he said, then shuddered in revulsion when he heard kissing sounds on the other side of the room. I'm out of here. Okay, Magic said as Harry stood, quickly making his way to the dormitory. Harry had never liked hearing such sounds, and didn't understand why people had to kiss in the common room. After dressing for bed and laying in the warm sheets, Harry reflected on how Ron, Daphne, Hermione, and he were all good friends with each other, and was glad that even Magic with her emotionless nature was also being accepted. He fell asleep that night with a smile, and despite the danger he'd been in earlier that night, his dreams were pleasant.